This audiobook contains 5 censored sentences and 564 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Mikoto went over to the bathtub and turned on the heater to let the water heat up before she returned to Kanza's side. The bucket was already filled, cold water sloshing softly as Mikoto knelt beside it. Dipping a small wooden ladle into the water, she looked up and informed Kanzu the bucket was already filled. Cold water rippling softly as Mikoto knelt beside it. She dipped a small wooden ladle into the water, then glanced up at him. "Kansama, I'm going to pour it now. It might feel a little cold at first," she murmured. Kanzu gave a slight nod. "It's all right." Lifting the ladle, Mikoto tilted it gently over his head. Cool water spilled in a slow cascade, flowing through his hair, across his shoulders, down his back, and chest. The initial chill on his warm body made him tense. A shiver rippled as his breath quickened, but as ladle after ladle cascaded over him, the cold soon faded, and he adjusted. After ensuring that his body was wet enough, she set the ladle aside and reached out for the bottle of shampoo on the low shelf. Mikoto poured a small amount of shampoo into her palm and rubbed her hands together until it foamed gently. "Please close your eyes," she murmured. "It might sting." Kanzu complied with a nod, and Mikoto leaned in to begin working the lather into his damp hair. Her fingers moved slowly at first, gliding through his strands with practiced ease, massaging his scalp in soft, deliberate circles, making the SHFF sound. The faint scent of herbs drifted up with the foam, mingling with the warmth and humidity of the room. Then she changed the rhythm and used her nails as they grazed his scalp lightly with each motion, firm but gentle, just enough pressure to tease and soothe. Kanza let out a soft sigh. "Yeah, that feels good and relaxing." Encouraged by his soft sigh, Mikoto smiled to herself, pleased to see that expression, that subtle reaction that only she was allowed to draw from him. Not Kushina. Wanting more of it, she shifted closer, her knees brushing against his outer thigh. The towel around her loosened slightly with the movement, but she didn't seem to notice, or perhaps she simply didn't care. Maybe it was even deliberate, an attempt to entice him through the warmth of skin against skin. Her fingers slipped lower, teasing along the nape of his neck, sliding through his soaked hair with lingering, deliberate softness. When she was sure she had worked the shampoo through every strand, she leaned close, her breath warm against his ear, her breasts brushing lightly against his arm. "You'll rinse now," she whispered. Scooping fresh water from the bucket, she poured it slowly over his head, watching as the foam dissolved into clean rivulets that traced down his temples, along his jawline, and over his chest. "All right, you can open your eyes now," Mikoto said softly and poured water over her own body, moistening it before reaching for the soap as Kanza blinked and lifted his gaze toward her, watching her. She rubbed the bar between her palms until a soft lather formed, then slowly brought it to her own skin. Foam spread along her arms, her thighs, her breasts, her buttocks, and across the gentle curve of her stomach until her body was slick and glistening under the soft steam that began filling the bathroom. "Kanzu, I'm going to wash your body now," she murmured. "All right," Kanzu replied with a nod. Stepping closer, Mikoto pressed herself lightly against his broad back. Her soft, lathered skin met his scarred and rigid back as she reached her arms around him, one arm gliding across his chest, the other bracing gently against his shoulder for support. After positioning herself, she began sliding slowly against him, her soft breasts and toned stomach pressing into firm muscle, delicate contact layered with purpose. Indeed, she was using her own body to scrub and wash him. After all, this was the only proper way to cleanse her Danasema's body, the only way she could be absolutely certain that every last trace of Kushina's scent had been washed away. And she had no qualms about using her own body to wash him. This wasn't the first time she had done something like this, after all. She pressed close against his back, the warmth of her body settling against him as gentle, soapy movements echoed around them. She rested her chin near his shoulder, her arms draped loosely around him in a quiet, unhurried embrace. The bubbles between them smeared and shifted with each pass, faint crackles rising from the foam as she moved. "Kansama, does it feel good?" she murmured softly, her voice trembling with a mix of devotion and desire, wanting to be sure she was doing it right. "Yeah, HHMM, keep going," Kanza replied with a nod, closing his eyes to savor the sensation. Hashi nodded and moved her stomach left and right while letting her face rest briefly against the back of his neck. Her lips hovered just above his skin, heavy with the urge to kiss him, to lick the salt from his body, to sink her teeth into the dense muscle of his back, as if wanting to mark him as her man, her Danasama, her territory. It must also be a warning to any other woman, whether Kushina or Hazuki, who might dare come close. The thought alone made her heart race. She could feel the ache building inside her, yet still, she held back. She had no right. Kanza hadn't given her permission to mark him, not yet. Even though she wanted to, even though the need burned in her chest and pulsed through her body, she couldn't act on it without his permission. So she did what she could. She leaned in and released a slow, warm breath against his nape, letting it glide across his skin, stimulating him in the only way she was allowed. MHHH, Kanzu exhaled again. Mikoto smiled to herself. Encouraged, she began to move with more purpose, now making the rhythmic sweeping sounds. SWWP, SWWP. Soon finished up with the back. The back's all done. Next your arms go on, replied Kanzu, raising his right arm in the air. Mikoto rose to her feet and stepped to his side, taking his muscular arm in both hands. She carefully adjusted her stance, positioning herself so that his arm rested snugly between her thighs. The warmth of her flesh enveloped his skin as she let out a soft, shaky breath, feeling his arm pressing against her, then began to move slow, deliberate glides back and forth. She pressed her body close against his arm as she moved along him, while her warmth smeared against the leather. She started from his shoulder, her buttocks almost grazing his hair, and went all the way down to his fingers, which brushed teasingly against her skin, and then went back up. Repeating, SHLP, SHLP. Each pass sent sparks skittering up her spine as she moaned from her own movement. Meichichin and Mikoto, weren't you supposed to be cleaning me? How come you're suddenly getting distracted? Kanzu asked, one brow raised in teasing amusement. Even as he asked that question, his own condition wasn't much better. The sight of her flushed skin and the soft, warm brushes of her body against his arm, the way she moved with her rocking, all of that had already stirred his awareness, and he stood firm beneath the towel covering his crotch. If not for that bit of fabric, his condition would have been plainly visible to Mikoto with just a glance. "It's because Kansama feels too good. I can't help it," she murmured breathlessly, then turned around so that she faced him, biting her lower lip to stay quiet. She tightened her thighs around his arm and kept moving, determined to carry on with her cleaning. "Fufu, is that so?" Kanza chuckled lowly, flexing his arm so the muscles swelled beneath her grip, pressing deliberately against her as she held on. "MMPH," Mikoto gasped, her legs trembling with sensation. Still, she didn't stop. She slid her hips along his arm again, down to his fingers, feeling the contact as she moved. She continued until she was certain that his arm was thoroughly cleaned of any trace of Kushina scent. Only then did she shift to the other arm, repeating the ritual. She worked the cloth carefully over the leather, rinsing and wiping as she went, coating everything in her scent. After finishing with his arms, it was now time for his legs. Releasing his arm, she lathered her body anew as foam cascaded down her curves like liquid temptation, and asked him softly, "Kansama, could you spread your legs for me?" "HM sure," Kanza nodded. His voice was low and rough with tension as he shifted his stance. The towel that had been covering him slipped aside, revealing his bare form beneath the rising steam, though Mikoto could still make out the shape of him clearly enough. Her eyes burned hot, fixed on him. For a fleeting moment, she couldn't tear her gaze away. Her throat tightened, and the urge to step closer and surrender to the moment nearly overpowered her. She swallowed hard, feeling a bit unsteady. But she resisted. This wasn't the time. She was still cleansing away Kushina's traces, and when washing one's Danasama, there was a proper order to follow. She can't go for that area. Just after finishing up with his back and arms, she has to wash his legs and chest before she moves on there. So, even as her mouth watered, Mikoto forced her gaze away and crouched down, settling over one of his legs with her back facing him. Slowly, she began to rock forward and back, her body moving in languid, deliberate strokes just as she had done with his arms. A soft gasp escaped her lips with a warm sensation pooling low in her belly as she busied herself with cleaning every digit of his toes, even tracing the very tips before gliding back up along his leg to his thigh where the movement of her body brushed against him, making him shiver. "Fufu Mikoto, you're putting on quite the show for me." Kanza teased, the way her soapy figure moved slow. The rhythm between them urged him to press closer to her right then and there. It's a pity that she was busy cleaning up his legs, so he temporarily settled for the next best thing. Leaning forward slightly, he reached out and gave her a firm, deliberate squeeze. "I am glad you are enjoying this, Kansama," Mikoto said softly as she continued her careful, deliberate movements. Once she finished with one leg, she switched to the other, her damp thighs brushing over his skin until both legs gleamed with soap, erasing every trace of Kushina's scent. It didn't take her long to be done with the legs, and once completed, she looked back over her shoulder, her voice wavering as she said, "Teach the legs, they're done." "Kansama, indeed." There, Kanza murmured, his lips curling into a smile as he continued, helping wash her back. "Next, it's the chest and front," Mikoto murmured, biting her lip as her body trembled slightly from the gentle motion of the bath. "Indeed, it is," Kanzu replied smoothly, pressing a bit harder. He worked the soap in carefully, slow but unrelenting. "And," Mikoto cried out, her body arching as the sensation sent a jolt up her spine. She nearly lost her balance, barely managing to steady herself while holding on to his feet, before stammering, "If you'll get on with it, sure, get on with it," Kanzu said casually, not stopping her in the slightest. His finger, however, kept moving, curling, closing and opening, pushing deeper like a worm. She winced, her body unable to keep up. Her thighs quivered violently, her face flushed crimson as she whimpered. "Kansama, could you pull back a little? I can't move otherwise, "Oh, yeah, all right," Kanza nodded. A smirk tugged at his lips as he pulled his hand away in one smooth, quick motion. The sudden loss of contact made her shiver violently, her whole body trembling as her legs gave out beneath her. She collapsed to her knees, catching herself against his shin as a soft gasp escaped her lips. "Oh, and you all right?" Kanzu asked, amusement flickering in his tone as he watched her. "Why, yeah," she whimpered softly, pushing herself up on trembling legs. After rinsing herself off for the third time, she stepped closer to him and murmured, "Teach then in beginning." Chapter 63.3. Mikoto wants to clean up her Danasama, too, in beginning. "Yeah, I'm ready," Kanzu said with a faint smirk, spreading his hands in invitation. "Oh, okay." Mikoto whispered faintly, her voice trembling with anticipation. She leaned forward toward him, her body pressing close to his, her toned stomach brushing against him, and her soft chest resting against his. They remained close together, the moment continuing, nestling snugly between her slippery, soapy skin. This position was downright indecent. Then again, there hadn't been anything decent about what had been happening in the bathroom for quite some time. But still, with their bodies pressed so close together, she could feel his heartbeat thudding against her breast, and knew he could feel hers too. The thought made her flush even deeper, for her heart was hammering wildly, far too fast to hide. On top of it all, the soap made everything slick, and her trembling legs did little to help. She could hardly keep her balance. Desperate not to slip, she wrapped her arms around his neck and murmured breathlessly, "Sorry, Kansama, I need to hold on so I don't fall." No problem, Kanzu replied calmly, placing both hands on her waist. Shall I hold you like this? It would make moving easier for you. Why, yes, this helps, she nodded shyly, her cheeks burning red as she steadied herself against him. Then, moving with deliberate care, she began to glide with slow, fluid motions in the steamy bathroom, the warm water cascading around them. She pressed close against him, shifting her weight as she steadied herself, letting out a quiet breath. At the same time, her toned stomach brushed against his as she adjusted her position. She pressed her abdomen gently against his as warm water ran over them. With his hands resting lightly at her waist, she helped rinse the soap from his sides, her hands sweeping down over his ribs and up toward his collarbones, neck, shoulders, and so on, fingers splaying wide to leave no inch of him untouched. There were other intimate details she was trying not to focus on, not intentionally at least, but every glide of her torso against his chest naturally made her hips move in rhythm. Her body pressed close to his with each motion, while her soft curves moved against him, sending warm, thrilling sensations through his body. This mix of sensations from the grazes of her body, the slick slide of her soapy skin, the dripping warmth of the bath, and the subtle press of her hips made Kansas' breathing grow ragged. His chest rose and fell quickly as he murmured, exhaling more sighs, "You're being quite thorough, Mikoto." "Why, yes, I have to be otherwise. The cleaning would be useless," she replied breathlessly, her voice laced with devotion. After all, if she wasn't thorough enough, how could she possibly erase Kushina's traces from his body? She didn't want even a hint of that woman left on her husband. Kushina might have been a dear friend, but the thought of her scent and touch still lingering on her husband's body filled Mikoto with jealousy. She also felt guilty towards her for having betrayed her, of course, but in her mind, that and this were two entirely different matters. Driven by that thought, she kept moving with renewed purpose, her hands roaming lower to trace the sharp V of his hips before gliding back up to his chest, nails skimming his nipples and the hard lines of his muscles, adding sparks of sensation with every deliberate touch. Kansas' lips curled in amusement, while his hands also began to move. The grip that had steadied her waist slid lower, palms finding her soapy backside. He squeezed and kneaded her skin for a while, playing with it as he desired and drawing soft sounds from her. Then he pressed her cheeks closer together, nestling himself snugly between them like a sausage tucked between soft bread, and whispered against her ear, "Focus a bit on your movement as well." Mikoto didn't reply, but her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she adjusted to his suggestion. Of course, she hadn't even finished with what she was doing. Cleaning that would have to wait a little longer. She moved that way simply because he wanted her to, and so she obeyed, biting her lower lip as she swayed closer to him. The sounds between them grew louder as they continued to move together with the soap, further smoothing every movement and filling the humid air with rhythmic, echoing sounds that made it increasingly hard for her to maintain her pace. Still, she stayed focused, or at least tried to chest first, then stomach, hands moving everywhere in between, continuing until his torso gleamed clean, marked by her scent and glistening with soapy bubbles. Only once she was certain that she had wiped off every trace of Kushina from his torso did Mikoto slow her movements, though her breasts still lingered against his chest possessively as she murmured breathlessly, "The front, it's done him indeed it is." Kanzu smirked, tilting his head slightly. "So then what's next?" "And next, Kansama. I need to clean you up properly," she stammered, her voice trembling with both shyness and anticipation. "Oh, so next is me," he nodded, the smirk widening, his hands resting against her, as he added, "Very well, I will support your movement. Be thorough." "Oh, of course," she nodded quickly, then resumed her motion, this time more earnest, with slow, deliberate movements, fully focused on the task. This time, SLRRP, each movement brought her body flush against his, drawing out fresh warmth, while each rising motion let a teasing pressure glide along sensitive places, sending jolts of raw pleasure up her spine. Feeling those sensations, Mikoto bit down on her lip, trying to keep her composure and stay focused on her task, attending to him. Kanzu shifted his hands to find a more secure hold despite the soapiness, to steady her pace. Yes, that's working well. Mikoto, the praise affected her deeply, and she instinctively tightened her grip as the rhythmic sounds grew louder and more intense. Squelch, squelch. Mikoto didn't pay much attention to the commotion filling the steamy air. All she desired in that moment was to continue her task. But then, mid-motion, a sudden thought sliced through the haze of her desire. I haven't tended to Kent-sama's mouth yet. His lips, his tongue, his entire mouth must still bear traces of Kushina's kisses, her taste, her breath. No, that won't do. Not when I've decided to cleanse every last part of him. Pausing her movement just enough to stay close to him, she looked up at him, her gaze fixed on his lips with fierce, devoted intent. In a breathless whisper, she murmured, Kensama, your mouth, I need to tend to it too. Ah, yes, indeed, Kanza replied, momentarily realizing even he had forgotten that part. A faint smirk tugged at his lips as he nodded. Then go on. That was all the permission she needed. Her lathered hands rose to cradle his face, thumbs tracing the sharp line of his jaw before gliding over his lower and upper lips. Then, closing the distance, she pressed her mouth to his in a tender kiss. The kiss quickly deepened, becoming more passionate and intense as they held each other close, their breath mingling in a warm, intimate moment. Slippery passion. She poured everything into her kisses, her tongue sweeping through his mouth as if to erase every trace of Kushina's lingering taste. She sucked on his lower lip, bit it softly, then dove back in with renewed fervor. Kanza matched her fervor. One of his hands slid into her damp hair and gripped tight at the back of her head as he pulled her closer, letting her tongue invade his mouth. It wasn't until their lungs burned for air that they finally broke apart, gasping between shallow, ragged breaths. Haha, why your mouth? It's not clean, yet she panted against his lips. Then there's no need to stop halfway, Kanza murmured before claiming her mouth again. SLRRP moi SLRRP, the kiss deepened, wet, breathless, consuming. Mikoto's tongue swirled with desperate devotion, sweeping every corner of his mouth, savoring every last trace of Kushina as they shared a claiming kiss. And her hips began to move once more, pressing against him in a slow, rhythmic glide. Each motion pulled her firmly against him, staying close behind her as she leaned forward, moving carefully to wash every part of him, even while managing several tasks at once. But the soap made the surface very slippery, and too much eagerness in such situations could cause a few slips here and there. On her next upward glide, her foot slipped slightly, not enough to send her falling, but just enough to throw off her rhythm. Kanzu caught her, steadying her with a firm grip, yet before she could fully regain her balance. The moment happened in a heartbeat, his body pressing against hers in a sudden, accidental movement that caught them both off guard. What? Igriega yore. Kansama, Mikoto gasped, eyes flying wide. Her breath caught, a broken moan escaping her lips as she tensed around him. So it seems, Kanzu chuckled, amusement flickering in his tone. Was it truly an accident? Perhaps only Kanzu knew the answer to that. But in the end, it didn't matter. What mattered was the way his grip on her waist tightened, fingers digging into her slick skin as he began to guide her hips in slow, deliberate circles, pulling her closer against him. She cried out, her voice trembling as she struggled to keep her thoughts in order. But amid the haze, she also sensed that something felt different. Kansama is so overwhelming, she thought breathlessly, her mind spinning as he pressed forward, stretching her beyond anything Shed ever felt before. Every night, the intensity always left her overwhelmed, completely consumed, and over time, Shed grown used to that intoxicating ache. But today was different. The sensation was sharper and heavier, as though her body was being pushed to its very limits all over again, reshaped to fit only him. It reminded her of the first few times he had been with her. See, could it be that Kansama has changed somehow? She wondered, unable to find any other explanation. But the thought only sparked briefly, a fleeting wonder amid the haze, and it dissolved instantly as a wave of overwhelming emotion crashed over her, her body igniting from the fullness alone. Anan, she let out a sharp, breathless cry, nails digging into his shoulders as her hips jerked forward, drawing him even closer. Though he had slipped into her by accident, when it was meant to rest between her cheeks, Mikoto didn't mind. She simply continued her task without hesitation. After all, this wasn't a deviation from her purpose. It was the final stage of cleansing. Only now, instead of using soap in her hands, she was using her own body to wash him clean. In a way, it was even better, more thorough, more intimate, ensuring that not a single trace of Kushina remained on him. Yeah, this is better, she thought, as she pulled him close, holding him tight, as though to purge any lingering trace of Kushina, until only her presence remained, inside and out. Kansas' hand stayed locked on her waist, steady and commanding. He lifted her and lowered her again in a steady, deliberate rhythm, each movement precise and controlled as the soapy water slid between them. Water cascaded between them as Mikoto pressed close, the warmth blurring into something neither of them named. Her forehead rested against his chest, breathing him in. Mikoto's head tipped back, her gasps breaking into breathless whimpers as she moved with reckless abandon, her body trembling with the intensity of the moment. Gakon-shama, I need to stay with you all the way. Ichinen-ngh. The overwhelming sensation melted into pure joy, her body pressing close to his with every movement, her excitement building with each motion, stoking a fire that burned hot in her belly. She couldn't think about the size, the intensity, only the heat, the way her body clenched and trembled, desperate to erase every trace of Kushina by drowning herself in her devotion to him. Yeah, clean me, Mikoto. Clean me up thoroughly. He groaned with pleasure as they moved together in perfect rhythm. His hands slid along her back, pulling her close until their bodies pressed together, then drifted down to her hips, guiding her. The soap bubbled around them as they swayed, lost in the moment. Vice-like pulses coursed through her, a trembling heat rising within. Every movement built a tension she could not escape, leaving her on the edge of an overwhelming release, thorough, unrelenting, her body devoted entirely to the moment. Squelch plaps squelched, the rhythm took over, her hips moving in energetic circles as the beat drove her forward without pause, the air thick with the sound of rhythmic beats, ragged breaths, and the raw energy of movement. Energy surged like a storm inside her, vision blurring, toes curling, every nerve on fire until she thought she might shatter. "See come, I am about to, Kan-sama, am about to," she cried out, voice breaking as she begged. Please let me do it. Please let me finish." Kansas' grin darkened. "Yeah? You want to use your offering on me? Very well, I'll allow it. Go on, Mikoto, finish. Let all out." "Yes, she'll do it. I'll give you all of it," she wailed, the words tumbling from her lips as her body shook. "Ayahan." Her body clenched tight, trembling in raw release. She trembled with overwhelming emotion as warm waves of release washed over her, spreading uncontrollably across his lap. Her whole body shook helplessly in his arms, trembling as if every ounce of her strength was being wrung out in that overwhelming moment. She was left in a shaking mess pressed against his chest. "Haha," she panted, forehead resting on his shoulder, too dazed to move. Her mind swirled in a haze of exhaustion and relief, lost somewhere between devotion and delirium. But Kanzu wasn't finished. While Mikoto was still reeling from the overwhelming intensity of the moment, he was already on the move. His arms tightened around her waist, and with effortless strength, he shifted her position as the intense encounter continued, leaving her momentarily stunned. Before she could even voice a protest or react, Kanzu turned her effortlessly, guiding her until her slick, soapy back pressed against his chest. Her spine arched instinctively into the heat of his scarred skin as he shifted her weight against him, lifting her from the water. Her trembling thighs draped limply across his, her hips pressing onto his, and her toes arched for balance against the stool's edge. There, let's try cleaning from this position, Kanza nodded. Now, why don't you help me reposition so we can continue? You can do that, can't you, Mikoto? Why yes, Ken-sama, she answered softly, her half-lidded eyes warm with devotion as she leaned forward, damp hair spilling over her shoulders. One hand rested against his thigh for balance, while the other hesitated at her side, guided by an unyielding need to please and purify him. Her slender fingers reached toward him as she shifted closer, still sensitive from her earlier emotional release. As you'd expect, there was no hesitation in her mind. Even as her body quivered from being sensitive, she still pushed forward, gasping at the sensation it gave her as they came together once more. Feeling the closeness between them, Kanza's lips curved into a smile. All right, then he murmured, his grip tightening around her hips like iron as he lifted her slowly and deliberately, then suddenly pulled her down in one fluid motion. The sharp sound of bodies meeting echoed through the steamy air as he pressed against her deeply, pressing with unrelenting precision. The impact sent a shock wave through her body, forcing her spine to arch as a guttural moan tore from her throat. Ehan. Fufu, that's what Kanza murmured, clearly satisfied. Her moans were music to his ears. Leaning in close, he whispered against her ear, By the way, you still haven't finished cleaning me up. Don't forget. All right, I almost forgot. Mikoto nodded, voice trembling as her hands carefully attended to the task, working slowly and gently. One hand wasn't enough, though. After a moment's hesitation, she lifted her hand from his thigh, gently holding and working both hands in place. Is it all right, Kin-sama? Am I using too much pressure? HNNN. Yeah, you're doing great. Keep going, Kanzu exhaled, his voice low and rough as his breath caught at the sensation. But he didn't let the moment last. His grip on her waist tightened, fingers digging into her soft skin, supporting her to ensure that she didn't fall as he lifted her slowly, holding her close. Then with a swift, forceful pull, he brought her back down, the impact striking deep. She gasped as the intense sensation made her whole body arch like a drawn bow. Her hands relaxed their grip, and her eyes rolled back as a breathless sound tore from her throat, spilling into the steamy air in ragged bursts. Aya, Keikan-sama, I feel so intense. Kanzu chuckled against her ear as he held her close, lifting her slowly and pulling her back down with gentle care. He started slow, savoring the way her body clung and stretched around him, each descent a deliberate plunge that made her tremble. Her earlier dazed thought flickered again before dissolving into another helpless moan. Up she was lifted on shaky legs, toes flexing for balance on the stool, and down she was dropped again, his grip dictating every movement, her hands resting against him as they moved together. Each movement carried through her body, her hair shifting with a rise and fall. The two moved together in close rhythm, their bodies swaying in the warm air. The pace built steadily, each movement growing more insistent, a hypnotic back and forth that sent shivers straight through her. Every movement against him made her body throb, aflame from the relentless rhythm between them. Still, her trembling hands didn't stop, soapy fingers cradling and tending to him with jealousy and devotion, desperate to scrub away any trace of Kushina's impurity on them. Kanza's breathing turned ragged, the double assault of her warm body pressing against him and her tender ministrations feeding the fire coiling in his gut, the pressure building with every move. Good damn it, he growled under his breath, leaning forward until his lips brushed her ear. Mikoto, look at me, he ordered. Igriegagis? She breathed out shakily, turning her head, only for her words to die as his mouth crashed against hers. The kiss was deep and consuming, tongues tangling in a slick, a desperate struggle for dominance as her soft sounds melted into his mouth. The faint taste of soap lingered between their lips while the steamy air filled with the sounds of their shared hunger. Their rhythm quickened in tandem, her body rising and falling in a fevered cadence. An intimate symphony of flesh and breath merging into one. Clap, 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 ha, 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 ha. It was like music, rhythmic, intoxicating, each breath, each movement building upon the last, driving them both closer to the brink until they teetered on the edge. Breaking the kiss. Mikoto gasped between ragged breaths, her voice trembling and desperate. Keiken-sama, I'm close again. Please let me finish. Please let me give you everything once more for the final time. Kansas' eyes darkened, hunger and heat merging into one as he leaned close, his breath hot against her ear. Yeah, do it, Mikoto. Give me everything you've got, he commanded. The instant his words reached her, her body broke apart. She cried out, her voice breaking as her head lolled back onto his shoulder, eyes squeezed shut in overwhelming emotion. She gasped as a powerful wave of sensation surged through her trembling body, and warm liquid spilled forth in sudden bursts, splashing against him and dripping onto the wet wooden floor, mixing with the soap and water below. An overwhelming rush of emotion pulled Kanzu under as a low growl tore from his throat. Mikoto. Yes, Ken-sama? She breathed, her face flushed, eyes shining. I'm right there with you, he warned, his voice heavy with intensity. Take it all in. This is your reward for properly cleaning me up. A reward? For Mikoto? She gasped, nodding eagerly. Then please, Ken-sama, give it to me, flood me with your reward for my efforts. Her face was so perverted, so utterly depraved, that if she were to see herself in that moment, she would have died of shame. But to Kanzu, that expression was pure ecstasy. The sight of his once proud Mikoto reduced to this trembling, overwhelmed mess, paired with those submissive words, made his whole body tense and react violently. He knew then that had reached his limit. With a feral growl, he bit down on her nape, fangs piercing her skin just enough to draw blood, and yanked her down one last time, holding her close as a powerful shudder racked his body. I can feel it coming. It's so warm. Mikoto cried out, her voice trembling with overwhelming emotion as the heat washed over her completely. Even after several moments, there was no sign of it letting up. Kanzu kept going. The quantity, he thought, a flicker of surprise cutting through his satisfaction. Was I really capable of producing this much? Even after the intense session Head had with Kushina just the night before, his body showed no sign of restraint. The endless flow seemed almost impossible, as if his stamina had reset overnight, like he hadn't exhausted himself at all. Well, whatever the reason, his energy didn't waver, and one wave followed another, each one lasting until finally, after nearly a dozen rounds, his pace finally slowed. So much, Mikoto whimpered, trembling from the overwhelming sensation of being overwhelmed again and again beyond her limit. The sheer intensity made her body feel heavy and warm. She could feel every surge pressing deeper and deeper within her until at last the excess emotion began to spill out. A few scarlet drops trickled down her trembling skin. Only after the last of the red had been taken, Kanzu released his bite from her neck, his breath coming in heavy gasps. A few crimson drops slid down her skin, and he lazily licked them away before pressing a slow, lingering kiss to the mark Head left behind. Mikoto trembled, her voice fragile between shallow gasps. Thank you for the reward, Ken-sama. A faint smirk curved Kanzu's lips as he leaned close and murmured against her ear. Yes, you deserved it, Mikoto. You did well today. Hi, Ken-sama, she sighed softly, glad that she managed to clean up all of Kushina's traces from him, even if it left her utterly spent. Kanzu hummed, feeling her body almost going limp in his arms, every muscle of hers quivering as they finally separated, both drained and quiet in the quiet aftermath, causing the thick fluid it was keeping sealed inside her to spill out in a slow, pale stream. What a waste, she murmured wistfully as she felt herself being emptied. If not for the exhaustion weighing on her limbs, she would have wanted to keep it all. Not to worry, Kanzu said with a knowing smirk. Noting her enthusiasm, He offered his hand to her lips. "Here you go, have a taste." "Yes," she breathed, smiling eagerly as she opened her mouth and gently kissed his fingers and palm, clearly savoring the moment. "How delicious," she murmured, savoring every bit, making sure not to leave a single drop, her gaze tender on his hand. "My, what a devoted wife you are," Kanza chuckled, scooping up more of the warm blend with his other hand and watching in excitement as she eagerly devoured it, licking and swallowing every drop like it was the sweetest dessert in the world. Uchiha Police Station, Kanahagakure, when will P. Jiraiya and Namake's Minato be released, you ask? Well, Uchiha Shin glanced at the two young men from the same squad as Namake's Minato before answering. As for Jiraiya, he's a criminal with solid evidence against him, so he won't be released for the foreseeable future. Minato, however, is only a suspect. He'll remain in custody until he's proven innocent. "Can we meet them?" asked Naoki, the black-haired shinobi wearing Konoha's green waist and forehead protector. "No." Shin's answer was immediate and final. Both Jiraiya and Minato had been imprisoned on Kansas special orders. No one was allowed to see them. "What? We're only asking to visit them. What harm could that do?" Dakai protested. He was dark-skinned, with short blonde hair, and wore Konoha's green vest and forehead protector. "Did you not hear me the first time?" Shin's irritation showed. "They're prisoners. You cannot meet them." "But Minato's in our squad, and Jiraiya-sama is our teacher," Dakai insisted, clearly dissatisfied. "Even family ties or squad membership don't change that." Shin's voice turned cold. "Now go. Don't waste my time, or I'll have you both put in a cell as well." "What? We're only here to meet our squad mate and sensei. You'd have us arrested for that?" Dakai snapped, clearly frustrated by Shin's unreasonable attitude. "Humph." Shin crossed his arms, his expression twisting into a mocking grin. "Your teacher's a creep who sneaks into the women's bathhouse to spy on them. And Namake's Minato is suspected of being his accomplice. Now that I think about it, since you two are in the same squad, maybe you're accomplices as well." He leaned forward slightly, voice dripping with sarcasm. "All right then, why don't I just arrest you both? You're so eager to meet them. How about I throw you in the cell opposite theirs? That way, you can talk all you want. How does that sound?" His hand moved toward his weapon as he spoke, the wicked smirk never leaving his face. We're sorry. We'll leave right away," Naoki stammered, bowing quickly before grabbing Dakai's arm. "Come on, Dakai. Let's go. Let's not trouble Uchiha-san any further." But Naoki Dakai began, still unwilling to back down. "I said let's go." Naoki hissed darkly, dragging his companion out of the police station before things could escalate further. "How would a pair of cowards?" Shin muttered with a derisive snort, watching them leave before returning to his work. Outside the police headquarters, Dakai and Naoki walked in silence for a while, frustration weighing on them both. "What do we do now?" Dakai finally asked helplessly. "We can't meet Hokage-sama either, so what are we supposed to do? Are Jiraiya-sensei and Minato just going to stay locked up? Who knows how long ITLL take to prove Minato's innocence for now? There's nothing we can do," Naoki replied with a shrug. "We'll just have to wait either until Hokage-sama agrees to see us or until Minato is cleared." He slid his hands into his pockets and added, "In the meantime, keep yourself busy but don't do anything reckless. The last thing we need is to make things worse." "Wait, where are you going?" Dakai asked, noticing his companion starting to walk off. "To the library," Naoki answered. "I want to check if there's anything useful in the legal archive, something that might help us get Jiraiya-sensei and Minato out." It made sense. Konoha's library wasn't just for jutsu and research. It also held scrolls and records on the village's laws and policies. "In that case, they'll come with you," Dakai said quickly. "Suit yourself, but don't come complaining to me later," Naoki replied with a shrug. "Why would I complain?" Dakai shot back, clearly irritated by the remark. "Just saying," Naoki muttered, though he was absolutely certain that Dakai would. The two then headed toward the Konoha library together, their minds heavy with determination and unease. Chapter 64. Konoha's Cancer Uchiha, Kanzu Uchiha Compound. Patriarch Mansion, huh? These pants, Mikoto. Did you do something to them? Kanzu asked, turning toward Mikoto, who had just finished putting on her lingerie. No, she replied, shaking her head as she turned toward him. Then how come it don't fit? Kanzu murmured, frowning in confusion. The pants sat higher than usual, clearly shorter than they should have been. This shouldn't be happening, Mikoto said softly, glancing down at them. I remember you wore those just last week, and they fit perfectly then, that's what I'm saying, and that's why I asked if you did something to these pants, Kanzu said. But I didn't do anything, Mikoto replied, taking another look at his body. Then, something caught her eye. This she began uncertainly. To confirm her suspicion, she took another pair of pants from the cupboard and handed them to him. Please, try these on. All right. He nodded, changing into the second pair. Unsurprisingly, the same problem appeared. The pants were too short. Mikoto immediately understood and nodded. I see. Then she looked up at him and said, Kansama, your height, it seems to have increased suddenly. As she said this, she walked up to him and stood beside him and noticed the difference. She, who used to reach up to the base of his neck, didn't reach up to it anymore. Yes, your height, it really has increased him. Is that so? Kanza murmured, realizing she might be right. Although the increase wasn't much, probably a bit over 4 centimeters, going from 192.5 centimeters to roughly 196.9 centimeters, it was still noticeable when she stood beside him. As for the change, Mikoto didn't find it entirely shocking. Unlike women, who usually stop growing around 17 or 18, men can continue to gain height until about 21. Since Kanzu wasn't even 18 yet, a small increase wasn't unreasonable. Still, but this is really strange, she murmured, frowning slightly. It wasn't like this yesterday. The sudden change left her very confused. Height doesn't increase overnight, but there was no other explanation because until yesterday, his height had been slightly shorter. And it wasn't just his height she noticed, she also remembered subtly feeling, not long ago, that certain parts of him were thicker and larger than before. For his own height and other physical changes to have increased overnight, something must have happened. Yet, the only thing that came to mind was, wait, it's not because of what happened between Kansama and Kushina-chan, right? Mikoto immediately dismissed the thought as absurd. There was no way sleeping with a woman could make someone taller. If that were true, short men everywhere would be desperately chasing after women. Still, her guess wasn't entirely wrong. The growth wasn't caused by sleeping with Kushina, but it was connected to it. The true reason lay in the Uzumaki sage body that Kanzu had received as a reward. I didn't expect the Uzumaki sage body to come with this kind of benefit, Kanzu thought, confirming through the system that his sudden height increase was indeed one of its effects. The height increase had happened while he was briefly asleep beside Kushina after having been intimate with her, so he hadn't noticed it at all. But it did make him very satisfied. In addition to enhanced chakra, physical strength, stamina, recovery, and even visual prowess, the Uzumaki sage body had granted him an increase in height as well. Truly, the reward had been worth it. In fact, Kanza hadn't yet noticed that the changes to his body went beyond height alone. Even his physical proportions had grown, which only Mikoto seemed to have noticed in the moment. Had he realized, his satisfaction would have been far greater. But none of that mattered at the moment. What mattered were the clothes. With his sudden increase in height, most of them no longer fit quite right. Now, what am I going to wear? He muttered, scratching his head. Mikoto quickly searched through the cupboard and pulled out a pair of loose pants he didn't wear often. Kansama, try these, she said. They should fit. And for the turtleneck, she retrieved a slightly baggy long shirt and handed it to him, then said, They'll have everything adjusted by this evening. Very well. Kanza nodded, putting on the clothes she had given him. They weren't a perfect fit, but the difference wasn't too noticeable. Once dressed, he donned his green flak jacket, adjusted his gear, and said, Well, it's time for me to head out. Mikoto, now wearing a light nightgown over her underclothes, nodded. Then good luck out there. She rose on her toes and placed a gentle kiss on his lips. Yeah, Kanza replied with a faint smile. And you, get some rest when I am gone, understood? Yes, I will. She nodded softly, stifling a yawn. Fatigue was finally catching up to her now that she felt clean and relaxed after bathing with him. She hadn't closed her eyes once throughout the night, and after using her own body to washes in the bathroom earlier, the exhaustion weighed heavily, making the pull of drowsiness impossible to resist. With that, Kanzo left the mansion, heading toward the police station, while Makoto returned to their bedroom, longing for some much-needed rest. However, the moment she stepped inside, she frowned, sensing she wouldn't be able to sleep there. The thought that Kushina had shared this very room with her husband the previous night was impossible to ignore. Though the girl had tried to clean it, faint traces of what had happened still lingered, too many for Makoto to feel at ease. If she slept here, she knew she'd probably have disturbing thoughts about Kushina being with her husband, and she wanted no part of that. They'll sleep in the guest room and clean this place properly later, she decided, slipping out quietly and closing the door behind her. She made her way to the guest room, where the futon from last night was still laid out, and finally lay down, allowing sleep to overtake her at last. Uchiha Police Station, Kanehagakure, so how did it go? Kanzu asked the moment he entered the police headquarters. Ever since his orders were issued, every member of the police force had been working tirelessly to block ANBU operatives from leaving the village. Yesterday, we managed to stop all ANBU personnel who tried to leave, Suda reported, standing before him. But I'm afraid it'll be much harder today. By now, both ANBU and Sarutobi Hiruzen had likely realized that the police force was intentionally obstructing their movements. Their next step will be to send people out through other means disguised as ordinary shinobi on missions, or even as civilians and merchants. After all, the police force couldn't completely control who entered or exited the village. Even a day's delay serves its purpose, Kanzu replied calmly. To him, every second they stalled was a win. Delaying ANBU for an entire day had already exceeded his expectations. Besides, finding and convincing Senju Tsunade to return to Konoha wouldn't be easy. She was a wanderer with no fixed location. Tracking her down would take time. By now, the other great villages should have received the information we leaked, Kanzu thought, a faint glint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Let's see if they decide to make their move. If he could deliberately set off the third great shinobi war, the chaos that followed would grant him an immense harvest of evil points. Kazekage Office, Sunagakure, not long ago, Konoha's white fan took his own life, and now the third Hokage is injured. This is a golden opportunity. What do you think, Elder Chiyo? Asked the third Kazekage, his voice calm but weighted with intent. He had convened an emergency meeting of Sunagakure's leadership without delay. The Land of Fire had always been a tempting target in the eyes of Sunagakure. Across the shinobi continent lay dozens of nations, but only 5 stood above the rest, each represented by a great hidden village. Kanehagakure of the Land of Fire, Sunagakure of the Land of Wind, Iwagakure of the Land of Earth, Kimogakure of the Land of Lightning, and Kirigakure of the Land of Water, isolated beyond the mainland seas. Among them, Sunagakure, nestled within the harsh deserts of the Land of Wind, was the most resource-starved. Though its territory was vast, even larger than the Land of Fire, most of it was nothing but endless sand and scorching heat. By contrast, the Land of Fire and its village, Konoha, stood as the strongest and most prosperous among the 5 great nations. Naturally, the others watched them closely, waiting for even the slightest crack in their armor. Now, the crack had finally appeared. White Fang's death and the Hokage's injury were undeniable signs of weakness, and the leadership of Sunagakure was more than ready to exploit it. Kazeka-sama, Kiyo's younger brother, Ibiz, spoke up, his voice steady but cautious. We still haven't confirmed whether the Hokage is truly injured. What if the report about his condition is just a ruse? He paused, then added thoughtfully, the news of the Hokage's injury appeared out of nowhere. Something doesn't add up. We don't even know who he fought, and our spies have reported no signs of any battle. I suspect it might be a trap. You raise a fair point, the third Kazekage admitted after a brief silence. We'll investigate. First, no need to act rashly. Despite his agreement, The Kazekage couldn't dismiss his own unease. The opportunity was tempting, but the timing was too perfect. White Fang's suicide, followed so soon by the Hokage's supposed injury, the more he thought about it, the more it felt wrong. Something didn't fit. And so, the urge to declare war on Konoha was set aside for now. Sunagakure held its hand, deciding to gather more information before making a move. The other great villages were the same. Iwagakure, Kumobikure, and even Kirigakure all remained silent, watching, waiting, trying to gather information. Even the notoriously impulsive and militaristic ninjas of Kumo chose to move cautiously, their usual recklessness tempered by suspicion. Although their caution followed standard procedure, their hesitation was still a mistake. Acting recklessly without verification would have been foolish, but by doubting too much, they were letting a rare opportunity slip right through their fingers. Hokage residence. Konohagakure, who leaked the news? Hiruzen's expression was grim. The entire Shinobi world had already caught wind of his injury. I have a suspect, Fugaka replied. You mean Uchiha Kanzu? Hiruzen asked, his voice low. That's right. Fugaka nodded. Whether Kanzu was truly responsible or not didn't matter. Placing the blame on him was always the safest move. And to be fair, Kanzu's recent actions were suspicious. Blocking the ANBU from leaving the village, for instance, it seemed almost deliberate, as if Head wanted to prevent the Hokage from seeking out Tsunade for treatment. What exactly is Uchiha Kanzu trying to accomplish? Hiruzen muttered, frowning as doubt clouded his thoughts. If Kanzu had indeed orchestrated this, what was his true goal? The other villages know him injured, he murmured, the weight of the situation pressing on him. Will they move now? Is Kanzu trying to provoke a war? Ignoring the dull ache pulsing behind his temples, Hiruzen straightened his back and started toward the Hokage building. His mind heavy with unease. His injuries were real, and the damage to his mental fortitude was not something that could be easily healed. Yet he couldn't allow anyone to confirm the true extent of his condition. If the other great villages learned how serious his injuries were, they would bare their fangs without hesitation. If war broke out with just one nation, Konoha could handle it. Even Kumogakure, with all its aggression and military strength, wouldn't be able to defeat them alone. But if multiple great villages joined forces, the pressure on Konoha would become unbearable. Uchiha Kanzu truly is a cancer, Hiruzen muttered through gritted teeth, anger flickering in his tired eyes. Kanzu had already arrested his own disciple, Jiraiya, now mockingly known throughout the village as P. Jiraiya-sama. Once hailed as one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya's reputation had crumbled overnight. And as his teacher, Hiruzen's image had been dragged down with him. Whispers had begun spreading across Konoha, claiming that even the Hokage couldn't keep his own disciple in check. Some rumors even claimed that Sarutobi Hiruzen was no different from his disciple, that the master and student were both nothing more than perverts who peeped on women bathing. Whispers spread quickly. A man so immoral and incompetent had no right to be Hokage. According to Hiruzen's investigation, however, this smear campaign wasn't orchestrated by Uchiha Kanzu, but by Shimura Dance. It was surprising, but only slightly. That man never missed a chance to drag him down. Have the ANBU keep a close watch on the Uchiha police force, Hiruzen ordered curtly. To him, it was no longer Konoha's police force. It had become the private military arm of the Uchiha clan, a force loyal not to the village, but to Uchiha Kanzu. In recent months, their numbers had also swelled dramatically, with both shinobi and civilians joining their ranks. Kanzu's ambition to expand the police force's influence was anything but subtle. And yet, no matter how large it grew, Hiruzen knew its purpose remained singular: to serve and strengthen the Uchiha clan above all else. Not Konoha, but the Uchiha clan. Many who joined the police force did so merely to bask in its growing reputation, and it didn't take long for them to begin abusing their newfound authority. By now, the Uchiha police force had become infamous. Few among its ranks could still be called decent. If Hiruzen were in any condition to confront Uchiha Kanza directly, he would have purged the entire organization without hesitation. Their behavior had already angered countless villagers, and relations between the Uchiha and other clans had worsened drastically. The situation with the Hyuga clan was the most severe. Ever since Hyuga Hayashi had led the charge against Kanzu, the Hyuga had become the prime targets of the Uchiha police. Kanza's subordinates harassed them without restraint. Arrests, intimidation, and humiliation became common occurrences. One after another, members of both the main and branch families had been taken into custody. Fear now gripped the Hyuga compound. Many dared not even step outside, terrified they'd be arrested for the slightest pretext. Sigh, what wrong did I commit to end up dealing with someone this troublesome? Hiruzen thought wearily, the throbbing in his head growing worse. Konoha Library, How to Avoid Pregnancy. How to avoid pregnancy, let's see, murmured a young kunoichi with short brown hair as she flipped through a scroll discussing female fertility and prevention methods. Of course, the kunoichi wasn't really who she appeared to be. It was Uzumaki Kushina, disguised with a transformation jutsu. She was quietly scouring the medical section of Konoha's library, searching for any information she could find on how to prevent pregnancy. Although she knew she wasn't in her ovulation days of the menstrual cycle, so the chances of any lasting consequence were actually low, and she had even made sure to thoroughly wash herself after returning to her home, fear still lingered. What had taken place between them remained on her mind for several hours. What if she had miscalculated? What if something unexpected resulted? Unwilling to take any chances, Kushina went to the Konoha Library, hoping to find clarity and learn ways to prevent pregnancy at all costs. This kind of subject was covered back at the Ninja Academy to prepare kunoichi for every situation, but it had been years since she had studied any of it, so she needed to refresh her memory. Still, she felt too ashamed to look up such material as herself. She didn't want anyone to notice or suspect anything. It would be disastrous if someone connected the dots of her researching this kind of stuff. That same fear kept her from going to the Konoha hospital to consult a medical need. If word got out about what had happened to her, people would talk, people would misunderstand, people would raise questions, and she'd lose all dignity. So she chose to research on her own, hoping to find some clear answers and methods, of course. She still intended to take revenge on Kanzu for what he had done to her, but for now, this was her top priority. And so she continued her research, pretending to be absorbed in a general medical text while secretly reading about various methods to prevent pregnancy. As she read, the sound of footsteps approached her table. Moments later, two somewhat familiar voices reached her ears. "Oh, there's so many books here, I hate books," one complained. "If that's the case, then why did you come to the library?" the other asked, clearly annoyed. "Obviously, because I couldn't think of anywhere else to go," the first replied. The moment she heard their voices, Kushina froze. Dakai-san and Naoki-san? She turned her head slightly to the side, stealing a glance, and her heart skipped a beat. It really was them. What are they doing here? She thought, startled and uneasy. Then a more dreadful thought crossed her mind. Wait, if those two are here, doesn't that mean Minato-kun might be here too? After all, Dakai, Naoki, and Minato were all part of the same squad. The possibility that Minato might be with them made Kushina instantly self-conscious. The urge to run away struck her. She couldn't face him. She didn't know how. Not after what had happened to her, not after what she had lost. Shame weighed on her chest, and she felt dirty. Instinctively, she stood up to leave, terrified that if Minato showed up, he would see her, and she couldn't let that happen. She panicked so much that she completely forgot she was under a transformation jutsu. Gathering the books she'd been reading, Kushina hurriedly got to her feet and began to walk away. Naoki glanced at her for a moment, suspicion flickering in his eyes, wondering why the kunoichi seemed so desperate to leave. But before he could think further, Dakai's voice drew his attention. "So how exactly are we supposed to find anything that'll help us get Jiraiya-sensei and Minato out of prison?" Those words made Kushina freeze in place. "Huh? What? Jiraiya-sensei and Minato-kun out of prison? What do they mean, get them out of the prison? She stood suspiciously beside a shelf, half-hidden, straining to hear Dakai and Naoki's conversation. I don't know. To be honest, Naoki said, picking up a book head left on the table, a text on law, police powers, and judicial limits. We're here to see if there's a legal way to get them out sooner. Do we really have to read all of these? Dakai grumbled, picking one up as well with not so eager expression. Not if we find something useful before we finish them, Naoki shrugged. And if we don't? Dakai asked. Then we pick more and keep looking, Naoki replied. Such a pain, Dakai complained. I told you not to complain, Naoki shot back, glaring. I'm not complaining, I'm just Dakai began defensively. You're just what? Naoki pressed, frowning. Nothing, Dakai muttered, flipping through the pages. After a few lines about dense legal procedures, he looked up at Naoki and said, why don't we just try to bust Minato and Jiraiya-sensei out of prison? Did you even see the security around the police station? We'd be lucky just getting close to Minato or Jiraiya-sensei without being caught. And breaking them out? That's even harder. Besides, we still don't know exactly where they're being held. Naoki replied, then continued. Even if we did manage to free them, what then? Jiraiya-sensei was arrested under formal charges, and while Minato's only being held under suspicion, he suddenly stopped, feeling someone standing behind him. Lifting his head, he turned to look. You are the Kunoichi from earlier? Dakai also glanced toward the brown-haired Kunoichi, wondering what it was that she wanted. Kushina placed both hands on the table and asked sharply, what did you just say about Minato-kun? He's been imprisoned? Naoki didn't answer right away. Instead, he asked cautiously, who are you? Naturally, he wasn't about to discuss Minato's imprisonment with someone he didn't recognize. Hearing his question, Kushina quickly realized the two hadn't recognized her. Without hesitation, she dispelled her transformation jutsu, revealing her true self. The moment she heard that Minato was in trouble, all other concerns vanished. Shame, fear, secrecy, none of it mattered anymore. She only cared about Minato's well-being. Kushina-san? Uzumaki Kushina? Both Naoki and Dakai exclaimed in surprise. As Minato's squad mates, they were familiar with the girl he liked at least well enough to greet her in passing. They couldn't help but wonder why she had been disguising herself. But before they could ask, Kushina leaned forward urgently. Tell me, she demanded, what did you just say about Minato-kun being imprisoned? Naoki and Dakai exchanged a glance before Naoki spoke carefully. Kushina-san, don't tell us you really didn't know that Jiraiya-sensei and Minato have been imprisoned? I knew about Jiraiya-sama, she admitted quickly, but Minato-kun, this is the first I'm hearing of it. Her voice grew tense as she pressed. When was he imprisoned? Why? Who arrested him? Who else but the Uchiha police force? Dakai replied bluntly. Naoki nodded. It happened not long after Jiraiya-sensei's arrest. As for the reason, he suspected of the same crime as Jiraiya-sensei. Kushina's heart sank. Of course, she thought bitterly. I left early with Mikoto that day. No wonder I didn't know anything about this. Her hands trembled as she asked. And what do you mean he was imprisoned for the same reason as Jiraiya-sama? That's absurd. Minato-kun would never do something like that. Yeah, well, you'd better tell that to the Uchiha police force, Naoki sighed. Dakai added, we tried to see them, but the police wouldn't let us in. Even Hokage-sama isn't meeting anyone right now. He paused, frustration evident in his voice, before continuing. And the worst part? They don't even have any proof against Minato. Kushina's breath hitched, growing sharp and uneven. Her hands clenched into trembling fists. You mean they've locked Minato up without any proof? Until he's proven innocent, Naoki said grimly. I see, Kushina murmured, her entire body trembling as she slowly turned and began to walk away. Kushina-san, where are you going? Naoki and Dakai called after her. But Kushina didn't respond. Her mind was swirling with too many thoughts to focus. Yet with each step she took, everything slowly narrowed into a single, burning thought. Uchiha, Kanzi, you bastard, if you think you can lock up Minato-kun like that. You've got another thing coming. With that, she left the library straight toward the police station. Back in the Konoha library, Naoki and Dakai exchanged uneasy looks. Shishi's not actually going to the police station, is she? Dakai asked nervously. Naoki let out a sigh. Let's go after her. I've got a feeling Kushina-sen really might. Without wasting another moment, both of them stood up and hurried out after her. As Minato's squad mates, they felt a sense of responsibility toward the girl he cared about. After all, Minato had risked his life countless times for their sake. They couldn't just stand by and watch Kushina walk straight into trouble. Chapter 65.1 Uzumaki Kushina comes to the door police station. Kanagacore Patriarch. Uzumaki Kushina is here to see you. Finally here, huh? Thought Kanzu, chuckling internally and nodded calmly. Let her in. You all leave for now. He had already anticipated that Kushina would come to see him. The moment she hears from Namikaze's Minato's squad mate that he had been arrested, there was no way she would be able to sit still. Sure enough, soon after the Klansman in his office left, a loud bang echoed through the hallway as the office door flew open, nearly torn off its hinges by a powerful punch. Kushina stormed in, her face burning with anger. Uchiha Kanzu, how dare you arrest Minato-kun? She had already been unsure of how to face Minato after what happened. But then came the shocking news that had been taken away by the police force, labeled as an accomplice of Jiraiya. As for Jiraiya, peeping on the women's bathhouse in Konoha, Kushina didn't doubt that for a second. She absolutely believed that the lecherous old man could do something like that. But Minato would never do something like that. Kushina trusted his character completely. My office door is broken. How do you plan to compensate for that? Kanzu asked calmly, his tone light and mocking. Compensate? Kushina clenched her teeth in anger and threw a punch at him. With no Makoto around, she could finally take a swing at this bastard. Hey, race the compensation, take it with you to your grave. D. She roared as she swung her hand at his face. Smack! Her fist was caught midair. Kanzu's hand clamped around it effortlessly. After acquiring the Uzumaki Sage body, his strength had increased significantly. Attacking the captain of the Konoha police force? That too in his office, well. I commend your guts, but guts alone won't get you far enough, and there are consequences for certain actions. Shall I arrest you right now? Kanzu asked with a smirk. Go ahead and try. Do you think Uzumaki Kushina, would be scared of you? She snapped back, still trying to break free. But no matter how hard she struggled, Kanzu's grip didn't budge an inch. Even her full strength wasn't enough to free her hand from his grasp, which deeply shocked her because she hadn't met anyone so far who could hold her. Damn bastard, don't mess with me. Kushina swung her free hand, aiming a punch at Kanzu's smug face. But Kanzu quickly stepped back, then yanked the fist he was already holding, pulling Kushina straight into his arms. With both arms, he locked her in place, restraining her completely. Her limbs were pinned, and with her arms trapped. She couldn't even weave hand signs for ninjutsu. From a distance, the scene might have looked like a loving couple embracing, if one ignored the fury burning in Kushina's eyes. Chakra surged violently from her body, furious and untamed. The sheer pressure of it could shake the room itself. But Kanzu didn't budge. Having inherited the Uzumaki Sage body in its purest form, Kanzu's chakra reserves were now even more terrifying than Kushina's. Unless she could tap into the power of the Nine Tails, she wouldn't be able to overwhelm him, neither in quantity nor in quality. And obviously, with Nine Tails under his control, she can't tap into its power, not unless he allows it. Come on, we're technically partners in a crime who even shared a bed. Are you trying to kill the man you held on to and begged to in Euphoria just last night? Shut up. Hearing Kanzu say that only made Kushina even angrier. If she were Uchiha, the sheer hatred she felt for Kanzu right now might have been enough to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, it wasn't witnessing the death of loved ones that truly triggered it. It was intense emotional turmoil, and Kushina was overflowing with it. Such anger, even though your seal is stable. If your emotions spiral out of control, the Nine Tails could still take over. Yak now, Kanzu said, still holding her tightly. Obviously, This was a lie he spoke to shock Kushina. And sure enough, it worked. You know about the Nine Tails? Kushina stared at Kanzu in shock. Very few people were aware of the beast sealed inside her. Being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was one of Konoha's most closely guarded secrets, and barely anyone was supposed to know. Not even Namake's Minato knew this secret. At least, not yet. She had purposely kept it from him, fearing that if he found out. How do you know I'm the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? She demanded. Kushina-chan, have you already forgotten what happened between us last night? Kanzu said with a faint, knowing smile. You were my arms, and I violated you in the most intimate way possible. Did you really think I wouldn't notice the thing hidden inside you? Kanzu's words pricked through her heart. As much as she wanted to deny it, what he said made sense, and the realization left her hollow. The thought that he had uncovered her deepest secret without her even noticing once again filled her with shame and unease. But Kanzu seemed entirely unfazed. With a dismissive tone, he said casually anyway, let's put that aside for now. You didn't come here to talk about the Nine Tails. You came because of Namake's Minato. His words snapped Kushina back to reality, and glaring at him, she spoke with clenched teeth. Let me go. I think we're communicating just fine like this. No need to let go, said Kanzu, taking advantage of the situation and holding her firmly in place. You damn bastard. Baring her teeth. With her body restrained by Kanzu, Kushina couldn't move, so she did the only thing she could and leaned forward to bite him. Oi, that's a bit rude. Are you also a fox? Kanzu said, dodging easily, his tone light and mocking. Too bad you missed. Then, with a sly grin, he added, don't worry, Kushina-chan, it'll soon give you something worth biting down your throat. The words carried a layered meaning that flew right over Kushina's innocent head, but she still felt that he was talking about something humiliating. Realizing there was no way to overpower Kanzu, Kushina clenched her teeth and asked, what will it take for you to release Minato-kun? Well, Namake's Minato can't be released. His teacher, P. Jiraiya-sama, was caught for the crime of peeping at the women's bathhouse. Who's to say his student didn't do the same? What if he was involved too? I can't just release him. Minato-kun is nothing like him. He would never do something like that. Kushina snapped. She knew Minato's character better than anyone. There was no way he'd ever stoop to such behavior. Damn, that Jiraiya. He got caught and even dragged Minato down with him. How what you say doesn't matter. It has to be investigated properly. Just wait patiently while I conduct the investigation. If Namake's Minato turns out to be innocent, I'll release him. Release Namake's Minato? Of course not. If he were released, how would Kanzu make Kushina willingly dance in the palm of his hand? Then, when do you plan to finish this so-called investigation? Kushina demanded angrily. It's hard to say. Kanzu replied with a faint smile. Maybe a month or two, maybe a year or more. But don't worry, if he's truly innocent, they'll see to it that his name is cleared. Uchiha Kanzu, patriarch of the Uchiha clan and captain of the Konoha military police force, give you my word. That should be enough to assure you of my sincerity, shouldn't it? Kushina clenched her teeth. Sincerity? What she felt was anything but that. This bastard had no intention of releasing Minato. She could feel it. He clearly had another motive entirely. Feeling Kanzu's gaze lingering on her, Kushina suddenly realized what his true goal might be. Actually, Kanzu continued casually, I'd love to clear Namake's Minato's name. I mean, his dream is to become Hokage, right? But if his reputation is ruined, will he still have a chance? You despicable bastard, she growled. How could someone be this despicable and shameless? What did innocence even mean when it was Uchiha Kanzu who decided everything once someone was arrested? Kushina was certain that this bastard would go as far as falsifying evidence just to ruin Minato's reputation. She had heard all about the actions of Uchiha Kanzu's so-called Konoha police force, how they terrorized the village, to the point that even the proud Hyuga clan were too afraid to step outside of their homes. What will it take for you to release Minato-kun? Kushina asked through gritted teeth. Kanzu stared at her, a faint smile curling on his lips. Do I really need to say it out loud? I think you've already guessed my intention. You're not so stupid that you can't figure it out, right? He was certain Kushina would understand. And she did. She had a clear idea now. Uchiha Kansas aim was her. If she was willing to pay the price, let Minato go. Make your choice, Kushina-chan. I always give people the opportunity to choose. Kanzu released her, then began tapping his index finger against the armrest. The rhythmic tapping grated on Kushina's nerves, irritation flashing across her face as she snapped. Can you stop doing that? I cannot. This is my office. I could do whatever I please. Kanzu shrugged casually. If it bothers you that much, you're free to leave. No one's forcing you to stay. Then, leaning back, he added with a smirk, still, I suggest you think carefully about what I said. You've already lost what mattered most. So would giving yourself up a second time really change anything? Compared to Namikaze Minato's future, isn't that a small sacrifice to make? His tone was almost soothing, as if he were offering comfort. Kushina's eyes reddened as she glared at Kanzu, her gaze burning with fury, as though she could tear him apart with her stare alone. Staring at me won't change anything, Kanzu said coldly. Hurry up and make your decision. I don't have time to waste all day. He had no intention of giving Kushina time to think. This was a moment that called for swift, decisive action. Let Minato-kun go first. The moment she said those words, her choice was made. A faint smirk tugged at the corners of Kanzu's mouth. It might seem like a simple decision, but to him, this was just the beginning. Of course, even if he knew she had made the decision, he was still not going to make things easy. If I let Namikaze Minato go now, what if you go back on your word? Kanzu replied lazily. Namikaze Minato stays where he is for now. Fine. You said it yourself. I hope you keep your word, Kushina said through clenched teeth. No witties. I'm an honest guy and a man of my word, so long as I'm satisfied. I'd consider letting Namikaze Minato go. Kanzu replied, his smile turning arrogant. Kushina shot him a look of pure disdain. Honest? You? She thought bitterly. You don't even know the meaning of a word. Come on, let's go to your place, said Kanzu, standing up. My house. Kushina frowned. Yeah, why not? Unless you'd prefer coming to mine. I wouldn't mind, but I'm not sure Mikoto would feel the same. The moment Kanzu mentioned Mikoto, Kushina relented. Still, the idea of taking Kanzu back to her own home made her skin crawl. She didn't want this man's presence polluting her space. Just the thought of him in her house was enough to give her nightmares. We could go to a hotel or somewhere else, she suggested stiffly. Don't be stupid. If the Uchiha Patriarch is seen entering a hotel with a habanero, won't that cause scandalous rumors? Do you want such rumors to circulate? Said Kanzu as if looking at a fool. We could just use transformation jutsu. Snorted Kushina. We can, but someone might notice something strange, and I don't feel like going to a hotel. I want to visit your house, Kanzu said, voice light, but his eyes cold. If you're not up for it, that's fine. They'll just go ahead and have Namikaze Minato formally charged. He stood up casually, making no effort to soften the threat in his tone. Fine you. Can. Cool me. To. My. House. Kushina said through gritted teeth, forcing the words out one by one. See? That's more like it, Kanzu said, pinching her cheek with a smirk as her face flushed with rage. But I'd still like to remind you, you're the one begging me. So lower your attitude. The moment he said those words, Kushina only became angrier. No wonder they used to call you Tomato when you were a kid. You really do look like one, Kanzu said, pulling Kushina's cheeks with amusement. Your face is so red. Are you blushing? I'm furious. I swear, they'll punch your face flat. Kushina roared, swatting his hand away. She hated being called Tomato. As a child, anyone who dared use that nickname ended up bruised and battered. Those actions had earned her the title of Red Hot-Blooded Habanero. All right, let's go to your home. Come on, lead the way. Kanzu ignored her growing irritation, his smug smile remaining unchanged. After today, he was certain she'd be even more infuriated. Kushina snorted and the two left from the back window of the office, making their way to her home, which is located at a certain corner of the village at the same time. Dakai and Naoki, who had been hiding nearby, secretly watching the police station grew increasingly uneasy. It had been quite a while since Kushina went inside, yet she still hadn't come out. Did something go wrong? Dakai muttered. She wouldn't have been imprisoned too, right? Naoki asked, worry creeping into his voice. The two exchanged uncertain looks, torn between going in to check on her or waiting a little longer. But before they could decide, a calm, yet menacing voice spoke from right behind them. You two, what exactly do you think you're doing, spying on the police station? They froze. Uchiha Suda stood behind them, his hands already resting on their shoulders. They didn't even realize when he appeared behind them. Crap, we've been found out. They both panicked inwardly. Their eyes met briefly. Should they run or try to talk their way out? They didn't get the chance. Suda's Sharingan caught their subtle attempt to communicate as he tightened his grip, making escape impossible. How about you two come with me quietly? He said with a deceptively pleasant smile. If you try to run, things could get ugly. But if you cooperate, you might just keep your arms and legs intact. Despite the gentle tone, the threat was unmistakable. Their last bit of hope was shattered when they noticed 3 more Uchiha officers standing on the rooftops above, watching them closely, their hands already on their weapons. Even if they somehow slipped away from the chief of staff of the police force, escaping from 4 Uchiha Jonin was impossible. Resigned, the two slowly raised their hands. Welcome, they said in unison. Good decision, Suda replied with a smile. Chapter 65.2 Uzumaki Kushina opens the doors of her house are 18. This is your place? Kanza looked around and frowned. Not every woman can be like Mikoto, I suppose. Though the house wasn't dirty. It was cluttered and disorganized, something that sort of irritated Kanzu, who had recently gotten used to extreme tidiness with Mikoto taking charge of his mansion. From the look of the place, it was obvious that Kushina wasn't someone who fussed over housekeeping as Mikoto was. In a sense, Mikoto might even have a bit of OCD, but whatever if you don't like it. You can leave, Kushina snapped, barely containing her irritation. She was desperate for this bastard to get out. You want me to leave? Kanza chuckled. Are you sure you won't regret it if I walk out right now? A threat. Another damn threat. Oh, right. I just remembered something. You agreed last time that if you came to beg me, you'd call me daddy again. I'm waiting, Kanzu said with a smug grin, recalling her words from before. Never happening. Don't push your luck, Kushina snapped, her hand twitching as if she were about to drive a kunai clean through a smug face. Kanzu said nothing in response. He simply turned around and walked to the door. Wait. Seeing him leave, Kushina panicked. She knew that if he walked out now, he'd absolutely pin some fabricated charge on Minato and ruin his reputation. In doing this for Minato-kun, she thought through gritted teeth, hatred blazing in her eyes. Every part of her resisted, but she forced the words out with clenched fists. Daddy. Kanza paused and glanced back. Daddy? What? He asked. His tone made it clear he wasn't satisfied. Kushina felt a murderous urge, but she lacked the strength to act. Her hands trembled as she squeezed them tighter and forced the plea again. Daddy, please don't go. Kanzu smirked in satisfaction. Good. That's what I wanted to hear, Kushina-chan. As expected, the feeling of control, the power to manipulate others was intoxicating. No wonder the villain system had chosen him. He had never been a good man to begin with. Well then, it's time for you to get down to business with Daddy, Kanzu said, turning toward her. His approach made panic flash across Kushina's face. Even though what had happened between them before had already taken place, her memories of that night were hazy, blurred by confusion and shock. But now, faced with the stark reality of what was about to happen again, her panic surged. Wait, she stammered. Wait? Why wait? Wouldn't you rather get this over with quickly? He said, showing no concern for whether Kushina was ready. Ignoring her attempts to resist, he pulled her along quickly toward the other room. She struggled against him, landing a few punches on his back. Wait, you bastard! She cried out. But Kanza didn't slow down. In fact, for every punch she gave him, he responded with a firm shove on her back, murmuring with a grin, "Bow to me, mercy had never been a part of his nature." Compared to the rest of the house, Kushina's bedroom was noticeably cleaner and better organized. A single bed sat in one corner beside a curtained window, with a small bookshelf filled with books and scrolls positioned behind the headboard. The bed itself was piled with over a dozen pillows and cushions, some with cute, expressive faces that reminded Kanzu of emojis, while others were shaped like snacks, such as rice cakes or cookies. On the opposite side stood a small dresser topped with a night lamp and a photo frame. Inside it, the picture of an elderly woman with a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. Beside the dresser sat a neatly placed aloe vera plant with long leaves. A few posters adorned the walls, one bearing the spiral symbol of the Uzumaki clan. A full-length mirror stood near the cupboards, completing the layout. The air carried a faint, lingering aroma of ramen spices from the kitchen, mingled with the soft, floral hint of aloe vera, together forming a space that perfectly reflected the warmth and liveliness of the personal space belonging to a teenage girl. Fufu, your bedroom's rather cute, Kushina-chan, Kanza chuckled, glancing around the room. I don't need your opinion. Kushina snapped from over his shoulder, anger lacing her voice. Now let go of me. Fufu Kanzu only laughed softly. Turning around, he shut the bedroom door with a quiet thud. In that instant, the room that had once been her sanctuary, the one place she had always felt safe, no longer felt that way. It wasn't just the wooden door closing. It was the last barrier falling between her and escape. No more running. No more pretending this nightmare hadn't already begun. Her heart pounded like a war drum in her chest, each beat screaming at her to fight. To flee, but how? Where'd she go? Everything she cared about dangled just out of reach, especially Minato, held captive by the very man now turning the lock with deliberate slowness, his eyes gleaming with predatory amusement. She still struggled, gasping, "Let go of me." "As you wish," Kanzu replied coolly. With a swift motion, he tossed her onto the bed. Thud! She landed with a muffled thud, the impact knocking the breath from her lungs as she bounced once on the mattress and crashed on the pillows before she tried to scramble upright in a tangle of limbs and anger. But he was already on her, knees framing her hips. One hand pressed to the mattress beside her head, trapping her in place. "Kushina-chan," he murmured in a low voice, exhaling hot breath against her lips as his gaze lingered on her beautiful yet panicked face. He brushed a few strands of red hair behind her ears, wanting an unobstructed view of those furious eyes. Then, with a faint, taunting smile, he said, "It's time for you to do what you agreed to. Let go of me, you bastard," she hissed, her voice taut with fury and a tremor she despised herself for. Her hands flew to his chest, pushing hard, nails digging into his skin as she twisted, trying to break free. "This isn't happening. Not again. Not here. Not in my own home. Not in my bedroom. Need I remind you, Kushina-chan, that Namikaze Minato is still in prison?" Kanzu said smoothly. "You wouldn't want to see Minato-kun lose his mini-toe for the crimes he's accused of, would you?" The words hit her like a jolt. Her entire body went rigid beneath his weight, the nails that had been clawing at his chest beginning to tremble. In that instant, all the strength drained from her limbs. "It's for Minato-kun," the thought burned through her mind as her resistance faltered. In that moment, Kanzu's eyes gleamed as he leaned in, his lips finding hers, soft and teasing at first, then deepening into something firmer, more deliberate. A shiver ran down her spine despite the revulsion twisting in her chest. "I hate you, I hate this," she gasped between breaths. "Is that so?" Kanzu chuckled, his tone dripping with mockery. "Go on then. Hate me all you want. It's not like I love you or anything either." His grin widened as he added, "But to say you hate this, well, maybe I can change your mind about that." His experience with women was a weapon in itself. Years spent mastering the art of control, reading every flinch, every intake of breath, and turning resistance into trembling surrender. He didn't force compliance. He drew it out, coaxing with deliberate precision, and that was exactly what he intended to do here, as his lips trailed lightly from her mouth to her jaw and smooth chin, nipping and sucking once before capturing her earlobe between his teeth. On a soft, involuntary breath slipped from her lips as he sucked and bit, his tongue flicking out to trace the delicate curve of her ear. "See that?" he murmured, pausing to meet her gaze with a low chuckle. "You can hate me all you like, Kushina-chan, but your body, Fufu, it's always going to be honest." His tone dripped with mockery as he teased her for that soft, helpless breath shed, just let slip. Kushina didn't respond. She silently turned her head away, staring at the curtains instead, her fists clenched tight at her sides as frustration simmered inside her. At the same time, she cursed herself silently for reacting like that, just from a kiss and the teasing flick of his tongue against her ear. "Silent, are we?" he murmured, raising an eyebrow. "I wonder, though, is the rest of your body just as quiet?" His hand slid lower from her stomach, pressing gently against the warmth blooming there despite her will. "Yep, not your body. It's not so silent," he chuckled, giving her stomach a light pat. Shut up," she snapped, her face flushing crimson with shame. "If you want me to shut up, you'll have to make me," Kanza mocked, his tone dripping with amusement. "But we both know you're not capable of that." His other hand slid up to cup her cheek, guiding her face back toward his. "So why don't you just do what I want instead? Maybe then he'll shut up, or maybe I won't." Before she could respond, he leaned in and captured her lips in a proper, claiming kiss. He closed the distance between them, pressing forward despite her rigid posture and the clear refusal in her eyes. She wanted to twist away, to turn her head and shove him off, her mind screaming over and over, "No, stop, get off me." But she couldn't bring herself to resist, whether from fear or because his earlier warning had already broken her will. Under his relentless persistence, the slow drag of his tongue along the seam of her lips drew a frustrated, surrendering gasp as they parted for him. Even that brief opening was enough for him to slip his tongue inside, tasting her where last night's sake-sweet surrender had turned into the sharp bitterness of anger, defiance, and the faint salt of tears seeping from her tightly shut eyes. Choo-choo wet, muffled sounds filled the quiet room as he deepened the kiss, his tongue coaxing hers into a reluctant, swirling dance that stole her breath in short, trembling huffs. Ha-ha, Kushina's mind kept screaming, "Stop! I don't want this, stop, you monster!" But no words escaped her lips, and her body, still tender and treacherously sensitive, began to yield beneath his practiced touch. The tilt of his head, the glide of his thumb along her jaw, the heat of his body pressing into hers, it all chipped away at her defenses, softening the sharp edges of her fury into something warmer, unwanted, and dangerously familiar. Another faint slipped from her throat before she could stop it, and she despised it. Despised how her fingers loosened their grip on his arm, how her back arched ever so slightly toward him, betraying her will. No, she gasped, breaking the kiss as her lips parted, swollen and glistening. Her cheeks burned, not only with anger, but with the humiliating warmth of betrayed sensation. "This is a nightmare, just a nightmare, it'll wake up soon. And it'll all be over," she kept repeating in her mind. Even as the kiss grew hungrier, Kanza's tongue delving deeper with practiced ease while his free hand roamed without restraint. It traced the line of her collarbone, lingered over the quick flutter of her pulse, then drifted lower, palm cupping the soft, conical swell of her breast through the fabric of her blouse. Every touch ignited a heat she loathed. Each brush of his hand made her squirm, and no matter how many times she told herself it was just a nightmare, her body kept betraying her, learning, with dreadful certainty, that this was no dream at all. Yet she still clung to denial, whispering in her mind, "And no, this is just a nightmare, it has to be," as if reading her thoughts. Kanzu murmured to her in amusement, "Fufu Kushina-chan, it doesn't matter what you tell yourself. You already know what's real and what's not." Then, as though to prove his words, his hand drifted lower, settling at her waist. His thumb began tracing slow. He traced slow, deliberate circles, each motion sending a sharp, unwanted jolt through her. "I don't," she gasped against his mouth, pushing at his shoulder, her body arching away. His hand didn't stop, gliding down her side to grip her hip, holding her still before slipping beneath her shirt. Rough fingertips brushed the soft skin of her stomach, sending tremors through her. She hated the heat coiling low within her, hated how her breath caught when his palms spread against her ribs. She tried to pull away, voice breaking. "This isn't me. I don't want this." Tears burned at the corners of her eyes as she turned her head away, breathing unevenly. Hot, angry, desperate, humiliated. "Stop touching me like that. I hate this." Kanzu drew back just enough to meet her gaze, his abyssal dark eyes locking onto hers, violet and burning with fear, fury, and resistance. Amusement and hunger flickered in his dark stare as his lips hovered inches from hers. "Hate this, do you? Then why's your heart racing so fast, Kushina-chan?" He teased, his voice low and mocking. "Your heartbeat says something very different, almost like you're nervous." His grip on her shoulder tightened, just firm enough to catch her off guard, and she made a soft, surprised sound. Immediately, he chuckled softly, amusement glinting in his eyes. "I knew it. Look at you, grinning like that. You keep saying you don't enjoy this, but deep down, you do, just like you did last time we played." Then his voice dropped to a low, teasing murmur as he added, "You're just too proud to admit it. That's fine. We can keep going this way if you like." "And no, I don't like this." Kushina stammered, her voice trembling. "It's all right," Kanzu replied with a bright, mocking smile. "If you're too shy to admit it, that's fine. Daddy won't force you." He completely ignored the fear in her eyes as he shifted his weight, his gaze raking slowly down her body as if she were something to be claimed. "Now then, Kushina-chan, it's time." Her eyes widened, a fresh wave of dread crashing through her. "And no, please." Don't. The words slipped out before she could stop them, small, broken, her voice cracking under the raw edge of fear. Kanzu paused, tilting his head as a low, mocking laugh rumbled in his chest. "Fufu don't?" "Oh, Kushina-chan, you begged for this the moment you walked through that door. Remember? For Namikaze Minato's sake?" His grip on her tightened, pulling her closer. Kushina's breath hitched, her hands flew up instinctively, palms pressing against his chest in a desperate attempt to push him away. A fragile barrier against the creeping exposure. Please don't make me." Her voice trembled, thin and fragile, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. But his gaze only darkened, that abyssal black swallowing her plea whole. "Hands down, Kushina-chan," he warned, his voice dropping into a silken, dangerous tone. "Or should I send a message to the prison? Have them immediately file proper charges against Namikaze Minato? It wouldn't take me a minute to turn him from a mere suspect into a confirmed criminal, and perhaps," his lips curved into a cruel smile, "I could even arrange a little extra, just like I did with Jiraiya. How about I have Minato paraded the same way?" The threat cut through her like a kunai. Her hands froze midair before falling limp to her sides, fingers curling tightly into the sheets as defeat sank in. For Minato-kun, just endure it for him, she told herself, squeezing her eyes shut. A choked sob caught at her throat. She hated the sound, hated the way her body stayed pliant beneath his gaze, exposed and defenseless. "Good girl," Kanzu purred, satisfaction curling his lips as he peeled the haori from her shoulders and tossed it aside like discarded cloth. His hands moved to her blouse next, fingers deft and unhurried as they worked the ties loose, each tug exposing another inch of trembling skin. The cool air brushed against her, raising goosebumps she despised. When the blouse finally hung open, he slipped it off completely, leaving her in nothing but the thin mesh undershirt and her white bra that clung to her curves like a second skin. "See? That wasn't so hard yet." She bit down hard on her lip, the sharp tang of copper filling her mouth as revulsion twisted through her. "Why does it have to be this way? Why does it have to be me?" Without hesitation, his fingers caught the hem of her mesh undershirt and dragged it upward in one smooth motion. The rough weave rasped against her skin, SHFF bunching at her ribs and breasts, before he pulled it higher, over her head. Her arms lifted weakly, moving on instinct despite the silent scream echoing inside her. Cool air rushed over her exposed skin, making her shiver. "Please stop," she whispered, her voice trembling and barely audible. Her arms twitched, wanting to cross over her chest, but froze the instant his sharp gaze cut through her. "Stop," he echoed with a low, mocking laugh. "Foo-foo, but we're just getting to the fun part." His tone dripped with cruelty and amusement as his fingers reached forward, the fastener giving way with a soft click. Her garment fell open. She loosened her bra straps and slipped the garment off her shoulders, letting it fall to the floor. "Now, bear," she took a slow breath. She stood trembling slightly, her breath unsteady in the cold air, nervous tension rippling through her body. "Yup, still the same as I remember from last night," he murmured, his gaze fixed intently on her. A hungry gleam flickering in those abyssal black eyes. "Then it's time for some lunch, HM?" he murmured with a sly curve of his lips. Bringing his hands together mockingly, he added, "Itadakimasu," before leaning down, slow, deliberate, descending like a predator ready to claim his prize. True Chapter 65.3. You really are an innocent girl, aren't you? 18 Itadakimasu. He leaned close to her, his breath warm against her skin as he held her gently in the quiet bedroom. Every slow touch sent traitorous sparks racing through her, her back arching despite the sob clawing up her throat. "And no, don't," she gasped, twisting beneath him, her body shifting restlessly on the mattress as her mind splintered under the weight of the moment. I hate it, B, but why does it feel last night?" He had held her close in a haze of drunken bliss, kissing and caressing her until she giggled shyly, pulling her near until she flushed with embarrassed delight, pressed close against her as Minato praised her beauty in breathless murmurs. It had been thrilling, forbidden, her body blooming under his touch, unaware of the truth lurking behind the haze of alcohol. Although she later felt deeply humiliated and furious, knowing that whatever had happened to her had not been caused by the man she loved and had given her heart to, but by Kanzu, who had acted while she was too drunk to resist. The truth is that most of the night remained a blur for her. The fragments she did recall were hazy, fragmented flashes rather than clear memories. And that, at least, was a small, bitter solace for her. But now it was happening while she was fully conscious, fully aware that it was Kanzu touching her. And this time she knew she would remember it for the rest of her life. It made her stomach twist in disgust, her mind seized with fear and helplessness, every thought recoiling from the violation. But worst of all, her body remembered. It remembered last night's encounter, his closeness, his presence, and it responded to him, despite her mind wanting to deny and resist. Even as she loathed him, even as she trembled with hatred, her body betrayed her, reacting to Kanzu's touch as if it wanted more, and Kanzu knew it. His voice dripped with mockery as he murmured, "Fufu, Kushina-chan, look at you. You seem completely vulnerable." He leaned down, his gaze never leaving hers, and gently grazed his teeth against her collarbone. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as pain and heat mingled, his bite leaving red marks that bloomed into bruises, each one a cruel stamp of possession. After marking her left breast, he moved to the right, giving it the same merciless attention. His tongue dragged and slow. Deliberate, rhythmic movements brought a strange mixture of pain and unwanted pleasure. Kushina's fists clenched the sheets, knuckles white, her mind a storm of hatred and shame, even as her body tensed in confusion. But he didn't stop. His mouth wandered upward, leaving a trail of warm kisses along her skin before reaching her neck. There, his teeth sank in with possessive pressure, sucking until a dark mark bloomed against her pale flesh. "Yeah, this looks good," Kanzu murmured with a faint nod of approval, admiring the work of his teeth as though inspecting fine art. After all, it was only natural for a predator to mark his prey, to leave reminders that she belonged to him. And Kanzu had every intention of leaving many such marks on Kushina's body. Kushina's breath hitched with every mark he left on her skin. Mhenen, a trembling shiver coursed through her as his mouth moved along her collarbone and shoulder, teeth grazing, nipping, and biting, each one leaving behind a red, stinging sensation that would linger like a brand, cruel reminders of his hold. "Ah, and no more, please," she whimpered, tears streaming freely now, her voice breaking as he tightened his grip despite her distress. Kanzu only hummed against her skin, satisfied, his free hand shifting its hold to press her down more firmly. His fingers hooked into the waistband of her shorts, tugging them down with firm, deliberate pulls that came with a soft rustle of fabric. The motion exposed the finely threaded mesh underskirt of metal and cloth armor clinging to her pale thighs. He tugged her shorts lower, past her hips, down her thighs, until they crumpled around her ankles. The mesh underskirt soon followed, peeled away piece by piece, baring her pale thighs. Her undergarments remained, gathered at her hips as she stood there, the thin fabric clinging to her as it grew damp, making the material cling more closely than before. "Kushina-chan, you really are such an innocent girl, aren't you?" Kanzu chuckled, amused, as his gaze lingered on the familiar sight of her undergarments once again. Kushina caught the mockery in his tone and bit back the urge to snap at him. Of course, she was an innocent girl. What was so wrong with that? Did he think she'd been some kind of harlot? But she didn't get the chance to shout before a startled moan escaped her lips, and Kanzu had tugged sharply at the strap of her undergarment, pulling it as the fabric shifted against her. Immediately, the moisture seeped through the white cloth, sliding down to drip onto the bedsheet below. "Fufu, and look at this already damp. Kushina-chan, you look like you really need Daddy's help." "And no, you don't." She shook her head, but even as she did, she knew his words weren't wrong. "Eh, really? Then how do you explain how flustered you are?" asked Kanzu in amusement. Kushina didn't give an answer, not that she didn't want to, but that she couldn't, and only stayed silent even as her face burned red, shame twisting inside her like a knife as her body betrayed her once more. After all, the truth of her Bodis reaction lay so plainly that her words of denial would hold no weight at all. How could I? For him? She cursed at herself. Uchiha Kanzu is the man she hates and wants to kill because he had violated her, yet her body seemed to feel excited as it was being forcibly dragged back to that very edge. Seeing her silent and not wanting to say anything, Kanzu just turned his attention back to her. Releasing his grip on her clothing, he reached out toward her, his thumb lingering briefly against the fabric with a feather-light touch that made her hips twitch involuntarily. "Oh, so jumpy already, and we've barely begun." His hand drifted lower, resting gently against her hip as the fabric shifted under his touch. He traced a slow, lazy line along the curve, each soft movement drawing a quiet, involuntary sound from her throat. "Aya!" She squeezed her eyes shut, her mind a frantic whirl of denial. Don't feel it. This isn't real." Yet the sensation persisted, relentless, overwhelming. Her body trembled as tension gathered and then released, leaving her shaken in silence. A quiet sound escaped as he pinched the fabric lightly, tugging it taut, and then releasing it with a snap against her skin. The sharp sting made her gasp, her legs trembling as she fought the urge to step back. "And no, see how it clings to you, Kushina-chan, like it's begging for attention." He spoke with a voice steeped in cruelty and amusement, his thumb and index finger closing around the soft, plump shape. He squeezed once, then twice, before parting them with a slow, deliberate press. The lace stretched taut, outlining the curve beneath, then snapped back with a wet sound that spread further, like a confession she could never take back. Her breath came in shallow pants, tears soaking into the pillow beneath her head. "Stop, please stop. I don't want this," the plea echoed, desperate. But she froze as shame burned through her veins. Suddenly, a light, stinging smack landed against her through the fabric, the sound sharp in the quiet bedroom. She jolted, a surprised cry spilling free, her whole body tensing at the unexpected contact. Another trembling breath escaping her. He repeated it, firmer this time, the lace absorbing the impact, but not the jolt that raced up her spine. "You reacting like that means your Bodis telling the truth, even if your mouth won't." Another strike followed, then two more in quick succession. Each one made her jolt. Her legs trembled as tears welled in her eyes, the thin fabric clinging to her skin from the rain. And no more, please, it's a... Her voice broke, overwhelmed by the relentless ordeal. Every blow a shock that tightened the knot of fear inside her chest. She hated it, hated the way her body ached, hated the tension that mocked her resistance. No more. Well then, let's stop the slapping and try something else instead, Kanza murmured, mischief gleaming in his eyes as he reached toward her and pulled at the fabric of her clothes, dragging them down at once. Before Kushina could even register what was happening, the lace was already peeled away, leaving her completely exposed. The famed Uzumaki vitality erasing every trace of the lingering weakness as if it had never happened. She whimpered, hands darting down in a reflexive bid to cover herself, shrinking away in mortified defense. "You don't look, please." But his glare cut through her like ice, those abyssal eyes narrowing. "Hands away, Kushina-chan. Or do I need to remind you of the hostage?" The warning once again reminded her of the tight rope hanging heavily around her throat. Her hands trembled, then fell to her sides, fingers digging into the sheets as helplessness crashed over her. For him, just for him, tears blurred her vision. But she couldn't hide. The same person headband with last night lay bare before him again, seemingly recovered and standing once more, her expression betraying a mix of shame and dread despite her fear. Look at this, already a little healed up. Uzumaki blood really is something else. Or maybe it's a nine-tails chakra? He asked teasingly as he leaned closer. She covered her mouth and eyes with trembling hands, muffling her sobs as she bit down on her knuckles. Warm tears slipped through her fingers, falling silently onto the pillow beneath her. Kanza didn't seem to care that she was crying. No, if anything, her tears satisfied him. It would have been disappointing if she hadn't cried, but now that she did, it pleased him. A slow, dark, sadistic smile tugged at his lips as he licked them in quiet delight, and wanting to push her more, he leaned in closer with agonizing slowness. "Kushina-chan, you have no idea how much power I have over you. But you can't wait for me already." He pressed forward firmly with one smooth motion. She bit her knuckle, willing herself to stay still, trying to keep her composure. "Don't react. Don't let it show," she told herself repeatedly. But as the tension mounted between them, soft, rhythmic sounds filled the room, growing louder as the moment intensified. "On high and no," she gasped, her breath catching despite herself as her hips bucked involuntarily. A whine escaping as the coil wound tighter, control slipping like sand through her fingers. Fufu trying to hold back the sounds. "Are we, Kushina-chan?" "Cute, but you're already right at the edge." He shifted his hand, brushing against her, his free hand pinning her hip to keep her from pulling away. The pressure overwhelmed her defenses, relentless, her mind fracturing. No, I want Forminato-kun." She tried to hold back desperately, but the moment Kanza's technique shifted with expert precision. Suddenly, an intense pressure built inside her, a sharp, overwhelming urge she could barely contain. Panic struck immediately. "No, not that I can't," she thought frantically. Fear twisted through her as she fought the overwhelming sensation. Her body shook involuntarily, breaths breaking into ragged gasps. A breaking point looming before her, like a precipice she couldn't step back from. Please, no. Stop." Independent, Illinois. "Henan." Kanzu ignored her pleas entirely as a smirk curved his lips. His fingers never stopped, relentlessly wearing her down until she could no longer keep quiet. And a sharp, an involuntary cry tore from her throat as her body reacted completely. Her muscles spasmed wildly in frantic pulses, and then she gasped, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. The release was brief, not the bloodshed dreaded, but enough to soak the sheets in a humiliating patter. In the moment she recalled what had actually come out of her urethra, her eyes flew wide, open behind her trembling hands, mortification crashing over her like a wave of ice-cold water. And no, did I just... Okami-sama? No, I peed. Panic and shame twisted through her, hot and nauseating. How could her body do this? Peeing like some animal in front of him. The monster who had stolen everything from her had now even witnessed her most degrading accident. I should just die, she thought to herself, finding death to be the only escape. Kansas' smirk deepened, a flicker of amusement crossing his face as he caught the raw horror in her muffled sobs, the way her body curled tighter in on itself. Peed herself, does she think? Oh, how delicious. Let her stew in that filth a little longer. He chose not to correct her, at least not yet. The shame radiating off her was too sweet, too intoxicating, like fine wine he wanted to savor drop by drop. So, instead of correcting her, he teased her with a chuckle. Fufu, look at what you've done. Kushina-chan, such a shameless girl you are. And no, I was just I. She stammered, her voice trembling with shame and humiliation. You what? Trying to deny what you did? Are you really that kind of girl? One who can't even admit her own actions? Kanzu questioned with an amused shrug, his fingers curling again to deliberately graze that treacherous spot. The tension built again with sharp, deliberate intent. And no, it wasn't. Resistance broke into another gasp as the sensation swelled anew, his hand pressing closer in tight circles while the pressure mounted, pushing her to a threshold that bordered on too much. Even if her mind hated every bit of it, her hips kept jerking up, chasing the friction despite the sobs racking her chest. Stop! Please make it stop! Oh, Kami-sama, kill me now. But he didn't stop. If anything, the sadistic glint in his eyes sharpened. His free hand slid up to cup the back of her head, fingers threading gently through her soft red curls. He tugged lightly, pulling a few strands with just enough force to make her scalp tingle. She gasped, shifting against the bed. She cried out, overwhelmed by the haze of emotion, tears spilling over her knuckles as her distress deepened. Why? Why does this feel? No, it hurts, it hurts. Sensitive there, too. Pretty curls, perfect for pulling. He chuckled darkly, giving another firm tug before releasing, only to slap his palm down on her inner thigh with a crisp smack. The skin bloomed pink instantly, the sting radiating inward. Smack! Another slap landed on the opposite thigh, harder, the sharp crack echoing as her leg quivered, muscles jumping under the impact. Stop! It hurts, huh? Pain mingled with the building heat, her mind reeling, monster, sadist, I'll kill you for this. Her body trembled, overcome by the brutal sensation. The pressure mounting unbearably once more. Stop? But, Kushina-chan, look how your body squeezes me tighter every time I slap you. Your body seems to love the pain. To prove it, he pinched a sensitive spot between thumb and forefinger hard, twisting it enough to send a white-hot jolt searing through her body. Now, her entire body twitched violently as she cried out from behind the makeshift gag. Shame flooded her anew. He's hurting me. And I... WWY. Is this happening again? Small tremors racking her frame as waves of sensation rippled out. Another small gush escaped, thinner this time, arcing weakly onto his forearm before dripping down. HNO, not again. She sobbed openly now, hands slipping from her face to clutch the sheets. Clear, sexual content detected, text withheld. The pace quickened, his hand a blur of motion, striking with relentless force. Another blow, deliberate, unyielding, and her body tensed sharply, a strangled gasp escaping her lips. Smack! A fresh slap to her inner thigh punctuated the flurry, the sting blooming hot as her body jerked. Another small release following in its wake. And not Aya again. Stop, please. I'm gonna... Again. Henin. But the pleas only fueled him, his touch returning to her, tighter, twisting, as he pressed that spot without mercy. Her body quaked uncontrollably, sobs turning to breathless cries. Mind shattering under the onslaught. Then cry out again, Kushina-chan. Let out like the wild one you are. The order broke her utterly. Eahan! With a wail, an overwhelming wave of emotion exploded through her body trembling in another violent spasm, breaking in a final, shuddering reaction that left her drenched and boneless, tears mingling in humiliated defeat. Kansas' smirk widened at the sight, sadistic glee sparking in his chest as her tremors lingered, moisture soaking his fingers. For times, and she still thinks it's pee. Let's make her feel her shame. Here, Kushina-chan, open your mouth, he said as he withdrew his hand and went up, prying her jaw open with unyielding fingers, shoving them past her lips and deep onto her tongue. What, gluck? She gagged instantly, a faint, unfamiliar taste flooding her mouth. Uncomfortably close, undeniably her. Enno. Disgust surged like bile as she tried to turn away, but he held her head firmly, insisting she accept what he offered. Shoo, don't resist, just take it, Kushina-chan. Content removed. Explicit sexual scene depicting barato with coercive and barato undertones. The taste scorching itself into her memory like acid. When he finally withdrew his fingers from her mouth, strings of saliva clinging between them, his curious voice came. So did you like it? Kushina burst out, her voice trembling with outrage and shame. How could I like it? Taste something like that. The thought itself was mortifying enough. Her stomach churned violently, nausea rising in her throat as the urge to vomit clawed its way up. Kanzu chuckled in amusement. You really don't know, huh? Kushina, still trembling and catching her breath, frowned through her confusion. What don't I know? That just happens sometimes, he said lightly, a smirk tugging at his lips. It means your body was overwhelmed. But why did it happen? She stammered, too humiliated to finish the sentence, the words catching in her throat. Fufu Kanzu chuckled softly, brushing his thumbs slicked with her saliva along her cheek. You really are such an innocent girl, aren't you? He murmured, his tone a blend of amusement and condescension. Your body can do both. It can leak and it can spray. What you just did was the latter. His smirk deepened as his fingers traced the corner of her trembling lips. Otherwise, do you really think I'd ever let my fingers touch something filthy? He felt disgusted at the very idea of touching something unsanitary. It didn't matter even if that someone was his own woman. Of course, the irony wasn't lost on him. While he had no desire to indulge in any such act, he wouldn't mind doing it himself. I should try that sometime, he mused, mentally adding it to his growing list of indulgences. The thought even crossed his mind to one day have a private room of his own, somewhere solely for him to use. But that, he decided, could wait for another time. Meanwhile, upon hearing that she hadn't actually tasted her own urine and that she hadn't lost control of her bladder during his touch, Kushina felt a flicker of relief. At least it wasn't that mortifying anymore. It's just that the comfort was short-lived. The moment she remembered what had truly happened, her stomach twisted all over again because even if it wasn't pee, she had still made a mess, and that was no less shameful. But she didn't have long to dwell on it. Kansas' fingers were already reaching for her again with a slick, invasive ease, her body still trembling from the aftershocks. He wasted no time, curling his touch deep against a sensitive spot inside her, pressing with deliberate, unyielding pressure as her body tensed beneath his touch. The soft sound of skin against fabric filled the quiet room. No, too much. The plea escaped unbidden, her voice cracking into a whine as a wave of overwhelming sensation sparked through her. Every nerve raw and screaming as her hips twitched upward despite the tears carving fresh paths down her cheeks, chasing the friction that blurred pain into twisted bliss. Shame coiled tighter than the heat in her belly. Even if you say that you don't want this, Kushina-chan, but you keep pulling me closer. His tone was velvet-wrapped venom, mocking her even as he quickened the pace, pressing deeper with brutal precision. His free hand roamed up, gripping hard, drawing a sharp yelp that melted into a softer sound. The dual assault shattered her further, pain lancing from her chest to her core, her body winding impossibly taut. No, fight it. Endure for Minato-kun. She thrashed her head side to side, red hair tangling in the pillows, mind fracturing under the onslaught. I can't hold. Then don't hold it for goodness sake. Kushina-chan, squeeze tight like you mean it. Show me how much you need this. The command was her undoing. With a guttural wail, it's calming. The sensation overwhelmed her, her body convulsing in violent spasms, waves of pure, shattering release crashing through her from the inside out. She trembled as the sensations pulsed through her, her vision going white as her body seized in total, boneless surrender. Thighs clamping around his wrist like a vice. Tiha T2 Emu Ha Muc Ha, she breathed desperately, her chest rising and falling as she collapsed back, spent and shuddering, sobs racking her frame as the moment twisted into fresh humiliation, her body giving way in evidence of her defeat. Chapter 65.4 Almighty Thrust. Kushina's breath came in ragged, uneven gasps, her body still trembling. She couldn't bring herself to look at him, to face the smug satisfaction she knew would be curling his lips. Nor did she want him to look at her. Shame and humiliation pressed too heavily on her chest. She couldn't bear to be seen like this, not by the man she despised with every fiber of her being. Her hand stayed clamped over her face and mouth, trembling fingers muffling the sobs she couldn't hold back. I came for him like that. The thoughts spiraled on repeat, each ragged breath twisting the knife of shame deeper. Heat flooded her cheeks, burning hotter than the trembling in her limbs. Minato-kun, forgive me. I didn't mean to. This isn't me. Kanzu, utterly indifferent to her silent breakdown, got up from the bed and began to undress. With unhurried precision, his hands moved to his clothes. First the green Jinin vest, sliding off his shoulders with a soft rustle before landing in a heap on the floor. Then came the rest of his shinobi gear, each piece removed methodically, followed by the black turtleneck. The fabric whispered against his skin as he drew it over his head, revealing the hard lines of muscle beneath. The soft clink of a belt buckle followed as his pants slid down his lean, muscular legs, pooling at his ankles before he kicked them aside, along with his boxers and undershirt. Now completely naked, he stood tall and imposing, his 196.9 centimeters frame casting a long, dark shadow over her small, trembling form of only 161 centimeters curled on the bed. Broad shoulders tapered into a sculpted V of abs and hips, old battle scars tracing rugged lines across his skin like marks of victory. His arousal was unmistakable, his body taut with need. The air between them grew heavy with unspoken intensity. But Kushina didn't see any of it. Her world was reduced to the press of her palms against her eyes, the salt of tears seeping between her fingers, the pounding of her heart drowning out everything else. Just make it end, please. Fufu. Kansas' low chuckle slithered through the air like smoke. He sat back on the bed, the mattress dipping under his weight, and leaned over her, his shadow falling across her face. He leaned in close to her, their bodies nearly touching as she trembled faintly, though she tried not to react and kept telling herself it was only his fingers. Kept her hands clamped over her face. Kansas' lips curved into a smirk. Wakey, wakey, Kushina-chan, he murmured before pressing himself against her in a slow, deliberate rhythm, drawing a soft gasp from her lips with every pass. Gleaming with a nervous sweat, the sensation hit her like a spark to dry tinder. Something warm and heavy pressed against her, making her stiffen instantly. What no? Dread coiled in her gut, cold and certain. As the relentless pressure continued without mercy, her breath hitched, hands slipping just enough to peek through her fingers, violet eyes widening in terror at the sight. Something monstrous and unyielding, pressing against her like a promise of ruin. That's... I can't handle this. It's all too much. Kansas' eyes locked on hers. Fufu. Ready to surrender, Kushina-chan? Daddy's been patient, but there's only so much I can hold back. She shook her head frantically, hands falling away fully now, voice a trembling whisper. In no way, something that big, it won't fit. Yeah, you don't have to worry. You handled it just fine last night, remember? You were amazing, he replied, chuckling while playfully teasing her. Kushina's mouth opened, but no words came out. Last night fragments flickered through her mind, hazy, broken, but undeniable. Something terrible had happened with him in a drunken haze, even if her mind now recoiled in horror. Yet knowing that didn't ease the terror clawing at her chest. If anything, it made it worse. Even then it must have hurt a lot, she was certain it had. The memory of that pain lingered faintly, an ache that had still been there when she had woken up. If it hurt then, when she was drunk and half-numb, then now, sober, aware, and terrified, it would hurt even more. She recoiled instinctively, scrambling backward on trembling elbows, shaking her head in panic. And no, please, I'm scared. Please don't scare, huh? Kansas' tone was edged with amusement, a cruel glint flickering in his eyes. And what makes you think I care about that? We had a deal, remember? Before she could retreat any farther, his hand shot out, clamping around her ankle like a steel shackle. With effortless strength, he yanked her back down the bed, her gasp catching in her throat. So no, he said, his voice low and mocking as his gaze dropped to her, his expression darkening with intent, his eyes wild with rage. You don't get to back away just because you're scared, not after pushing me this far. And no, get away from me, she cried, kicking out in panic. But Kanzu caught her other leg mid-swing, his grip unyielding as iron, pinning both in place with effortless strength. The struggle only made his blood hum hotter, a feral grin spreading across his face. Fufu fighting like that, he drawled, amusement lacing every word. You know, only gets me fired up. He drank in the sight of her, muscles taut, chest heaving, eyes blazing with fear and defiance. It was raw, alive, far more overwhelming than last night's day surrender. With a low growl, he turned her over in one swift motion. She landed with a muffled thud against the mattress. In an instant, he leaned over her, intent clear in his posture, his knees locking around her thighs, his weight pressing her helplessly into the bed. One hand snaked up her back, seizing both her wrists in a vice-like grip and wrenching them behind her, pinning them there with unyielding force. She bucked wildly, trying to twist free, but the hold was iron, her arms immobilized. She struggled against the mattress, her thrashing reduced to futile kicks and desperate squirms. "Do you get off? No, please," she cried, panic lacing her voice as her body writhed in frantic resistance, every jerk only making it harder for her to break free. Yet every futile struggle only made it worse. Each movement pressed her deeper against him, the slick contact making him tense hotter with barely restrained intensity as his breath grew ragged, adrenaline thrumming through him in a fiery surge. "Yes, fight, Kushina-chan, make me earn it." His free hand gripped firmly at his side, approaching her with heavy intent, pressing close with a slow, deliberate pressure. "This is happening, Kushina-chan. Feel daddy's weight against you." The words weren't mercy or warning. They were a taunt, a reminder meant to brand the moment into her soul. She tensed, a whimper choking out, and no, wait. But he pushed forward forcefully. The movement was sudden and overwhelming, and she cried out as the impact left her breathless and aching, sending a sharp jolt of pain and pleasure twisting through her core. And Kushina's world exploded in pain, torn, full, suffocating. It felt like she was being split in two as her body clenched in desperate protest. Her breath hitched, chest tightening as panic mingled with raw overstimulation, each shallow gasp turning into a trembling, ragged pant as her body fought to adjust but seemed to fail. "T too big, can't breathe, it's destroying me." Spots danced in her vision, panic clawing as her lungs burned, body locked in frozen agony. Kanzu stilled, pressed close against her. "You're shaking, even after last night." "I see, can't breathe," she repeated, struggling more. "Hyperventilating?" He raised his eyebrow as his free hand reached out and released his grip on her neck. fingers loosening to pat her sweat-soaked, trembling back gently, almost tenderly, rubbing slow circles to coax air back into her lungs. Breathe Kushin-chan out, the good girl. It'll only sting for a while, then it'll feel better. Daddy's promise. She gasped in shaky breaths. Huh. The world blurring back into focus, pain ebbing to a dull, throbbing ache as her body adjusted to strain. Hurts, it hurts. It's okay, Kushina-chan. Feel this pain, accept this pain, know this pain. A woman who's never known pain like this will never understand true pleasure, Kanza murmured darkly, his voice laced with cruelty and amusement as he whispered legendary words into her ears. Every searing pulse of pain that coursed through her. Her body clenched in helpless resistance, the sensation raw and unbearable. When the moment stilled, he leaned even closer, his lips blowing hot air into her ear as he said that final line. And now Uzumaki Kushina shall know the true ecstasy born of pain and pleasure. Almighty thrust! Schloomp! He slammed forward with brutal, unyielding force as she cried out, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Stretching to their limit once again as pain and fullness exploded through her core like shattering glass. Eahan! Kushina's world dissolved into white-hot agony and a strange euphoria, her body seizing in an instant, trembling wildly as overwhelming sensation ripped through her in frantic waves. The overwhelming pressure shattered her defenses entirely, waves of unwanted sensation crashing through her in rhythmic, trembling pulses that made her vision blur and toes curl into the sheets. Too much, it's breaking me. Shame, pain, and pleasure twisted into a storm. Tears flooding her eyes as an overwhelming wave of emotion ripped through her unbidden, her body trembling in humiliated surrender. She collapsed forward, face buried in the pillows, sobs muffled as aftershocks quaked through her, body limp and quivering beneath his weight. Watching her lose control, caught up in the moment, Kanzu suddenly burst into laughter. Jai ha ha ha, he hadn't imagined that one day had whispered those legendary words during such an intimate moment with a woman, only for her to react instantly. The absurdity of it, the sheer irony, made it too damn funny that he couldn't stop himself from laughing. Almighty thrust, ga ha ha ha. Kushina trembled beneath him, her body convulsing as waves of release washed over her. Yet even through the haze of exhaustion and overstimulation, her tears wouldn't stop, flowing down her desperate cheeks. Minato-kun, please save me, Minato-kun fufu. Kushina-chan, don't you know? You're not the strongest summoner in the shinobi world, Kanzu said, his tone laced with mockery as he looked down at her trembling form. Kushina, she didn't understand what he meant, but seeing that mocking grin, her lips quivered as she choked out the only name her heart could cling to. Minato. Kaze Minato Namikaze Minato. Huh? Yes? The young Minato jolted upright, had been staring at the wall too long, lost in thought. He also felt a bit heavy-headed for a reason he was unable to understand. This heaviness, why am I feeling heavy in the head? He thought, shaking his head. When he looked up, Uchiha Shin was already standing outside the cell door, a tray of food in his hands. Lunch, said Shin, sliding in through the gap. Eat before it gets cold. Normally, a genin, or occasionally a chunin, would deliver meals to the prisoners. But since Kanzu had warned him about Minato's abilities, and also warned him not to underestimate the guy, Shin came personally to bring the food, and at the same time, used his Sharingan to confirm that the Fin Jutsu sealing Minato's chakra remained intact. Minato managed a polite nod. Thank you. Shin-san, do you know how long I'll have to stay here? Shin answered lightly. Until the investigation confirms you're not an accomplice of P. Jiraiya-sama. P. Jiraiya-sama? Minato blinked. Yeah, said Shin, smirking. That's what everyone calls him now. Por forte Jiraiya-sama. In fact, there was another meaning behind that P, one that only Kanzu understood. I see, Minato muttered, his expression tightening. He didn't even know how to defend Jiraiya. After all, the man was a pervert, It's just that this has now become public knowledge in Konoha. Besides, in his current situation, he wasn't in any position to defend anyone. In any case, you won't be getting out until your innocence is proven, added Shin. Minato frowned. But I haven't done anything wrong. If that's the case, you've got nothing to worry about, Shin replied easily. Once the investigation's finished, you'll walk free. Then how long will it take? Minato asked quickly. Shin paused, smile sharpening at the edges. How long? As long as Kanzusama wants you here. Of course. He wouldn't say that to Minato. Instead, he folded his arms and said, What's the hurry, Namikaze Minato? You're being treated well, aren't you? A comfortable cell, proper meals ID say you're living better than you deserve, considering that you're suspected to be a creep who peeks at bathing women. Even if that's true, Minato began, his frustration showing. Just because the living conditions weren't unbearable didn't mean he wanted to stay here. Who would want to remain imprisoned, especially when he hadn't done anything wrong? While he sat there for crimes he clearly hadn't committed, his mind churned. What was happening outside? His reputation had probably hit rock bottom. People must be talking about him. What do they think of him now? What did Kushina think about him? Was she all right? Did Hokage-sama ensure her safety? What's she doing now? He was worried, desperately so. He needed to get out of here as soon as possible. If he could just unseal his chakra, he would have already escaped, leaving a shadow clone behind. At the very least, he had to make sure Kushina was safe. Shin didn't know what was weighing on Minato's mind, and frankly, he didn't care. Still, he did recall the two companions Suda had brought in not long ago and decided to mention it. By the way, your two squad mates, what were their names again? Daiki and Naoki? Dakai and Naoki, Minato corrected automatically, though a bad feeling stirred in his chest the moment their names were mentioned. Right? Dakai and Naoki, Shin repeated with a nod before continuing casually. They've been imprisoned too. Sure enough, his instincts were right as his eyes widened. What? Dakai and Naoki too? Why were they imprisoned? Shin shrugged. They were caught spying on the police station. Maybe they were trying to break you. Or Jiraiya-sama out. Did they really think we wouldn't notice them snooping around? He gave a short laugh before adding, so we brought them in for questioning as well. Then, with a smirk, he added, besides, they're from Jiraiya-sama Squad 2, so naturally, we have to investigate them. For the same reason you're here. Minato fell silent, unsure of what to say. A twinge of guilt settled in his chest. He suspected that the reason they'd been spying around the police station was indeed because of him and Jiraiya. They had probably been trying to rescue them both, and now they'd landed themselves in trouble too. Well, I thought I'd just let you know, Shin said with a smile. In any case, you should finish your meal before it gets cold. With that, he turned to leave. As Shin began walking away, Minato gripped the prison bars and called out, Shin-sen, is there no other way for me to leave sooner? Leave sooner? Shin raised an eyebrow, glancing back at him. What do you mean? Minato hesitated. Had heard about the Uchiha police force's habits of intimidation and extortion. Maybe, just maybe, there was a way to buy his freedom. I was just thinking that maybe we could, Minato trailed off awkwardly, the implication clear. Talking about bribery didn't sit right with him. But desperation was beginning to outweigh pride. Shin's lips curved into a smirk. Namikaze, Minato, don't tell me you're actually trying to bribe your way out of here. Well, Minato muttered stiffly, clearly uncomfortable. So you are offering me a bribe, Shin said, his smirk widening as his tone turned razor-sharp. How amusing. Tell me, why the sudden desperation? Could it be you really are a creep, one who peeks at women in bathhouses, just like Jiraiya-sama? Afraid your spotless little image will crack, and everyone will see what kind of man hides behind that charming face. And no, that's not it at all. I was just Minato shook his head quickly, the words catching in his throat. Forget what I said, he turned away, not wanting to meet Shin's mocking eyes. Hey, I'm just messing with you, Shin said with a chuckle before continuing. But if you've really got something to offer, why don't you tell me? They'll pass it along to Kanzusama. If it's good enough. We won't care whether you're a creep or not. We might even wash away all your crimes. I don't need any whitewashing. I'm not a creep. Minato cut in, unable to stomach the accusation. Yeah, whatever, don't sweat the small details, Shin said, waving a hand dismissively before continuing. So, do you have anything worth that much? Minato replied hesitantly. Well, I have some savings from the missions I've completed. Money, huh? Oh, and how much are we talking about? Shin's interest perked up. Being Jiraiya's student, Minato might have quite a bit, maybe 20 or 30 million ri. That would certainly catch his attention. About 500,000 ri, Minato answered, feeling that amount should be enough. Just that? Shin's expression fell flat. He shook his head. With only 500,000, you can forget about bribing your way out of here. Just 500,000? Minato was stunned by his reaction. That was everything he had managed to save up so far. After all, he was still quite young, of course. He didn't have that much. He hadn't even mastered the flying Raijin yet, so he couldn't take on high-paying missions as fast as he would go on to in the future. Putting aside your meager wealth, do you have anything else to offer? Maybe a unique jutsu or something? Shin asked, eyeing him thoughtfully. Being Jiraiya's disciple, Minato might know something valuable. If he did, that could buy his way out. Do I have anything that valuable? Minato wondered. Of course, he did the flying Raijin jutsu, an S-rank time-space technique that almost no one had managed to master since the death of Nidaime Hokage. Had only recently begun studying it and hadn't yet perfected it, but he had a knack for it. Unlike others before him, he could already use it to a limited extent. That meant he could fully master it one day, and he was certain it was valuable enough to interest even Uchiha Kanzu. Shin seemed to read his thoughts. Oh, judging by that face, you do have something, don't you? He said with a smirk. How about handing it over? Maybe then we can arrange a release. And no, I don't have anything like that, Minato replied quickly, shaking his head. Offering the flying Raijin jutsu might have been enough to buy his way out of prison, but that wasn't a decision he could make on his own. He couldn't hand over such a technique to the Uchiha police force without the Hokage's permission. Doing so would be considered treason, had been explicitly warned not to share any details of the jutsu with anyone. As a result, only the Hokage, Jiraiya, and Kushina knew that he possessed the flying Raijin jutsu and was training to master it. Not even Dakai and Naoki were aware of it. Therefore, he couldn't just offer it to the Uchiha clan to buy his freedom. Heck, he couldn't even speak of it. Is that so? Well, that's a pity, I suppose, Shin said with a shrug. He didn't believe Minato's denial for a second. His instincts told him the boy was hiding something valuable. Still, it didn't matter if Minato wasn't willing to offer it now. If it's Kanzu-sama, Shin thought as he turned to leave, he'll be able to extract it with his Genjutsu. With that thought, Shin cast Minato one last mocking glance before heading out. From start to finish, he hadn't mentioned that Uzumaki Kushina had visited the police station earlier. Namake's Minato, you really should have offered whatever it is you're hiding, he mused with a quiet chuckle. If you had, perhaps the Patriarch wouldn't have given you a pair of green hats. The memory of Kanzu and Kushina's simultaneous absence from Kanzu's office crossed his mind, and Shin, having known Kanzu for years, could easily guess what the two had been up to together. The thought nearly made him laugh out loud. You may have kept your precious jutsu safe, Namake's Minato, but it wasn't without a price, he thought, smirking as he walked away. Seeing Shin leave, Minato slumped back on the bed. As for eating, he wasn't in the mood, not after hearing that his two squad mates had also been imprisoned now. The only person left outside the prison whom he cared about is Kushina. Please be safe, Kushina Minato. Kushina-chan, Namake's Minato won't be coming. He's locked up, and he doesn't even know what's happening here. For now, it's just the two of us, so let's pick up where we left off. Understood? Then, regardless of whether Kushina said yes or no, Kanzu resumed what he was doing, moving with intense passion, letting her fully understand the incredible power of his almighty thrusts. Chapter 65.5 Behind the closed doors of Kushina's bedroom are 18 MMPH, MMPH, and NGH MMPH Kushina. Muffled sounds filled the bedroom as her face was buried deep into the mattress, and her long red hair was splayed across the sheets. The air hung thick with tension, heavy and suffocating, as Kanza leaned back, slow and deliberate, letting her feel him pressing against her as they held each other close, her body responding with an ache that wanted him to stay. Kanzu paused there, savoring the quiver of her body beneath him, pinned and helpless, both her wrists locked in his unyielding grip behind her back, both her legs splayed beneath his knees. "Brace for it, Kushina-chan," Kanzu said playfully, warning her as she desperately closed her eyes and tried to brace for the impact as he moved forward suddenly. The impact echoed sharply as he caught her off guard, jolting her entire body forward under the force. Kushina felt the impact deep inside her, a wave of overwhelming fullness once again crashing through her. "NNNNG Che T2 heavy," she gasped, feeling air being forcibly pushed out of her lungs. It felt like being crushed under an avalanche, each blow a massive weight slamming down on her body, pressing her into the mattress. There was no escape for her, no mercy either, just the relentless impact leaving her overwhelmed and breathless, her skin reddening under the strain. On. But Kanzu only laughed as his rhythm started turning savage, his movements quickening while the sharp impacts of their bodies meeting echoed through the room. Thwack, 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 ba, ba, ba. "Do you hear that, Kushina-chan? You're trembling again. It really seems like you're getting overwhelmed, Daddy," he whispered in her ear, teasing her about her reaction. "And no, it's not," Kushina tried to deny. "Foo-foo. What you say doesn't matter," he replied with a grin before leaning down, sinking his teeth into the slick curve of her shoulder. Chomp! The bite was hard enough to draw a sharp gasp. On. It bloomed an instant bruise, a dark flower of his actions etched into her beautiful and smooth skin. But he didn't stop after leaving just one mark. How could he? His heart wasn't satisfied with only that. And Kanzu was a man who always followed his heart. So he leaned down again, this time toward her other trembling shoulder, and gave it the same treatment, leaving behind another deep bruise. "Chomp! I stopped biting, it hurts, huh?" "Kushina," he cried out, her voice muffled as her body trembled from a sting. "Does it now? Then I ought to give you more," Kanza chuckled, and intentionally went at it again. He had no intention of stopping just yet, and he didn't as his mouth trailed up deliberately and possessively, nipping the nape of her neck, her quivering shoulder blades, her trembling, sweaty back, and so on, marking every inch, every nook, leaving a trail of stinging marks, each one throbbing with each heartbeat. And Kushina, after receiving so many bites on her back, suddenly reached her peak as another wave of overwhelming sensation hit her like lightning, unbidden, shattering. She can't hold it. She barely managed as her body trembled in frantic spasms against his, slick, rushing hot and sudden. "Gush! Nah!" She wailed into the fabric as her body trembled. Again? And this time, just from being bitten? Well, Kanzu raised an eyebrow, then chuckled and shook his head. "But that's fine too, Kushina-chan. Keep reacting. Show Daddy how much you love it when he marks you as his." He kept thrusting unrelentingly, pounding through the clench while his free hand snaked to her throat in a merciless choke, fingers curling to rasp her gasps, tilting her head back to look at that pained and ruined, moaning face of hers from above. Their eyes met as he saw tears, sweat, and saliva streaked down her face, strands of hair clinging to her skin. Clearly, she looked desperate and almost ruined as she begged, her voice breaking, struggling for breath, too rough. "I can't. Breoa, Jai ha. You say that you don't like rough, but your boat is reacting to this roughness." But Kanzu only laughed, mockingly, darkly, and triumphantly. As he refused to release the choke, he did something else. He clamped Kushina's jaw shut and growled, "Here you go, drink up," forcing her to swallow against her will. Kushina appeared reluctant, which made him growl. As he questioned her, "You don't want to be obedient? Don't you think this will make me unhappy?" Without waiting for a response, he released the choke, but didn't accept her reluctance. Rather, he fisted her red hair, yanked it back, pulling her head back sharply, making her scalp scream in pain. "H hurts," Kushina hissed in pain. Come on, swallow, Kanzu ordered her, and she did instinctively. Yeah, that's a good girl, nodded Kanzu in appreciation as his mouth crashed down, claiming her lips in a devouring kiss, brutal, teeth clashing, tongue thrusting deep. Swallowing her cries, as the pull on her hair made stars burst behind her eyes. Pain lanced through her skull, dizzying, crazy-making, blending with the relentless pounding that overwhelmed her completely. Until the wave broke again, washing over her in a rush. Body trembling at the unexpected sensations. See? I told you, you respond to intensity. It's just your mind that isn't used to it yet. But don't worry, it will be soon enough. After all, it is through difficulty that you'll understand satisfaction. So go on, push back all you want. It only makes me push harder. Laughed Kanzu, releasing her hair to slap her rear, smack. He didn't feel satisfied with just one and gave several more, letting a red handprint bloom. Smack, smack, smack. Throughout all, the beating never stopped. Bah, bah, bah. Another impact overwhelmed her. This is happening again. She thought frantically. No, I don't want this not from him. But no matter how desperately she tried to stop it, her body wouldn't obey. Her body trembled futilely in his hold, pinned tight against his. Minato-kun, the name, left her lips in broken whispers. A plea for him to come and save her from this monster, just as he once had from the Kyomo Shinobi. Calling his name while I take you? Kanzu's tone carried a sharp edge of amusement. It almost makes me jealous he still owns your heart, doesn't he? Kushina-chan? He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper near her ear. But that's fine. They'll let him own your heart, while I'll keep my claim over you. Remember this, Kushina-chan, you're all mine. It's not Kushina, still tried to protest, her voice trembling. You still want to argue that it doesn't belong to me? Fine then, Kanzu said coldly. It'll prove it in a way you'll never forget. With that, he moved with sudden, fierce intensity. Redacted, explicit sexual content. On. She didn't even get to finish before another wave overtook her, and her body trembled, soaking them both. Splurt splurt foo-foo, too bad. Daddy's about to finish, and he won't stop no matter how much you beg. True to what he said, not only did he not stop, but he became even rougher with her. Bah, 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 bah. SCHLK, 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 SCHLK. On HNNN, she let out breathless moans. Before long, he felt himself reaching the edge. Get ready, Kushina-chan. Daddy's almost there. And no, and not inside. HNGG, please. P pull out. Panic surged fresh as her body tensed in futile protests. Shut up, I didn't ask for your opinion. And that's final. Kanzu snorted and slammed her head down into the mattress, palm pressing firm as the choke held her gasping. Bah, bah, bah. Peepwee, she still tried to beg, terrified of what was about to happen. It was the last thing she wanted. Beg all you want. It's too late, he said. Then with a guttural roar, he lunged forward. Go! He seized her, his grip tightening as he held her down with relentless force. She sobbed into the sheets, overwhelmed by the unwanted situation. No, I don't want this. Know why? But even as she cried, the moment continued beyond her control. She sighed softly as another tremor rippled through her in fading waves. Kanzu slumped over her, his breathing heavy with exhaustion. Haha, that felt good, he said. Haha, Kushina gasped too, though not without struggling for it, because of his weight on top of her, making each inhale very difficult, making her quiver beneath him. She remained there, crushed, slick, and sweaty beneath him, trembling and overwhelmed as she tried to catch her breath. After a while, as both their breath settled, Kushina said, her voice a broken whisper, her body limp, begging through tears as she tried to shift away. Jiget? Off. Now it's over. Please. He chuckled, still holding her down, refusing to let go. Fufu over? Who said that? Daddy's just getting started. WH what? Kushina stammered, too stunned to react for a moment. WH, what do you mean, just getting started? It means exactly what I said. It means that I'm still not done with you, replied Kanzu with a smile. With the Uzumaki's sage body, his stamina and recovery had increased. Naturally, he could keep going for another round or two without any problem. In no way. Kushina choked out in disbelief. Oh, but it's true, Kanzu replied with a smirk, and, as if to prove his words, he pulled her closer, unrelenting. It's really hard again, she thought, gulping in fear as she felt the pressure against her again. I suppose it's time to begin round 2, said Kanzu, sitting up on his knees, allowing Kushina to finally breathe properly. Haha, while she struggled for air, her lungs burning, Kanzu watched in amusement. Then, with one hand, he seized both her wrists behind her back again and pulled her upward in a rough motion, forcing her on her knees, while her upper body flailed in midair. Now you can breathe all you want, he murmured, his breath brushing against her ear. Here, let me even help you with that. Does this help? He asked her playfully, watching her reaction. And no, Kushina said, her voice wavering as she tried to stay composed. No, he echoed, looking thoughtful. Then I suppose we'll have to try something else. He stepped back and tilted his head toward her, considering his next move, and pulled it back gently, lifting her face to meet his as he leaned down and kissed her, saying, "This ought to help." Choo-choo. As for the rhythm, of course, it had already begun. Bah! Bah! Each time he pressed close to her, her chest swayed with emotion, moving steadily up and down. Her body rippled anew as the sensations moved through her, while her soft sounds were muffled by deep kisses. He had started slow, but soon returned to the previous pace, intense and relentless, now causing her chest to bounce wildly with each movement as a mix of familiar sensations from a while ago reignited within her. And no, please, she begged hoarsely in between the kisses as her body quaked, but his laughter swallowed it, his body pressing forward in an endless rhythm. Bah! 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 And thus, behind the closed doors of Kushina's bedroom, the sound of flesh slapping flesh continued to echo for the next hour. More than an hour later, Ding coerced Uzumaki Kushina into prostituting herself. Reward: knowledge of the S-rank flying Raijin Jutsu, 70,000 evil points. An incredible haul, though not as lucrative as last time, when he gained the Uzumaki clan sage body and racked up 100,000 evil points. Still, an incredible reward. This time, he obtained the knowledge of flying Raijin Jutsu along with 70,000 evil points, an incredible harvest. Knowledge of the flying Raijin Jutsu alone is worth more than one can imagine, but it was a bit surprising that he received flying Raijin Jutsu from Kushina. This is indeed a bit strange, he thought. Perhaps it was because Uzumaki Kushina was the mother of the original protagonist and the wife of the Yandame Hokage that he received a critical bonus from her. Or maybe it was because she had once read the scroll of the Flying Raijin while helping Namake's Minato study it. That wouldn't be surprising, after all. Kushina had likely taught Minato many Finjutsu, and it would make sense if he had consulted her on certain aspects of the Flying Raijin. She might have read the scroll at that time. However, since she lacked the natural talent for space-time ninjutsu, she possessed only the theoretical knowledge of the technique, not the ability to perform or master it. This would also explain why he gained a knowledge of the Flying Raijin, rather than true mastery over it. After receiving several rounds of rewards, Kanzu had naturally begun to notice a pattern. The rewards he obtained after subduing someone often reflected that person's background. For example, when he conquered Mikoto, he gained the Manjiki Sharingan, a logical outcome, given that she was an Uchiha, the wife of Fugaku, and the mother of Sasuke and Itachi. Among the two ocular techniques he awakened, one was Tsukuyami, the very same ability Mikoto herself possessed. This suggested that his Manjiki Sharingan was obtained from her. Of course, there were still distinctions between them, as his second ocular technique was Aminoto Kotachi, while hers was Kuninoto Kotachi. In Kushina's case, his first reward was the Uzumaki Sage Body, a completely pure sage body, likely inherited directly from Tsutsuki Ashura through the first Uzumaki. In a sense, the Uzumaki sage body represented half of Ashura's original sage body. The next reward he obtained from Uzumaki Kushina is the knowledge of the flying Raijin, which either comes from her canonical identity as Namikaze Minato's wife, or from her having read the scroll of flying Raijin while helping out Minato. Although his presence as a transmigrator might have altered events enough to prevent Kushina from ever marrying Minato, it was undeniable that the technique was still connected to her. Following that line of thought, Kanzu mused to himself, I wonder if I can obtain Ashura's chakra next. In the original canon, the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto was the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. Since he was the son of Uzumaki Kushina, the possibility couldn't be dismissed entirely. After all, Kushina had carried Naruto in her womb for months. There had to be some lingering connection to Ashura's chakra. Kanza knew he was reaching with that assumption, but the thought still stirred desire within him. After all, the key to evolving the eternal Manjiki Sharingan into the Rinnegan lay in uniting the chakras of both Indra and Ashura. The standard method requires the reincarnation of Indra's chakra to awaken the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, followed by the implantation of cells from the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. There is, of course, an alternative approach, directly receiving the power of the Sage of Six Paths Kanzu, however, had another option. He could simply exchange system points for the Rinnegan. The only problem was that the Rinnegan came with an extraordinary price tag. Even so, he wouldn't mind obtaining Ashura's chakra from Kushina if at all possible. As those thoughts passed through his mind, the exhausted Kushina stirred in his arms. Lifting her head to meet his gaze, she said coldly, Go and release Minato-kun. Your devotion to Namikaze Minato really does make me jealous, Kanza murmured, his fingers idly running through her disheveled hair. At that moment, she resembled a weary fox, drained and subdued after more than an hour of relentless exertion, her strength completely spent and her will sort of broken. The exhaustion running through her body didn't help much either. She was really worn out and spent. Stop with the nonsense and let Minato-kun go. You promised me, Kushina said coldly. If it hadn't been for Minato, she never would have humiliated herself like this. Huh? I promised you? Kanzu replied with mock confusion before shaking his head with an amused smile. Sorry. I don't seem to recall making any such promise. Chapter 65.6. Did I make such a promise? Did I make such a promise? Sorry, I don't seem to be able to recall, said Kanzu, shaking his head with an amused smile. You're going back on your word? Kushina snapped, her eyes blazing with fury. If Kanzu didn't release Minato, then everything Kushina had endured for the past hour would have been for nothing. Think carefully, what did I actually say back then? Kanzu asked with a smirk. You said you'd release Minato-kun after this, replied Kushina. Kanzu shook his head. No, that's not what I said. You clearly didn't pay attention, did you? And said, I said I'd consider letting Namikaze Minato go if I was satisfied. For one, I didn't promise I'd absolutely release him. For two, you haven't satisfied me at all. Yeah, you've hardly reached a level that satisfies me. You don't even know how to cooperate properly, and you don't even call me daddy at all. Not only am I unsatisfied, but I'm actually quite displeased. So why should I let Namikaze Minato go? The rewards Kanzu had gained stirred his greed. He fully intended to keep exploiting the situation. Whether it was despicable or not didn't matter to him. To Kushina, he was already a loathsome villain. After all, he had assaulted her twice. This was simply more of the same. Think of this as a warm-up. Let's see how you perform next time. And yeah, keep in mind that from now on, you're to call me Daddy when it's just the two of us. Otherwise, Namikaze Minato might just lose his ability to become a father. With that, Kanzu gave her bare backside another firm swat and got up, beginning to dress himself with unhurried precision while Kushina glared at him, hatred burning behind her eyes. As he adjusted his pants, Kanzu reached into his pocket, pulled out a small bottle, and tossed it onto the bed beside Kushina. Here, he said casually, you might want to keep this with you from now on. Kushina's eyes flicked to the small bottle that had landed beside her. What is this? She asked warily. Contraceptive pills, Kanzu said casually. They will ensure that you don't get pregnant. Then, turning to face her with a faint smile, he added, unless, of course, you prefer bearing my child? Her answer came cold and sharp. I'd rather die. Bear his child? She can't wait to kill him. Why would she ever want to carry his child? The thought alone made her stomach twist. In fact, she had even gone to the Konoha library earlier, searching through shelves of medical scrolls and books for any information that could help her prevent pregnancy after what had happened. There was no way she'd ever allow herself to carry his child. Fufu, is that so? Well, that's unfortunate, I suppose. Kanza chuckled, clearly unconcerned. In that case, you'd better start taking those pills. The prescription details are inside the bottle. Kushina clenched her teeth, but still reached out and took the bottle in silence. For better or worse, now that he had given her those pills, she probably wouldn't need to look elsewhere for ways to prevent pregnancy. And although Kushina saw Uchiha Kanzu as a loathsome man who only knew how to take advantage of her, she didn't believe he was deceiving her this time. After all, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan and a married man, Kanzu wouldn't want to risk a scandal. If he were to father a child outside of his marriage, it would completely destroy his standing. So even he likely wished to avoid such complications, which made her believe that, at the very least, she could trust the authenticity and working of these contraceptive pills. Though what if I don't take them? For a fleeting moment, Kushina had considered defying him, doing something drastic out of spite to expose his true nature to everyone, to Mikoto. But the thought faded quickly. No, I can't bear to do it. Bearing the child of the man who first assaulted her when she was drunk and later forced her into degrading labor for him. Death was better than that for her. The emotional toll alone would be unbearable, and she knew that Kanzu was the type who might even twist such a situation to his advantage, turning her pain into his victory by framing her as a vixen who seduced him. She couldn't give him that satisfaction. Not to mention, as a Jinchuriki, having a child wasn't something she could simply decide on her own. She would need the Hokage's permission, since pregnancy could affect the nine-tailed seal, and obtaining that permission would mean exposing everything she wanted to keep hidden. And above all, she didn't want to bring a child born out of fear and hatred into the world, a child she knew she could never truly love. So, even if she wanted to expose Kanza's true nature to Mikoto and everyone, she still decided not to do it by getting pregnant with his child. Satisfied with her silent acceptance, Kanzu continued getting dressed while Kushina glared at him, her eyes burning with the desire to slit his throat. He, however, paid her no mind. When he was nearly done, he glanced over his shoulder and said casually, "By the way, you should also spend some time coming up with a story." A story? Kushina frowned. What kind of story, and for what reason? For Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kanzu replied evenly. You'll likely be questioned about why I was inside your house. And unless you plan to tell them the truth about what you were doing with me, I suggest you come up with something believable. This, Kushina froze, panic spreading across her face. In her tension and confusion, she had completely forgotten about the ANBU who secretly shadowed her at all times. That meant they must have already seen Kanzu enter her home and stay for over an hour. No, it was worse than that. They would also know she had spent the previous night at the Uchiha compound in Kanzu's house. The last night could still be explained somehow, since Mikoto was also there, but this, alone in her own house, with Kanzu, for more than an hour? There was no easy way to justify that. Her heart pounded as the realization sank in. It was only a matter of time before the Hokage heard about it. No, perhaps he already knew and would summon her for questioning. And she had no idea what to say. Heishi turned toward Kanzu in a panic, but he was already gone. The soft click of the closing door was the only answer she received. Uchiha Kanzu, you damn bastard, I swear I'll kill you. She spat, fury flashing in her eyes. But no matter how loudly she shouted, no one was there to hear her. Now, alone in her bedroom, she felt hollow and exhausted from what had happened. But there was no time to nurse that numbness. Panic was settling in behind the anger. She had to invent a believable story fast. And it wasn't just her story she had to worry about. She also needed to clean herself up, along with the bedroom that still carried the lingering stench of what had happened. After all, what if, instead of summoning her to the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to come to her house directly? What would she do then? Damn it, she hissed through clenched teeth, forcing herself to stand despite the unrelenting pain. Clutching the bottle of contraceptive pills in her hand, she made her way toward the bathroom. Soon after Kanzu left Kushina's house, news of his visit, since he hadn't bothered to conceal it this time, was immediately relayed to the Hokage. Of course, a few details were altered. For instance, instead of claiming he had stayed for over an hour, the report stated that he had only been there for 2 or 3 minutes before leaving. And the one who received the information, it wasn't just the Hokage, but also Shimura Dance. Although the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a tightly held secret, the top brass of Konoha knew the truth. Without any surprises, when Dans heard that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had come into contact with Uchiha Kanzu, even taking him to her home, there was no way he could stay holed up in his den. He headed straight for the Hokage building, pushed open the door to Sarutobi Hiruzen's office, and walked in without hesitation, speaking bluntly. "Hiruzen," Dan said coldly, "I demand custody of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. She must be placed under Root's protection. Uchiha Kanzu already has his eyes on her. We cannot allow him to gain control of the Nine-Tails." Adding, as I've said multiple times already, Uzumaki Kushina must not be allowed to remain outside Root. Hiruzen frowned at Dan's words and immediately rejected the proposal. "I've already told you, Uzumaki Kushina will not be handed over to Root." He didn't trust Dan's, not with something as dangerous and important as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Dans had made this request many times before, but Hiruzen had consistently refused. "What I don't understand," Hiruzen muttered, "is how Uchiha Kanzu even knows that Uzumaki Kushina is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." That detail troubled him deeply. "Humph, must be the incompetence of one of your subordinates or something," snorted Dans. Hiruzen really didn't know what to say because what Dan said is quite likely to be the case. Seeing Hiruzen not denying, Dans mocked the Hokage further. "When I suggested wiping out the Uchiha clan together, you didn't agree. Regret it now?" Hiruzen closed his eyes, letting out a long breath. No, he didn't regret not attacking the Uchiha clan back then. If they had taken that path, the outcome might have been far worse than what they were dealing with now. "Uchiha Kanzu has approached the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Your own disciple, Jiraiya, and his favored disciple, Namikaze Minato, have been arrested and imprisoned by him. So tell me, Hiruzen, what are you planning to do?" Dan still didn't know that not only Minato, but the other 2 members of Team 6 had also been locked up in the police station. But then again, those 2 are sort of unimportant. So even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Regardless, his question left Hiruzen momentarily speechless. Uchiha Kanzu was like a hedgehog, covered in barbs, impossible to touch without injury. Any action taken against him would likely cause just as much harm to the village itself. "I propose we unite all of Konoha's strength and wipe out the Uchiha clan once and for all," Dans declared. His obsession with destroying the Uchiha hadn't wavered in the slightest. "Can you handle the Uchiha clan's 2 Mangekyou Sharingan users?" Hiruzen asked flatly. There was no way he could agree to Dan's reckless suggestion. Starting a civil war now, with the other great shinobi villages watching Konoha like hawks, would be a disaster. Even if Hiruzen suspected that Kanzu was deliberately trying to spark the 3rd Great Shinobi War, he couldn't afford to completely turn against him. Not yet. Hiruzen had known ever since Kansas Tsukuyomi struck his mind that Kanzu could no longer be underestimated. Now, with his conditions still unrecovered, how could he possibly engage in a battle against the Uchiha? Dans was simply being reckless. "This is all your fault, Hiruzen, for doing nothing when it mattered," Dan snapped, shifting the blame onto him. But the truth was, Dans himself was intimidated by the sheer threat posed by 2 Mangekyou Sharingan Awakeners. Without Hiruzen's support to launch a joint assault on the Uchiha, Dans wouldn't dare make a move on his own. When Hiruzen once again refused to ally with him against the Uchiha clan, Dan stormed out in frustration. Still indecisive, as ever you'd regret this indecisiveness more and more in the future. As for the idea of placing the Nine Tails Jinchuriki under Root's control, he didn't even bother bringing it up again. He knew full well that Hiruzen would never entrust the Jinchuriki to him. Hiruzen watched as Dan's left in frustration, the door slamming shut behind him, but he said nothing. If not for the poor state of his spirit at the moment, he might have seriously considered Dan's proposal. But as things stood, agreeing now would be nothing short of suicide. Sighing lightly, he lit his smoking pipe, then glanced towards the window the direction in which he looked at. It's the same area where Kushina's house is located. I'll have to check up on Kushina, he thought. Although Uchiha Kanzu had only stayed at Kushina's house for 2 to 3 minutes, who knows of Kansas Mangeki Sharingan Ocular Jutsu, having personally experienced its power, knows that for Kanzu, an instant is enough to defeat almost anyone therefore. His concern wasn't just for Kushina, it was for the Nine Tails itself. He didn't want Uchiha Kanzu to have done anything to the Nine Tails. I hope nothing's happened, he thought, pushing himself up from his chair and deciding to head to her house immediately. But just as he rose to his feet, a sudden wave of blinding pain struck him in the head, draining his strength and forcing him to collapse back into his seat. Hokage-sama. The ENBU hidden around the office panicked as they saw the Hokage begin to collapse. They immediately appeared at his side, supporting him before he could hit the ground. "Ahaha, I'm all right, ha," Hiruzen said weakly, waving a hand as he steadied himself with both arms taking support of the table. "Hokage-sama, you need to rest," the ENBU said, worried about Hiruzen's condition. "I need Hasunade here, ha," quickly. Hiruzen managed between heavy breaths. He didn't have the luxury of rest, not with Uchiha Kanzu running rampant through Konoha and the other Kage watching for any sign of weakness to strike. "We're working on it, Hokage-sama," one of the ANBU replied. "Then work faster," Hiruzen said, wiping away the thin trail of blood starting to trickle from his nose. Straightening himself with effort, he added, "I need to check on Kushina. We can summon her here instead," the ANBU suggested, clearly worried. "It will be better for you to rest, Hokage-sama." "No, I have to go there personally," Hiruzen said, shaking his head. Kanzu could have left something behind at Kushina's home, a seal, perhaps, or something else that could later be used to manipulate or contain the Nine Tails. He needed to make sure the tailed beast was truly secure within Kushina. With that, he said nothing more and walked out. Despite the throbbing in his head and the dizziness that made it hard to focus on anything, Kanzu had no idea that Dan's had approached Hiruzen with a proposal to wipe out the Uchiha clan. If Kanzu had known, he wouldn't have hesitated to lead the Uchiha clan in annihilating the Root organization first. And he was confident that even if he destroyed Root, Hiruzen wouldn't dare to retaliate, especially not in his current condition. Even if Hiruzen wanted to retaliate and classify him and his Uchiha clan as traitors, Kanzu still wasn't afraid the side effects of using the Mangeki Sharingan have completely disappeared after acquiring the sage body of the Uzumaki clan. Not to mention, his visual prowess had significantly increased, and the chakra consumption of his Mangeki had decreased. With the way he is now, he can be as reckless as possible with his Mangeki Sharingan alone. Additionally, the boost in his chakra reserve allowed him to maintain Raijin Jaka S Shurkai for longer durations. At this point, Kanzu could go toe-to-toe with the entire Konoha, just with the Uchiha clan at his back. Not caring about any of these things, Kanzu had already returned to the police station. As soon as Kanzu returned, Suda and Shin entered his office with their reports. Suda spoke first, handing over a file. "Kanzu-sama, we've imprisoned these 2 individuals. They're squad mates of Namikaze Minato and were caught snooping around the police station around the time Uzumaki Kushina came to visit." "Oh," Kanzu murmured as he opened the file, glancing at the photos inside. Minamoto Dakai and Irie Naoki. In Kanzu's opinion, these 2 are insignificant individuals and don't care much about them. He closed the file and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. They're unimportant. Keep them in prison for now." Of course, just because they were unimportant didn't mean Kanzu would let them off for trying to snoop around the police station. They'd remain in prison for a while. Since Kanzu showed no further interest in the two, Suda fell silent, allowing Shin to step forward. "Patriarch," Shin began, "I managed to get something out of Namikaze Minato." Kanzu raised an eyebrow. "Got something out of him? What do you mean?" "A hint that Namikaze Minato might possess a powerful jutsu," Shin said with a grin. Kanzu muttered, his interest waning immediately. Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, Shin hurried to elaborate. "Patriarch, Namikaze Minato is Jiraiya's most favored disciple. The jutsu he might have, it might be something from the Scroll of Seals." Shin believed that mentioning the Scroll of Seals would make Kanzu grasp the gravity of the situation. After all, the scroll contained many of the most powerful, significant, and forbidden jutsu in Konoha. It was unfortunate that the Uchiha clan had never been granted access to it. If they had, they certainly would have tried to learn from its contents. Kanzu nodded. "I know, and I also know the jutsu Namikaze Minato possesses. Don't concern yourself over it. I've already acquired it. There's nothing to worry about." "Huh?" Shin was taken aback, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. He had planned to extract the jutsu from Minato himself. But if Kanzu already had it, then the information had uncovered was worthless. After a brief pause, Shin only shrugged and forced a smile. "As expected of you, Patriarch." "Fufu," Kanzu chuckled softly. The jutsu Shin had hinted at was, of course, the flying Raijin. Once, Kanzu might have been eager to pursue it. He had even intended to use this very situation to make Minato reveal its secrets. But now there was no need. He had already obtained it through Kushina, and there was probably nothing else Minato possessed that could possibly interest him. I come to think of, there is something, or rather someone Uzumaki Kushina herself. But not anymore. I guess Fufu Chapter 66.1. Helpless Uzumaki Kushina's house. Kanahagakure, ding-dong, the sound of the doorbell echoed softly through the small home. "Are they here?" Kushina thought, straightening up. She had been expecting her doorbell to ring any time, and now, it seemed someone really had come. She ran her fingers through her red hair, tying it loosely to give herself a relaxed, casual look. On the dining table behind her lay an open scroll and a notebook, carefully arranged to make it appear as though she had been studying Finjutsu. In truth, she had been far too nervous, frightened, angry, and anxious to focus on studying at all. "Okay, calm down," she told herself. "I've already prepared a proper story. I'll be fine. They won't find anything. Nothing will happen." Satisfied, she exhaled softly and rose from her seat. A sharp pain shot through her abdomen, the lingering ache from earlier activities. But she gritted her teeth and forced herself to ignore it as if it wasn't there at all and moved toward the door. Just then, the doorbell rang again. "Ding-dong, I'm coming. Just a moment," she called out, raising her voice so whoever was outside would stop pressing the bell repeatedly. Step by step, she steadied her breathing and finally reached the door, hesitating only for a heartbeat before opening it. "Who's there?" she called out, her tone edged with irritation at being disturbed so late in the evening. When she opened the door, her breath caught. Standing outside, a smoking pipe in hand, eyes half-shadowed in thought, was none other than the Sandaime Hokage himself, flanked by two silent ENBU operatives. She immediately recognized one of them. His mask belonged to the ANBU, who regularly kept watch over her. And seeing him there now, alongside the Hokage, made it clear why they had come. "Hokage-sama," she said, feigning surprise as though his visit were the last thing she had expected. Then, she added awkwardly, "Good evening?" "Haha, good evening," Hiruzen said with a faint smile, though he paused briefly to press a finger to his temple, as if steadying a fleeting throb, then continued. "Apologies for the late visit, Kushina. I only just managed to get free." He didn't seem the least bit offended by her awkward greeting. In fact, there was a hint of warmth in his expression as he added, "Kushina, may I come in?" I'd like to talk to you about your Jinin promotion. Jin promotion? Kushina echoed, raising an eyebrow. Then it struck her she had been scheduled for assessment and promotion, though with everything that had happened to her in the past 24 hours, it had completely slipped her mind. All right, she said quickly, nodding. Yes, of course, please come in. She opened the door, and Hiruzen stepped inside. After the Hokage and his two ENBU escorts removed their sandals, Kushina led them into the dining hall. She gestured for Hiruzen to take a seat, which he did, while the two ENBU remained standing silently beside him. As he settled, he rubbed the back of his neck subtly, his gaze lingering a moment too long on the flickering light. Go get some tea, she said, moving toward the kitchen. Hokage-sama, would you like some? Well, I only have tea for a beverage, so that's the only thing I can offer. There are some cookies to go along. Hiruzen chuckled softly at her straightforwardness and nodded. Tea will be just fine. All right, Kushina replied, setting a kettle of water on the stove to boil. While she prepared tea, she also thought about the Jinin promotion thing. Why isn't he directly asking about Uchiha Kansas visit? She wondered, her mind racing. But she quickly forced the thought aside and began planning how to respond to his questions about the promotion. Under normal circumstances, she would have been thrilled. Becoming a Jinin was something she had long dreamed of, as it would be proof of her independence and strength. A chance to finally spread her wings and escape the restrictions that bound her. But right now, none of that mattered. She couldn't bring herself to care. All she wanted was for this questioning to end quickly, so she could be left alone. Still, I can't let my guard down, she reminded herself, her nerve a little tense. She knew that even if Hiruzen was talking about her Jinin promotion, he would eventually bring up Uchiha Kansas visit. And if she relaxed for even a moment, she might slip, say something she was desperate to keep hidden. As she prepared tea with those thoughts in her mind, Hiruzen watched her quietly. She seems fine, just a little tense, he thought, feeling a measure of relief, trying to ignore a dull pulse echoing faintly at the base of his skull, like the distant rumble of an approaching storm. He exhaled a breath, shifting to the dining table, where scrolls and a notebook lay open. Recognizing some of the seal formations sketched there, he nodded to himself. Studying the reverse tetragram at her age, impressive. She really is gifted in Finjutsu. Once Kushina had finished preparing the tea, she carried the tray to the dining table, setting the cups along with some cookies down carefully before taking a seat across from Hiruzen, who seemed to be wincing slightly in pain. Watching him like that, Kushina couldn't help but question, Hokage-sama, are you all right? Yes, it's fine, just a headache, Hiruzen replied, not wanting to reveal the problem. I see, murmured Kushina, not pressing further. And what about you? Kushina, you seem a bit tense and rather tired, Hiruzen observed with concern, his brows knitting slightly. He couldn't help but wonder if her unease and fatigue were after effects of being trapped in one of Kansas' powerful genjutsu. I just didn't sleep well last night, Kushina replied lightly, similarly, not wanting to reveal the problem. Another nightmare because of the Nine Tails? Hiruzen asked tentatively, knowing that Kushina often suffered from nightmares brought on by the beast sealed within her. And he hoped that the cause of her exhaustion was nightmares, because exhaustion from having nightmares is much better than exhaustion from being tortured for hours. Huh? Why, yeah, Kushina answered automatically, then immediately cursed herself inwardly. Idiot, hell no, that's not true. I was at the Uchiha compound last night. He should know that. Now that I've agreed so easily, he'll realize I'm lying. She got worried and afraid that everything was over before it could even begin. And now Hiruzen would directly call her out for her lie. But unexpectedly, he didn't and even apologized. I apologize for what you have to go through being a Jinchuriki. He seemed relieved to hear that her exhaustion was simply due to a restless night and another nightmare. Huh? Kushina was taken aback when Hiruzen didn't call out her obvious lie. For a moment, she couldn't make sense of it. By all logic, he should have scolded her for spending the night at the Uchiha compound, but he didn't. That inconsistency unsettled her. Is he testing me? She wondered, yet even that didn't fully make sense. The matter involved the Nine Tails. It wasn't something he would normally overlook, and yet, She couldn't be sure what he was thinking. Unable to make sense of the situation, Kushina spoke cautiously. As for being tense, say, I'm just nervous and maybe a little excited about the Jinin promotion. I see well. That's understandable. Hiruzen replied with a nod, noticing nothing unusual in her tone. Under normal circumstances, he might have picked up on the oddities in her behavior, and even felt that she might be lying or trying to cover up something. But with his head still clouded by a splitting headache, his perception dulled, and that worked in Kushina's favor. Although Kushina still couldn't figure out what was going on, she decided to change the subject. So about this Jinin promotion, she said quickly, I've heard it's different from the Chunin exams. Will there be some sort of assessment or written test? Or something else I should prepare for? Hiruzen took a sip of the tea while shaking his head. No, the Jinin promotion works differently. Once the Hokage deems a Shinobi suitable, and if there's a proper recommendation, they're promoted directly. I see. Kushina nodded, pretending to think it over. Then, leaning forward slightly, she asked quickly, So, what do you think, Hokage-sama? Am I suitable? And who's going to recommend me? Her tone was a bit too eager, a hint of nervousness slipping through as she tried to keep him from noticing anything unusual. Hiruzen, naturally, wasn't surprised by Kushina's mix of excitement and nervousness, and indeed, he failed to notice the true reason behind it. Smiling kindly, he nodded. Indeed, I've reviewed your file. You're more than qualified for Jinin promotion. As for the recommendation, it'll be the one endorsing you personally. Besides, he added, reaching into his robes, I also have a letter of recommendation from Mito-sama, one she left behind specifically for this occasion. So, there's no issue with your credentials. Mito Oba-asama left a letter? Kushina asked, momentarily taken aback. Hiruzen nodded and placed a sealed envelope on the table, sliding it gently toward her. Yes, here it is. See, can I read it? She asked hesitantly, her voice trembling just a little. Of course, Hiruzen replied with a warm smile. Go ahead, and continued to drink the tea. Though each swallow now carried a faint undercurrent of strain, the warmth doing little to blunt the insistent pressure building at his temples. Kushina quickly unfolded the letter and began to read. The moment her eyes traced the familiar handwriting, her chest tightened. It was unmistakably Mito's. It had been nearly a decade since Mito passed away, yet the warmth in those carefully penned words was the same as she remembered. Though the letter wasn't addressed to her directly, Mito's recommendation was sincere, praising her skills in Finjutsu and affirming her worthiness for promotion to Jinin when the time comes. Although the letter is technically not valid, considering Mito is dead and can't probably assess her current skills, her recommendation still counts considering her important status. And as she read those contents, emotion welled in her chest. Mito Oba-asama, am not as capable as you thought, she murmured under her breath, biting her lip. If I were truly strong, how could that bastard, Uchiha Kanzu, have taken advantage of me like that? A pang of guilt struck her. She felt as though she had failed Mito's expectations. But now wasn't the time to sink into self-loathing. She still had to face the Hokage sitting across from her and not let him suspect what had happened to her. Quickly wiping away the tears that threatened to spill, she set the letter down and forced a faint smile. Then there shouldn't be any problem with my promotion. Right, Hokage-sama? Kushina's reaction to the letter was exactly what Hiruzen had expected. Smiling faintly, he nodded. There's no problem at all. Your promotion is well-deserved. Kushina exhaled softly, feigning excitement. All right, that's good. So, that means I'm officially a Jinin now, right? Yes. Hiruzen confirmed, then added, shifting slightly in his seat, but there's a small caveat. A caveat? She repeated, frowning slightly. What do you mean? Hiruzen folded his hands on the table. I can promote you to Jinin, but I can't permit you to leave the village on missions. The situation between the nations is growing increasingly tense, and I can't risk sending you outside Konoha for now. Kushina fell silent for a moment before simply nodding. Fine. Her easy acceptance caught Hiruzen off guard. He had expected her to argue, to protest being confined to the village, perhaps even throw one of her usual tantrums. Normally, she would have. But today, She just wanted this conversation over with, wanted him and his ANBU gone, so she could finally be alone. Though slightly puzzled by her calm acceptance, Hiruzen chose not to question it. Perhaps, he thought, Kushina had simply matured with time. And in a way, he was right, she had matured, just not in the way he imagined. Setting that thought aside, he continued, "You'll remain in the barrier division. They'll have your duties adjusted to match your new rank." "All right," Kushina replied quietly, nodding once more. Hiruzen found this calm, agreeable version of Kushina rather unusual. For a brief moment, he was even at a loss, had prepared a handful of explanations and reassurances to convince her, yet it seemed he wouldn't need any of them. A quiet lull settled over the dining hall until Kushina finally broke it. Well, she prompted softly, as if asking whether there was anything else. "Oh, right," Hiruzen said, blinking as he turned to the ANBU beside him. "Give her things." The ANBU nodded, retrieving a sealed scroll from his pouch and placing it neatly on the table. "Your Jinin vest, forehead protector, new license plate with your updated rank, and other official items corresponding to your new rank are inside," Hiruzen explained. "Got it," Kushina said, nodding as she accepted the scroll. Though she didn't really want to open it just yet, she knew not doing so might raise a few eyebrows. So, she unfolded it anyway and took out the contents, feigning curiosity as she examined them. Hiruzen smiled faintly, watching her expression as she unrolled the scroll and revealed the neatly sealed items inside. She looked appropriately eager, just as he had hoped, and as she appeared distracted, Hiruzen seized the moment to steer the conversation toward what truly concerned him. "By the way, Kushina," he began casually, "I heard you visited the police station earlier this afternoon. And afterward, Uchiha Kanzu briefly visited your house. Sure enough, it's coming," Kushina thought, instantly alert. She had been expecting this question all along. That was why she had never let her guard down. Even now, though she appeared distracted by the Jinin vest, her mind was razor sharp. "Yeah," she said casually, her tone steady as she turned the vest over in her hands. "That did happen. What about it?" Hiruzen sighed quietly. "Well, he's a troublesome man. I just wanted to advise you to keep your distance from him. He's not someone you should befriend. Could even want to get close to that bastard, let alone be friends with him." Kushina snapped, her tone laced with barely contained anger. Hiruzen blinked, momentarily taken aback by the intensity in her voice. It was clear something serious had happened. Did he do something? He asked quickly. "Of course he did." Kushina burst out, slamming her fist on the table. "Hey imprisonet Minato-kun. And when I went to the Uchiha police station to demand his release, he refused. Minato-kun's innocent, had never do something like that. I know it. But Uchiha Kanzu wouldn't listen. He said he'd investigate first and only release Minato-kun once he was absolutely certain of his innocence." "I see," Hiruzen murmured, unsurprised to hear the reason behind her visit to the police station. He had already suspected as much, considering that Namikaze's Minato had also been imprisoned. What he didn't understand, however, was why Kanzu had come to her house afterward and asked her about it. "Then how did you end up bringing him here from the police station?" Kushina frowned, her irritation flaring. "Hokage-sama, don't your Yinbu have better things to do? Like protecting the villagers from people like Uchiha Kanzu and his police force, instead of watching from the shadows all the time?" She glared at the two masked figures standing silently beside him. Hiruzen looked a bit embarrassed. "It's for your safety, Kushina, you should understand, considering your identity." Kushina snorted. "Whatever, I still think your ANBU are useless." Her gaze lingered on them coldly. In her heart, the resentment ran deep. If they were truly competent, how had Uchiha Kanzu managed to take advantage of her right under their watch? These fools hadn't protected her at all, and for that, she despised them. Now, Kushina," Hiruzen said gently, trying to calm her down. "The ANBU are only doing their job, protecting you. Look, you're safe and unharmed, aren't you?" "Safe and unharmed," you're right, Kushina scoffed inwardly. The sharp ache pulsing from her core would like to argue about just how safe or unharmed she really was. Still, she kept her expression composed. Fixing Hiruzen with a sharp look, she said aloud, "If they're really doing their job, Then why don't you ask them what Uchiha Kanzu was doing at my house? They should at least know that much, right? Deep down, she was also desperate to hear their answer. Part of her needed to know how much they had seen, or worse, heard. If they had overheard what happened inside her bedroom, the story she had prepared would turn out to be useless. One of the ANBU stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Hokage-sama instructed us to maintain distance so as not to interfere with your personal life, Kushina-sama. We only observe from afar. Since you were the one who brought Uchiha Kanzu to your residence, we did not intervene immediately. However, we were prepared to act if anything happened and had already dispatched a messenger to inform Hokage-sama as soon as we saw you bring him here. But within just 2 or 3 minutes, Uchiha Kanzu had already left, so we didn't take any further action. Huh, just 2 or 3 minutes. Kushina repeated, startled. Give or take, the ANBU replied with a short nod. Perhaps a few seconds more or less. Kushina froze, disbelief flashing across her face. Just 2 or 3 minutes. That bastard was here for over an hour. There was no way the ANBU could have mistaken such a long visit for just a few minutes. Yet had said it so confidently, as if it were fact. The contradiction sent a chill through her. Why is he lying? She thought desperately, suspicion tightening in her chest. What's wrong? Is there some discrepancy in the ANBU's report? Hiruzen asked, sensing something off, his voice carrying a subtle hitch as he leaned forward, the motion sending a fresh spike through his skull that he masked with a slow blink. No, Kushina shook her head, then added quickly, I wasn't really paying attention to how much time he stayed, but it was probably about that long. Hiruzen was still suspicious. From Kushina's earlier reaction, it hadn't seemed like she believed Uchiha Kanzu had stayed for only 2 or 3 minutes. Yet the ANBU insisted that he seemed to have stayed over for only that period of time. Normally, such a discrepancy would have been impossible to explain, but Hiruzen knew of Kanzu's unique Jinjutsu, one capable of distorting perception of time itself, making mere moments feel like hours within that Jinjutsu plane. Could Uchiha Kanzu have? Hiruzen wondered grimly before asking aloud. Did Uchiha Kanzu use any Jinjutsu on you? Jinjutsu? Kushina repeated, frowning slightly. I don't think so. She shook her head after a moment's thought. If Kanzu had used a Jinjutsu on her, she was certain she would have noticed. Are you sure? Hiruzen pressed again, his tone cautious. He went on to describe the kind of Jinjutsu that Uchiha Kanzu possesses, drawing from his own experience of being hit by it. The recollection stirred the embers of his own past torment, and with it, the pain in his head flared subtly. A warning thread pulling taut. Kushina blinked, taken aback by both his insistence and the details he shared. She couldn't help but wonder if such a Jinjutsu was really possible, and if Uchiha Kanzu could truly use something so powerful. But after thinking it through carefully, she nodded firmly. Yes, I'm absolutely sure, Hokage-sama. No such Jinjutsu was used on me by Uchiha Kanzu. I'd definitely remember if it had been. I see, Hiruzen murmured, pursing his lips, though his expression remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Kushina's gaze flicked toward the ANBU once more, an uneasy feeling settling in her chest. She was certain Kanzu hadn't used any Jinjutsu on her, but the ANBU, could that bastard have used Jinjutsu on them instead? She wondered. That would explain why the ANBU had lied about how long Kanzu stayed in her home. It would also explain why Hiruzen seemed completely unaware that she had spent the previous night at the Uchiha compound. Then does that mean he wanted the Hokage-sama to know had visited me? She thought, uncertainty clouding. Her instincts told her that this was likely the case. Yet she couldn't understand why he would want to do something like that. Isn't that tantamount to kicking himself on the leg? While she was still trying to piece together a reason, Hiruzen broke the silence. Anyway, about what we were discussing earlier, he said, his tone calm but probing. Why did you end up bringing Uchiha Kanzu to your house? Well, that Kushina faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. She had prepared a story beforehand, but that story was based on the assumption that Hiruzen knew Kanzu had spent over an hour in her home. Now, however, The NBU's account had completely changed things. If she stuck to her original story, it would immediately expose her lie. She needed a new one, and fast. What do I say? What do I say? She thought frantically, her mind racing to improvise something believable. Her silence made Hiruzen uneasy. Did something happen? He wondered anxiously, the question amplifying the relentless thrum in his temples, each beat now echoing like footsteps in a narrowing corridor. Just as he was about to question her, Kushina broke the silence with an awkward smile. When I went to his office at the police station to demand Minato-kun's release, I kind of smashed his office door and table in anger. So, he demanded compensation. He said that if I didn't pay up, he'd frame Minato-kun unjustly. She wasn't entirely lying. The events had indeed unfolded something like that. Just not exactly as she described. I see, Hiruzen said slowly, then leaned forward slightly. And what kind of compensation did he demand? What else? He demanded money, Kushina said with a shrug, trying to sound casual. Said it was to replace his broken door and table. Her tone hardened as she gritted her teeth. But the price he asked for was ridiculous. You could replace 100 doors and tables with that amount. Still, I had no choice but to agree. I didn't have that much money on me at that moment, so I told him I'd go home to get it. But that bastard said he didn't trust me and insisted on coming along. She exhaled sharply, as if recalling the irritation of the moment. After I gave him the money, he just left. As Kushina gave her explanation, she felt uncomfortably self-conscious. The story she'd spun was hastily made up, and she wasn't sure if it sounded convincing. That's it? Is that really all that happened? Hiruzen asked, a trace of doubt in his voice. Yeah, that's it. Kushina shot back, anger flashing across her face. And you say it like it's nothing. That bastard took all my savings. I don't even have enough left to last the month. Hiruzen chuckled softly. Ha, don't worry. We'll have some money sent to you, he said lightly, though his mind was already turning. Is that really all that happened? Given Kansas' reputation, extortion was hardly surprising. Had even been a victim of it himself, as had several others in the village. So, on the surface, her story made sense. Still, something didn't sit right with him. Did Uchiha Kanzu really not touch the Nine Tails at all? He thought, finding the idea hard to believe. The speculation tugged at him, each mental thread yanking harder against the vice gripping his skull. Suspicious, he couldn't hold back from asking directly. Tell me, Kushina, he said suddenly, his tone turning serious, is the Nine Tails seal stable? Kushina frowned. Huh? The Nine Tails seal? Of course. It's stable. Why wouldn't it be? Sensing that her confusion seemed genuine, Hiruzen quickly waved a hand dismissively. Forgive me. Just an old man worrying too much. The Nine Tails seal, if it's really stable, then was Uchiha Kansas' visit truly just about money? Hiruzen frowned. That explanation didn't sit right with him. After all, how much money could Kushina possibly have? 500,000 ri at most. Would Kanzu really bother going all the way to her house for such a trivial amount? He could easily extort far more through other means. And he didn't even stay for long. What exactly is he planning? Hiruzen sighed inwardly. He simply couldn't make sense of Kansas' actions. But then a sudden thought struck him. Wait, could it be that Uchiha Kanzu left something behind at her house? Something he intends to use when her guard is down? The idea unsettled him. Kushina, Hiruzen said carefully, perhaps I should have my ENBU take a quick look around your home, just to make sure Uchiha Kanzu didn't leave anything dangerous behind. Knowing his personality, I wouldn't rule out this possibility. His words trailed slightly, the suggestion requiring a deliberate push past the fog, now clouding the edges of his focus. Take a look around my house? Kushina repeated, her frown deepening in clear distaste. She had expected this possibility, and even prepared for it, but the thought still made her uneasy. After a brief pause, she forced a reluctant sigh. If Hokage-sama feels it's necessary, fine. But my bedroom is off limits. I don't want strange men poking around in there. Besides, she added quickly, I didn't let him go there anyway. That, of course, was a lie. Kanzu had spent most of his time in her bedroom. On her bed, in anticipation of this very situation, she had already cleaned the room thoroughly, but the thought of more strangers stepping into that space made her stomach turn. In fact, it already felt so violated that she doubted she'd ever be able to sleep there peacefully again. But she still didn't want anyone else there, because the bottle of contraception pills given to her by Kanzu was still in that room. Noticing her clear reluctance, Hiruzen decided to let it go. He could sense her discomfort, and the old man had no intention of pressing her any further because he knew she'd explode if he did. "All right, her bedroom is off limits," he said finally, turning to his ANBU. The ANBU ninjas nodded and began checking the rest of the house. Meanwhile, Kushina spoke up, her voice slightly pleading. "Hogisama opot Minato-kun. He's still imprisoned. Can't you order Uchiha Kanzu to release him? I swear he's innocent." Minato-kun would never do something as vile as peeking at the bathing women in the bathhouse. Kushina's plea made Hiruzen feel a bit helpless. To be honest, he knew he couldn't do anything. Hiruzen's headaches had been getting worse, and even if he wanted to, he wasn't in any condition to confront Kanzu directly. If he had the strength to free anyone, it would be Jiraiya first and Minato later, but even that was beyond his reach right now. Still, he couldn't afford to show weakness in front of Kushina. "They'll see what I can do," he said with a nod, forcing composure into his tone. He was the Hokage, the leader of the village, and the Hokage couldn't appear helpless or frail, especially not under the shadow of the Uchiha Patriarch's growing influence. So, he gave the only answer he could, that he would see what he could do. Kushina, however, wasn't convinced. His words felt hollow, his tone too careful. She could tell it was little more than polite reassurance, and that thought unsettled her. Even the Hokage is helpless against that bastard. A heavy silence fell between them, broken only when the ANBU ninjas returned. They approached Hiruzen and whispered a few words. His brows furrowed, but after a moment, he nodded. "Well," he said, turning back to Kushina, "your home, aside from your bedroom, has been checked thoroughly. There's nothing unusual." The assurance came out measured, each syllable now laced with the effort of holding back the swelling tide within his skull. Kushina let out a quiet sigh of relief. "That's good," she said quickly, then added, "I'll check my bedroom myself, just in case." "All right," Hiruzen nodded, though unease lingered in his expression. After a pause, he said, "If you'd like, you can stay at my house for the next few days. There's an empty room available. You can use it." He felt that having Kushina close by would put his mind more at ease. "I think I'll be fine here," Kushina murmured, politely declining his offer. She was in no state of mind to stay at the Hokage's residence. In fact, the very thought made her uneasy. She feared that the Hokage's wife might notice something she was desperately trying to hide. Hiruzen pressed his lips together, thinking, "No, this won't do," and was about to press her again, when a sudden wave of pain struck. "Ah!" he gasped, clutching his head with both hands as a sharp throb ripped through his skull. Blood began to trickle from his nose, and his vision blurred, his mind pounding as if struck by 1,000 hammers. His breathing quickened, and his consciousness started to slip. The ANBU immediately reacted. "Hokage-sama!" One of them shouted in alarm. Kushina also shot to her feet, panic flashing across her face. What's happening to him?" she cried. The ANBU didn't answer Kushina directly. Instead, they exchanged quick words with each other. "He needs his medication immediately and rest," one of them said urgently. Seeing that Hiruzen was in no condition to make it home on his own, Kushina hesitated before speaking up. If he needs rest, then he can stay here," she offered awkwardly. She didn't really want anyone staying in her house, but this was the Hokage, after all. One of the ANBU, however, shook his head firmly. "He needs more than just a bed to rest on," he said, before turning to his companion. "Hokage-sama needs to be escorted back to his residence and have those medical devices attached to him." It was clear they intended to take him there immediately. After all the proper medical equipment was already prepared at the Hokage's home. One of the ANBU gave a sharp nod. "He'll escort Hokage-sama back to his residence. As for you," he said to his comrade, Continue monitoring the Jinchuriki's security and make sure Uchiha Kanzu doesn't come near this place again. Understood. Sir, the other AMBU replied. With that, the first AMBU lifted the still gasping Hiruzen into his arms and swiftly departed, leaving Kushina alone with the remaining guard. Now that she was left with the Yanbyu ninja, Kushina wanted to question him about his previous lie. But the Yanbyu ninja didn't give her the opportunity and also disappeared, leaving her alone in her house. And standing there alone in the silence of her small living room, Kushina's hands trembled, not knowing what to do. She felt completely helpless. Patriarch's mansion, Uchiha compound, when Kanzu returned home. Mikoto gently helped him remove his jacket, but as she slipped it off his shoulders, she caught a familiar scent. Her expression froze. That scent, it was Kushina's. Kansama, were you with Kushina-chan earlier? She asked. HM? Yeah, Kanza didn't deny it. I see, Mikoto murmured. The thought of him spending time with Kushina stirring a sharp bitterness in her chest. Noticing Mikoto's bitter state and easily guessing the cause, Kanzu pulled her into his arms and whispered softly in her ear, To me, you are far more important than some casual flings. Mikoto nodded, her heart settling a little as she felt his warmth. Still, part of her wanted to know how he had managed to succeed with Kushina this time. Given Kanzu's nature, Mikoto could guess it probably hadn't been anything honorable. It was likely similar to how he had once deceived her. It must have been through coercion, Mikoto thought, but she didn't dwell on it. It's time we got some rest, said Kanzu as his hand slid down at her hips. Though he had done a lot of exercise with Kushina, Mikoto is still better in his opinion. Moreover, in his heart, Mikoto also holds far more weight than Kushina ever could. His fun with Kushina had just begun, not to mention they weren't exactly in a relationship or anything like that. It was just him unilaterally threatening her and taking advantage of her. In contrast, his relationship with Mikoto was different, and now Mikoto's heart belonged to him as well. Feeling the movements of his hands on her buttocks, Mikoto flushed deeply and stammered, trying to regain control of the moment. That first, we should have dinner, right? It wasn't that she didn't want to serve him, but they clearly hadn't eaten yet. Kanzu tilted his head slightly. What are you talking about? Aren't I having my dinner? Mikoto's face turned crimson at the teasing remark. She knew exactly what he meant, yet she persisted, whispering, but, Kensama, you still need a proper meal. After all, Shinobi need to eat to maintain their physical strength. If they don't eat properly, it could become a real problem. Knowing this, Kanza didn't argue and simply gave in. Siegfine, he'll eat first, then he'll have my dessert. He was, after all, feeling quite hungry. Wrapping an arm around her waist as they made their way to the dining room, he asked casually, by the way, what have you prepared for dinner? I have prepared simmered yellowtail with daikon, miso soup with silken tofu and wakame, steamed rice, and pickled plum. There is also grilled eggplant brushed with soy and ginger, answered Mikoto. Another elaborate meal, Kanza murmured. Don't you like it? Mikoto asked softly, glancing up at him, a hint of worry in her eyes that the meal she had prepared might not suit his taste. What are you talking about? I'm actually looking forward to it, Kanzu said with a small smile, shaking his head as he took his seat at the dining table. Ever since Mikoto had started living with him as his wife, his meals had become noticeably more refined and far more traditional. Before this, his food had never been so intricate or ceremonious. None of the Zodiacs, not even Hazuki, could cook with such finesse. They had often tried to prepare something for him, but it was always simple, one dish or another, or he would simply eat out. But with Mikoto around, that had changed, and it's not a change that he dislikes. I mean, who doesn't like to eat high-class, refined meals? Really? In that case, he'll serve you right away, Mikoto replied happily, quickly setting out the dishes and preparing a portion for herself as she took the seat beside him. The aroma of simmered yellowtail and soy filled the room, blending with the faint scent of incense that lingered in the air. Itadikamasu, they both said, and the couple began their meal together. Kanza picked up his chopsticks, sampling the fish first. The tender flesh broke apart easily, soaking in the flavor of daikon and broth. He nodded faintly. Not bad, the seasoning's balanced. Makoto's eyes brightened with satisfaction. I'm glad it suits your taste, Kansama. He took another bite, glancing at her from the corner of his eye. Yes, indeed, it's good. She smiled, picking up her chopsticks and beginning to eat. Makoto's manner of eating was far more refined than Kansas, so graceful, in fact, that he found himself feeling slightly self-conscious. Without thinking, he adjusted his posture and tried to match her elegance. Noticing this, Makoto smiled softly, a warmth blooming in her chest. Seeing him try those things, even a little, made her oddly happy. The rest of the meal passed in comfortable silence, with Makoto occasionally pausing to serve him another portion. Strangely enough, even after eating his usual amount, which was quite a lot, mind you, Kanzu still didn't feel satisfied. I didn't expect not to be full even after all this, he muttered. It's all right, Kansama. He'll prepare a bit more, Makoto replied, standing up at once to cook. Seeing him eat heartily filled her with joy. Serving him always did. Kanzo hummed in acknowledgement, continuing to eat as Makoto moved gracefully about, preparing and serving him more food. Perhaps this is also the result of acquiring the Uzumaki sage body, he thought, finding it the only reasonable explanation for his sudden increase in appetite. It was only after finishing nearly 4 times his usual portion that he finally leaned back, patting his stomach with a satisfied sigh. Yet that felt good. Makoto let out a soft, relieved breath, wiping the sweat from her forehead before smiling. I'm glad, Kasame. Makoto, my meals. The quantity will probably increase from now on, Kanzu said, hinting for her to start preparing larger portions in the future. I understand. He'll adjust accordingly. She nodded, though her expression grew slightly worried. But I hope it's not because of some health problem. After all, it wasn't normal for someone to suddenly eat 4 times their usual amount. Children, perhaps, but Kanzu was almost an adult. A few instances might be fine, but if it continued on a daily basis, it could be cause for concern. That's not the case, Kanzu replied, shaking his head. I probably know the reason for this surge in appetite, and it's nothing to be concerned about. A moment of silence followed before Makoto nodded obediently. I see then. Reaching for the teapot, she lifted it gracefully with both hands and poured, filling Kanzu's cup. Here, she said softly, placing it before him. It should help with digestion. Kanzu hummed, accepting the cup as Makoto quietly began clearing and washing the dishes. Chapter 66.2 Obsessed Uchiha Makoto are 18 sometime later. Well, now that we've finished all the side quests, Kanzu whispered into her ear with a faint smirk, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Isn't it about time we move on to the main one? Feeling his closeness, Makoto's cheeks warmed, and she gave a shy nod. Kansama. Even though they had been together in every way a married couple could be, she still felt a bit shy. Despite that, she willingly followed his lead as he gently guided her closer, freeing the item that sprang forth. Makoto glanced at it for a moment before looking up and saying with more assurance, Kansama, yours truly seems to have grown larger. Having served him faithfully for a few months, she was familiar with every detail. After all, she deals with similar situations almost daily, which is why she could easily tell that Kanzu had changed. Kukuku, it's not just the size that's increased, Kanzu smirked. After gaining the Uzumaki sage body, Kanzu not only experienced a boost in strength and chakra, but also an increase in his stamina. Well, his original height has also increased a little, changing from 192.5 centimeters to 195.5 centimeters, which is also something that makes him very happy. But putting that aside, he took hold of her head. Makoto knelt before him and did as she was told. When she opened her mouth, a strange, unfamiliar taste met her tongue. As soon as the flavor registered, her heart twisted. Could it be Kushina-chan's? She had been with him often enough to easily recognize the difference between his usual scent and the trace of another woman. This was undoubtedly the lingering presence of a woman. Aside from herself, Kushina was the only other woman who could have left such a mark on him. It was the only explanation. And as the thought settled in, that another woman's touch lingered on her husband, a flicker of jealousy flared within her. But she didn't stop. Instead, she shut her eyes more tightly, pressing her lips down with renewed resolve, determined to once again erase every trace of Kushina's presence with her own devotion. Inch by inch, she persisted, pushing past her own limits. Even before, she had struggled, and now, with his size increased, it was all the more difficult. But Kanzu showed no concern. Even when she gagged, he pressed deeper, and Mikoto's muffled sounds vibrated against him. Her cheeks flushed crimson. "That's it, Mikoto! You're doing great," Kanzu praised her as he guided her head. Mikoto responded with muffled sounds, taking his encouraging words to heart. Redoubling her efforts, she worked with greater intensity, determined to do her best to please him. As though drawing him in with a powerful pull, she focused on him with devoted attention. Soft, wet sounds filled the room. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her vision blurring as he moved in and out. Each motion pushed deeper until she was pressed fully against him. She continued passionately, determined and unwavering despite the difficulty, holding on to him tightly, with unwavering determination to keep going. NGDHHH muffled sounds vibrated from her throat as her eyes watered, tears streaming down her flushed cheeks. A few minutes later, Kanzu groaned low, his body tensing. "Hot damn, I'm close, hold on." The next instant, the pressure surged without warning. Throb, 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 guh. A sudden flood poured into her throat in heavy waves. The sheer volume made Mikoto choke, some of it escaping past the corners of her lips and even coming from her nose as she struggled to keep up. MHH. Her throat tensed as she struggled to keep up with the sudden rush. Wave after wave hit her stomach, while some spilled down her chin and smeared her lips. At last, when the flow slowed, Mikoto pulled back just slightly, gasping for breath, only for a final rush to meet her lips. Her bright eyes lifted to him, and despite the tears streaking her face, she breathed deeply with quiet devotion. "Ha! Such a good wife I have," Kanzu praised, brushing her sweaty black hair back from her face. Mikoto coughed softly, then obediently bent forward again with an obsessive gaze. She carefully cleaned the remaining smudges from him, even scooping up the droplets that had smeared her own chin, refusing to waste a single bit. This was Kanzu's precious offering. Something extremely precious, it was not something to be wasted. Since he was allowing her to enjoy it, she knew she had to savor every bit. When she finished, she pressed her lips to the edge in a reverent, devoted kiss, her voice faint but steady. "I've taken care of all of it. Not a bit left behind. Kansama, indeed you are a dutiful wife, and dutiful wives deserve rewards," Kanzu said, caressing her cheek. "Then what reward are you going to give me, Kansama?" Mikoto asked, her gaze filled with obsession. "Of course, the very reward you desire most," Kanzu replied, helping her up. "Kulme, place your hands on the wall. I shall reward my dutiful and devoted wife for all of her effort." "Ah yes, Kansama." Mikoto nodded eagerly, obeying without hesitation, and walked up to the wall. She was so happy and eager to receive the reward that she even had a slight skip in her step. She pressed her palms firmly against the wall, arching her back and sensually pushing her hips out for him. Her flushed cheek rested against the surface as she turned slightly, breathless, and asked, "Is this good enough?" "Yes," Kanzu nodded, approaching her step by step. He lifted her plum skirt and pushed aside her damp black panties before spitting on his fingers, coating them with saliva in preparation. In fact, she didn't really need any more foreplay. Just for being with him so intimately, she was already trembling with anticipation, her body ready for him. But Kanzu was still going to take his time, wanting to explore her slowly. He traced his slicked fingers down the curve of her body, working his way along her skin. He paused at the tight cleft and leaned close to her ear, his breath hot as he murmured, "Mikoto, did you clean yourself properly?" He wasn't about to go further if she hadn't cleaned herself properly. That would be so disgusting. Hi Kansama, you can use the other way. She nodded quickly, her cheeks flushing. Mikoto always made sure to keep herself clean there. It had become a daily ritual. After all, Kanzu had particular preferences, and tending to her personal hygiene was something she did without fail before he returned home. Good you didn't disappoint me, he said with a smirk before leaning in close. Mikoto let out a soft sound as he touched her, her body tensing before melting into shivers. Kanzu took his time, moving slowly and gently as he began to relax her, then continued to stretch her further as her breath hitched in trembling gasps. Of course, his other hand didn't stay idle. It moved up to strip away her blouse, unhooking her bra. Without hesitation, his fingers closed around them, squeezing and kneading before teasing her nipples with firm pinches that drew breathy gasps from her lips. And in NGH Mikoto bit her lip, her flushed face highlighting the heat that spread through her body as the pressure built within her. Just from the intense sensations, Mikoto felt overwhelmed. It hadn't even been 2 minutes before her body was trembling. Her breath caught, and she gasped out, "Kei-kan-sama, I can't hold it any longer." Kanzu's voice cut through her gasp like steel. "Is that so? But Mikoto, this time you will not break, not until I say so." But I can't," she stammered, her voice breaking, panic and desperation written all over her face. She tried to explain how close she was to losing her composure, and how impossible it felt to hold back now. Kanzu's eyes narrowed dangerously. Without hesitation, he pulled his hand away from her, while his other hand slid from her breast to clamp firmly around her jaw, forcing her head back until her body pressed flush against his chest. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper as he questioned her. "Are you defying me, Mikoto?" "And no, I never dare," Mikoto gasped, her voice trembling as she struggled against the sting. A choked whimper slipped out when he suddenly pulled away, leaving her trembling and shaken. The lingering stretch turned into a throbbing ache that coiled low in her belly, morphing quickly into an unbearable, needy heat. Burning frustration gnawed at her insides, her body trembling. Her body moved on instinct, betraying her shame as she pressed back against him, overwhelmed with restless, desperate energy. The tension between them built with every movement, seeking friction, seeking relief, hoping for the intimacy they had shared that morning in the bath. While Mikoto writhed, desperate for sensation, Kanzu showed no mercy. His hand shoved past her lips, forcing her to gag and choke as he pushed deep into her mouth. She obeyed without hesitation, muffled whimpers vibrating around his hand. At the same time, his other hand reached for her, gripping tightly with ruthless force, sending jolts rippling through her body, leaving her trembling as she gasped, "MFF and NGH." But even that wasn't enough. She needed him close, needed him there. He was right there, ready for her. So close that with only a small movement, she could feel the warmth between them. Yet, without his permission, she didn't dare, even though every part of her longed for it. Breathless and trembling, she could only beg for what she craved. "MFF Keikon-sema, please I see can't taka, I Kanzu," smirked coldly, enjoying her struggle. "If you want it, then you have to obey my order, and you'll endure every second of it until I give permission. Tell me, Mikoto, are you going to lose control without my permission? If you do, you won't get the reward you crave." Her whole body shook, torn between unbearable need and her obedience. She bit down on her lip until it nearly bled, then finally nodded, her voice breaking with submission. "My one sikum, in not, less Keikon-sama. Alosh, that's good, make sure you don't disobey, or there will be punishment," Kanzu warned. Hearing the word punishment, Mikoto shivered. She was certainly afraid of being unable to sit properly, her butt aching for an entire week. Resolving herself, she swore she wouldn't break until he allowed it. Seeing that Mikoto had taken his warning seriously, Kanzu nodded in satisfaction. He kept his hand over her mouth, holding her in place as his other hand guided her toward the edge of the platform. He pressed close against her, his body tense with anticipation. Then, in one swift, deep motion, he pulled her fully against him. She gasped, her body trembling as it adjusted to the closeness, the intensity of the moment overwhelming her senses. "Ah, Konshama!" Mikoto cried out, her voice muffled, her hands clawing at the wall as her back arched in helpless submission to the overwhelming intensity. The moment he reached her, she felt herself on the verge of breaking. But she desperately held back since she wasn't allowed to give in until he gave the order. But to hold back when him this close, Mikoto bit her lip, trembling with desperation, uncertain if she could endure it. Kanzu smirked as he watched her struggle, then gripped her waist firmly and began to guide her forward. His arms wrapped around her from behind, pulling her close as they swayed together in a steady rhythm. Ba, 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 ba. Each movement sent her swaying gently, making her hair flutter and her voice spill out in breathless sounds. NNGH. Ha MMMFFF Kanzama. Mikoto. Your grip, ha. It's holding me even tighter than before, Kanza groaned, pressing forward with greater force. TH NNGH. See cuz I'm clenchin' in my mushlesh s show tightly him. Mikoto gasped out in a slurred, broken voice, her knees trembling as her body throbbed, desperately seeking relief. Yet she still refused to let it happen without his permission. Yeah, you are? I can certainly feel the effect. Good, keep doing that. I like it, Kanzu said, savoring the sensation. The way she clenched her muscles in order not to lose control, without his permission, made it feel as if he were being held on edge each time he pressed forward, and he liked it. Obeying his command, Mikoto nodded breathlessly. Keihei, she tightened her abdominal muscles as much as she could, making her body tense up even harder and forcing a guttural grunt out of Kanzu. Good, that's it. He forcefully shoved her head against the wall and moved against her more roughly, his actions growing very forceful and intense. Plap, 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 plap. SCHLK, 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 SCHLK. The sound of skin striking skin echoed through the room, mixing with the wet noise from their intense encounter. Her face burned scarlet, her entire body glistened with sweat. Her lips pressed so tightly together that a trace of blood seeped out as she begged breathlessly, struggling even to form her words. Kinsama, I can't hold it, Animo. Please, her legs shook violently. The strain so unbearable, she feared her body might seize up completely, on the verge of losing control. Seeing her that desperate, Kanzu's cruel heart skipped a beat. He truly wanted to deny her relief, to force her to keep holding it in. The thrill of seeing her in such torment was like fine wine to him. But considering she was his wife, and he had begun to care about her a little, he relented. Lowering his stance, he nodded. All right, I permit it. Come to your heart's content. He hadn't even finished speaking when the room filled with the sound of a sudden shower. Shla! A powerful spray erupted from Mikoto. Her body convulsed violently, her legs giving out as she collapsed to the floor, overwhelmed and breathless. Ah, Konshama! I'm coming! Mikoto screamed, her voice breaking into sobs as her entire body shook. Her thighs trembled uncontrollably as if she was feeling spasms. Her toes curled tight as she almost seemed to be standing on them, and her nails dragged against the wall, almost digging into it as she rode out the intense wave of emotion. Kanzu chuckled, holding her close as she trembled and gasped, a clear liquid forming a small puddle around her feet. But even after that, she didn't stop and kept shaking. Fufu, look at you. Mikoto, you really are something else. Truly shameless, yet so beautiful. Her eyes fluttered, tears spilling as drool dripped from her parted lips. Haha, I can't stop it. It just keeps coming. She gasped, humiliated by her own uncontrollable body. Another sudden wave overwhelmed her, and she trembled violently, droplets running down her legs and onto her feet. Kanzu's smirk widened. So this is what happens when you hold back too long. Ichem, your body overflows the moment you're allowed. You're truly a pervert, Mikoto. Her cheeks burned crimson, and she shifted uncomfortably in place, flushed and overwhelmed. Wanting him back inside her, Kanza noticed, and his body reacted in response. Gripping her hips tightly, he pressed himself back inside her with a wet sound. "Mnn." Mikoto's voice cracked as her body immediately tightened around him, pulling him in harder than before. Without waiting for her to recover, Kanzu continued his assault, each movement sending fresh ripples through her exhausted, trembling body. Her voice rose again in helpless cries. "NngHHH. Ah, Gakonshama." Kanza leaned close to her ear, his voice low and commanding. Love-drunk, depraved eyes. "Why, yesh. Use me, my disobedient. Punish me for my shameful actions. I want it all." Her desperate plea only spurred him on. Kanza's grip on her hips tightened, his movements turning relentless, driving deeper, harder. The sound of their bodies colliding echoing through the room. Her cries grew louder, tears welling at the corners of her eyes from the intensity of the moment. "Ah, an, ko kasame, iken holon." A fierce grin curved his lips as a low growl rumbled from his chest. His pace grew intense, unrestrained, each plunge slamming home with punishing precision. In that case, he growled, voice dripping with dominance. "Let's finish this together, because I'm about to overwhelm you." "Oh, okay. I will finish together with Kanshima." Mikoto gasped, nodding frantically as she tried to hold herself back, while Kanzu pushed forward with all his might. With one final, powerful motion, he held nothing back. "Go, Mikoto!" he roared. "Alan Konshama!" she cried out, their voices merging in raw ecstasy as their bodies convulsed together. Kanzu groaned low in his throat as he reached his peak. Mikoto's entire body shook uncontrollably, her eyes rolling back in overwhelming sensation as her body trembled in time with his release. "Ahan, it's so hot, and there's so much," Mikoto whimpered between breathless gasps, her voice shaking with intense feeling as she felt a powerful warmth spreading through her. I can feel it stretching me from the inside." "Haha, is that so?" Kanzu chuckled, his breath still heavy as he waited for the final sensations to fade. Only when the last pulse subsided did he finally relax and slowly pull away. The moment he did, a rush of warmth followed. A thin, pale liquid spilled in slow, uneven waves, clinging briefly before breaking free and dripping downward. The glossy trails traced along her inner thighs before falling softly against the floor below, drop after drop. Each time her body twitched involuntarily, a small tremor passed through her, and she shuddered as the last of the tension faded. Mikoto gasped, breath hitching as she caught her breath and steadied herself. The lingering ache and emptiness that made her tremble softly, as if yearning for more of him. "Akan-sama, it's slipping away," Mikoto whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of devotion and longing as she glanced over her shoulder. Her gaze lingered on the mess slowly trailing down beneath her, each glistening drop tugging painfully at her heart. What they had shared was spilling out, wasted on the floor. The sight alone made her chest tighten, a desperate ache blooming deep inside, as if her very body mourned the loss. She couldn't let it go to waste. It was too precious. "Why don't you clean it up?" Kanzu suggested with a smirk, his tone dripping with amusement. "Yes, you'll do it," she breathed, nodding faintly. Without another word, driven by that obsessive need to please, Mikoto reached back with a trembling hand, yet drained and weak. She couldn't muster the strength to push them improperly. Her fingertips merely brushed the tender surface, trembling helplessly against it. "It'll help you open it," he murmured, stepping closer and steadying the object with both hands. "Nah." Mikoto bit her lip hard, a soft whimper slipping out as her body trembled. As he held her close, she slipped her hand between her thighs, her breath catching sharply. "Still so warm," she breathed, her tone low and hungry as her hands moved eagerly, gathering more of the warm substance. Each motion drew more of it onto her skin, stretching into glistening strands as she pulled away. "You now taste it," Kanza ordered, voice calm and commanding. Makoto obeyed instantly. She brought her damp hand to her lips, parted them wide, and let her tongue extend out as she began to clean the residue from her fingers. Each deliberate lick was greedy, her tongue tracing every curve and crease to gather every last drop. She hummed softly to herself as she finished her meal with obvious enthusiasm. The warm, savory flavor filled her mouth. A contented sigh escaped her throat, eyes fluttering half shut in quiet satisfaction. "Huh, this is really good, Kansama," she whispered softly, her voice trembling with emotion. Kanzu smirked at the sight, a dark expression curving his lips. She paused thoughtfully, a quiet moment passing between them, her throat bobbing with the swallow as a shudder coursed through her body, like the act itself could fill the emptiness head left behind. But it wasn't enough. Her hunger burned hotter. With a shaky breath, she reached back in for times now. She stretched wider as a soft sound escaped her lips. She twisted and curled her fingers, scooping up another portion that she brought to her mouth. She consumed it just as eagerly, tasting with greedy, unrestrained hunger, her free hand clutching at her breast as if to steady the overwhelming heat coursing through her. She chased every drop with her tongue, wiping her chin with a breathy hum of satisfaction. "MMPH more, I need more of you with me," she whispered hoarsely, eyes glazed in submission. Even after scraping out every last trace, her fingers emerged damp and hollow. A heavy weariness settled deep inside her, and the shameful urge to crawl down and tend to the stain on the floor burned within her like a fever. True, tasting what he had left on the floor would have been utterly shameful and degrading, yet irresistibly tempting, because it was something of his. Compared to something so sacred, nothing else mattered. But before she could act on that impulse, Kanzu's hand held her as his words came. No need to do that. He didn't intend for her to do something like that. Such acts were meant for those he treated as beneath him, never for her. Makoto was his wife, not a possession. No matter how much he degraded or punished her, there was a line he wouldn't cross with her. There were countless others he could treat that way, but not her, and he also didn't intend to let Makoto debase herself that far. Makoto's heart fluttered as she caught the meaning behind his words and nodded softly. I see the realization that he didn't want her to degrade herself, that he cared enough to draw that line, warmed her chest with quiet joy. It made her feel special, as if two hearts had bloomed in her eyes and a deep, aching desire to love him and to serve him even more swelled within her chest. Her gaze drifted downward, and she noticed his obvious arousal. "Oh, Kansama, why you're already like that," she whispered, her voice trembling with awe. "Yeah," Kanzu replied with a smirk. After watching her tend to him so devotedly, of course he was. Then let's continue. Kansama," Makoto gasped, her body still trembling from exhaustion, yet glowing with devotion. Despite the heaviness in her breath and the tremors in her legs, she still wanted to serve him, her desire outweighing her fatigue. "Fufu as expected of my Makoto," Kanzu said with a knowing smirk. "Then let's change places first. Come, we'll continue in our bedroom." Without waiting for a reply, he scooped her up by the waist and carried her toward the bedroom, leaving behind the messy, soaked floor of the dining room. The night, after all, was only just beginning. With the Uzumaki sage Boda's stamina and rapid recovery coursing through him, Kanzu had plenty of energy left to spend. The only question that remained, could Makoto, whose body lacked such unnatural endurance, could truly keep up with him? Chapter 66.3 Frustrated Uchiha Hazuki R. 18 Outside the mansion, Hazuki was silently hidden in the canopy of a tree beside the bedroom window, keeping watch around the mansion. The night was calm. The moonlight spilled across the courtyard, but her cheeks burned red as faint, muffled cries reached her ears through the stillness of the night. Makoto's low, breathless sounds carried clearly from somewhere nearby. Hazuki's breath caught, her teeth pressing against her lower lip as she strained to understand what was happening. She already knew exactly what was happening inside. It wasn't the first time she had to keep watch while Kanzu and Makoto were alone in there. It was a daily occurrence, and each time it made her chest tighten with heat and irritation. Every night, she had to be near Kanzu and Mikoto while they were together, and it left her seething with frustration. Plap, plap. Another sharp cry escaped the mansion, the rhythmic slaps of flesh faint but unmistakable. Her fingers twitched restlessly at her side. TCH, that woman, can't she tone down a little? It's like she's trying to show off. She whispered to herself, half in anger, half in envy. She had sworn her life to Kanzu, yet here she was, left standing outside while another woman's voice echoed through the halls. If only it were me. The thought made her shiver. Her thighs rubbed together instinctively. She couldn't see what was happening inside the mansion because of the curtains and dim lighting. But from her perch in a tree, so close to the open window of the master bedroom, the voices carried clearly. Each cry and gasp sparked her imagination, and she couldn't help but subconsciously picture herself in Kansas place. The imagination alone left her flustered, her heart racing as she longed to let go, to finally release the tension building inside her. "Damn it, Hazuki, hold it in, you're on duty," she muttered under her breath, fighting to resist. While keeping watch, she couldn't allow herself to do something so shameless. If she did, she wouldn't even be worthy of calling herself a kunoichi, worthy of serving Kanzu. Yet no matter how hard she tried, the sound of those moans washed over her and shattered her resolve. Worse still, her own body betrayed her, refusing to obey no matter how desperately she tried to suppress it. A kunoichi must always keep control over her emotions, she muttered to herself, trying to steady her mood as she recalled the very first lesson her mother had taught her. NNGHHH. Gakonshama. But the lesson her mother had taught her seemed to be going down the drain under Mikoto's pleas. Damn it, she gritted her teeth. Her nails dug into the bark of the tree branch beneath her as she tried to steady herself, but her body was trembling all the same. Each cry from Mikoto inside the mansion struck her like a kunai to the chest. Hazuki's face flushed deeper, her breathing ragged. She really must be trying to show off, she hissed under her breath. But no matter how much she cursed Mikoto, her imagination wouldn't stop images of Kansas' body pressing her down. His voice calling her name, his closeness, the thought of him with her, imagining those moments together. Her breath caught and her pulse quickened. She pressed her lips together, trying to stay quiet, her heart pounding. Stop this, she whispered desperately to herself, trying to shut out what was happening inside the mansion, all while silently hoping the husband and wife would finish what they were doing quickly. But her hopes would be in vain. The night was far from over, and it would continue on for several more hours, leaving her deeply frustrated. The next morning, Kanzu woke up at 7:20 a.m. sharp. Since Mikoto was still exhausted, he let her sleep and quietly got himself ready. After freshening up, he left the mansion alone. As he stepped outside, Hazuki greeted him. "Kanzu-sama, good morning," it was customary. A daily occurrence, she had always greeted him whenever he left the house, and had been doing so for many years. Yet this time, her tone carried a hint of frustration and resentment. Indeed, she was frustrated. She had somehow managed to restrain herself through the entire night, but it left her simmering with resentment toward Kanzu and Mikoto, and that bitterness slipped into her tone. Morning, Kanzu nodded lightly, his gaze falling on the girl. Of course, he noticed the frustration and resentment in her voice and questioned her coldly. "Are you feeling unhappy with your job?" "Kanzu-sama." Hazuki panicked, realizing she had been rude to him. She quickly bowed her head and apologized. "I am sorry for my tone earlier. It's just that Hazuki, take the rest of the day off. It's almost time for your shift to end anyway. So leave early and cool your head," Kanzu instructed firmly. I see. Hazuki nodded with a downcast expression before leaving the mansion and making her way home to clear her mind. Of course, before she arrived home, she made sure to instruct one of the Zodiacs to keep watch over Kansas Mansion. Security of the Patriarch's mansion cannot be relaxed when she arrived home. Hazuki washed up and changed out of the tight, body-fitting zodiac uniform into a simple t-shirt and shorts before collapsing on her bed. She tried to fall asleep, but the memory of Mikoto's breathless, pleading cries from the night before kept echoing in her mind, each one twisting uncomfortably in her chest. She squeezed her eyes shut and pulled the blanket tighter, desperate to quiet the restless heat still lingering in her thoughts. Hazuki squeezed her eyes shut and took a deep breath, trying to calm the restless feeling that had been building all day. Whispering quietly to herself, "I'm off duty now, so just this once to let myself rest," she found a quiet spot to sit and collect her thoughts. By now, this had become a daily ritual she allowed herself after long shifts. Each night, she grew restless from the sound she overheard, and each day, she would cool herself down alone in her room before falling asleep. Today was also the same, and after giving that excuse to herself, she pressed a cool hand to her cheek, breathing slowly until she felt calm again. To think I'm already this overwhelmed. Even though she tried to restrain herself, her body betrayed her. Slowly, she pressed her hand against herself through the thin fabric, her hips shifting upward instinctively. "Han!" Hazuki gasped, moving in restless circles as her hips lifted against her hand. Closing her eyes, she let herself fall fully into the fantasy. She wasn't lying alone in her bed. She was beneath Kanzu, pinned down by his large, muscular body. The weight on top of her wasn't that of a blanket, but that of Kanzu's form, crushing her, his arms blocking all her escape routes. His intimate closeness overwhelming her, making her toes curl, making her body tremble, just like Mikoto's moans had described. "Oni-sama, please be gentle with me," she begged, her voice trembling. The moment the plea left her lips, a low, mocking laugh answered her, followed by his taunting question, "Gentle? Do you really want me to be gentle?" Before she could even form a reply, the sharp sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed through the air, each slap so vivid and forceful that it stole the breath straight from her throat. Plap, plap, plap. So NHHEG, so big her fingers moved urgently against herself, 2 at first, then 3, as she imagined someone she desired overwhelming her completely. Yes, harder, Oni-sama, she cried, burying her face into her pillow to muffle the sound. She could feel his grin of amusement as he looked down at her disheveled state, his hands and voice teasing her. "You know, seeing you like this reminds me of Sensei. I remind you of Okasama? Yes, although the two of you look quite different, when it really comes down to it, you two mother and daughter aren't all that different. Both of you moan the same. I moan like Okasama. Yes, exactly like her at the mere thought of moaning beneath him the same way her late mother once had." Hazuki's body shuddered, a sudden wave of overwhelming sensation washing over her. She curled her fingers up, stroking her most sensitive spot, her thumb grinding until sparks shot up her spine. "Ah, Oni-sama." Her body arched violently off the bed, thighs trembling as she clutched the sheets beneath her. She trembled again and again, her entire body shaking as an intense wave crashed over her, leaving her crying out into the pillow. But she didn't stop. Her body wouldn't let her. Still caught in the moment, she pressed forward, moving restlessly, chasing that feeling again while her other hand gripped her small. She felt her body respond, her breath catching as she twisted in the sheets. In her mind, Kanzu took control, pressing her down into the mattress and holding her firmly from behind. Their bodies moved together in a steady, intense rhythm. She matched it with her hand, her voice breaking as she gasped, "Don't stop. Oni-sama." Her body convulsed violently again, another wave tearing through her as emotion overwhelmed her. Her sheets were damp, her hands trembling uncontrollably, her voice raw from calling out his name. Finally, she collapsed, breathless and drenched in sweat. Her expression softened into a delirious smile. One day, she panted weakly, "They'll also make special memories with you." Oni-sama. Definitely. Hazuki collapsed on her bed, breathless and trembling, her body still twitching as she drifted into a fevered sleep, clinging to the fantasy of one day being the woman beneath him. At that same time, across the compound, Kanzu stepped away from the mansion in silence, leaving Mikoto to rest and Hazuki to her restless dreams. His path carried him toward the private training grounds. The multiple shadow clone jutsu is finally usable, he muttered, weaving the hand signs with just one hand. Instantly, hundreds of shadow clones appeared across the training field. And with hundreds of shadow clones, Kanzu had still held back a little. Even if he could now create thousands of shadow clones, there wasn't much point in going overboard. After all, the experience and memories gained from training through thousands of clones would return to him all at once. And even with Kanzu's immense mental strength, it would be nearly impossible to endure such a flood of information without consequences. The division of labor was clear. Ninjutsu and Kenjutsu training were left to the shadow clones, while Kanzu focused on Taijutsu himself. Ninjutsu could be practiced through clones. Kenjutsu could also be practiced through shadow clones, but Taijutsu was different. To build real physical strength, Kanzu had to rely on his own body and effort. After all, physical strength is built through the tearing and rebuilding of muscle tissue. Shadow clones can't replicate that process. So Kanzu has to rely on his real body to develop his physical power and refine his taijutsu. Across the training ground, hundreds of clones were hard at work, each one doing something or the other. The sight was nothing short of spectacular. An hour later, Kanzu began dispelling the shadow clones one by one. As each disappeared, their accumulated memories and experiences surged into his mind. The influx of information was overwhelming. Kanzu shut his eyes, and a flicker of exhaustion crossed his face, forcing him to press his temple, but the result was also very good. The Great Flame Rasengan is nearly complete. Kanzu was very satisfied. Although this kind of training felt uncomfortable, the speed of progress is indeed very good. This speed wasn't something he could afford in the past when his chakra reserves were too limited to handle it. But now that he has acquired the Uzumaki Sage body, Kanzu could indulge freely. Not only did it grant him vast chakra reserves, but his recovery rate and stamina had also become incredibly fast. Well then, next up is Chapter 67.1. Desperate Uzumaki Kushina. After finishing his training, Kanzu returned home. The moment he entered the house, he spotted Kushina. She was sitting with Mikoto, half-heartedly engaged in conversation. When she saw Kanzu walk in, Kushina's gaze sharpened. Had Mikoto not been present, Kushina might have lost her temper right then and there, rushing at Kanzu and picking a desperate fight. "Oh ho! Isn't this Kushina-chan? How come you're here this early in the morning?" Kanzu greeted her with a smile. Kushina remained expressionless, thinking to herself, "This bastard actually has the nerve to greet me and ask why I am here. Mikoto-chan, I need to talk to Uchiha Kanzu-kun. Can I?" Kushina asked stiffly. Asking Mikoto to let her have a private conversation with her own husband in her own house made Kushina feel extremely uncomfortable. She didn't think Mikoto would allow it, at least not without some suspicion or reluctance. And sure enough, Mikoto looked at her. I thought you came here to see me." "Kushina-chan, but it turns out that's not the case. You wanted to speak with my Dana-sama. Instead, that makes me a little sad then." Tilting her head gently, she added, questioning, "I wonder what this is about?" This Kushina faltered, unable to find the right words. With Mikoto's gentle gaze fixed on her, she felt a wave of guilt and fear wash over her, as though she had done something wrong. Yet it was clear who the real culprit was: Kanzu, coercing and manipulating her, betraying his wife behind her back. But the bastard showed no guilt at all. Instead, she, the victim, was the one burdened with guilt, feeling as though she was betraying her friend. Had Kushina known that Mikoto was an accomplice, fully aware of everything, and merely toying with her by asking such a question, she might have exploded in anger. But without that knowledge, she could only sit there troubled, not knowing what to say. Kanzu came to her rescue, acting as if he had suddenly remembered something. "Well, how could I forget? I actually called her here to discuss the barrier formation I plan to create around the Uchiha compound to block outside perception. I see it's about that, Mikoto said with a nod, as though she understood. In truth, she had no idea what barrier formation Kanzu was talking about, but that didn't stop her from cooperating. Kushina also nodded quickly. Yes, it's about that barrier formation. She, too, had no clue what nonsense Kanzu was talking about, but could only play along. Well then, you two can discuss that barrier formation. I need to prepare breakfast, so we'll give you some space, Mikoto replied, glancing between them before quietly heading to the kitchen. The moment Mikoto left, Kushina turned to him and asked, "What barrier formation are you even talking about? You don't need to worry about that. That's not why you're here, is it?" Kanzu shrugged casually. Although he had spoken lightly and didn't seem serious at the time, in truth, Kanzu had every intention of creating a barrier formation around the Uchiha compound. The purpose, of course, was to prevent the Hyuga clan or anyone else from perceiving what was happening inside. With their Byakugan, the Hyuga were capable of seeing great distances and peering through most obstructions. If they chose to spy on the compound, they could do so easily and without alerting anyone. Then there was the infamous crystal ball owned by the Hokage, a tool that allowed him to observe much of what happened within Konoha. Even if the ball couldn't see through the walls of houses, the very thought of the old monkey spying on the Uchiha compound from the comfort of his office was intolerable. Kanzu despised the idea of either the Byakugan or the crystal ball being used to pry into Uchiha affairs. That was why he intended to shroud the entire compound within a barrier formation, to put an end to their peeping once and for all. Of course, although the barrier was indeed important, he felt no urgency to discuss it with Kushina just yet. Yeah, that's right, Kushina nodded. Since Kanzu didn't want to talk about it, she didn't press the issue. Not that she cared, she didn't want to talk to him about anything. If it were up to her, she wouldn't even have appeared before him at all. But she had no choice. With Minato imprisoned in some unknown location, Kanzu was using him to coerce her and had no choice but to come to him while Kushina nodded. Kanzu smirked, and before she could react, he closed the gap between them and pressed his lips to hers. Kushina's eyes widened. "You." She wanted to struggle, to push him away, but her strength faltered as he pressed her back against the wall and pinned both her hands above her head, leaving her unable to break free. He didn't even spare her legs, holding them in place with his knee, so she couldn't move or strike him in the gut, cutting off every route of escape and stripping away any chance to resist before overpowering her. Muffled sounds filled the air as Kanzu forced his mouth against hers, his hands pressing down on her body, teasing her most sensitive spots against her will. Soft, involuntary moans slipped from her lips as heat spread through her body and her mind grew hazy under the intensity of his kiss. She didn't want to admit it, but Kanzu was a damn good kisser. With nothing more than his lips and tongue, he could set her whole pulse racing. Adding to that were his careful attention, as if he had memorized every one of her favorite gestures, making her tremble while leaving her breathless. "D-damn you bastard," she cursed inwardly, warmth rushing through her as he continued to tease her. Even if she didn't want to feel good, her body betrayed her, responding with pleasure in an NGH. The kiss dragged on until Kanzu, noticing Kushina's growing breathlessness, finally released her. "Ha ha ha," she panted immediately, her face flushed, forehead damp with sweat, chest rising and falling. She could feel her cheeks burn with embarrassment. "Sure enough, the taste of the morning is exquisite," Kanzu chuckled, licking his lips as he looked down at her trembling form. Overcome with anger at his humiliating, mocking words, Kushina burst out, "Uchiha Kanzu. You despi MFFF, MFF, MFFF, MFFF." Her outburst was abruptly cut short as Kanzu clamped his hand over her mouth, silencing her. Yet even muffled behind his palm, she continued hurling insults at him, even going so far as to try biting his hand. Kanzu sighed, leaning in close to whisper at her ear, "Careful, if you're too loud, Mikoto will hear." The kitchen isn't far from here. Hearing that Mikoto might hear her, Kushina suddenly panicked and fell silent. Even though she had no reason to be afraid, she wasn't the one doing anything wrong. It was Kanzu who had pinned her to the wall, and kissed her against her will. She couldn't help but feel fear. Fear of being overheard by Makoto. Fear that Makoto might come to check the noise and discover what was happening. That fear of being found out made her go quiet. Of course, there was also the fact that Kanzu still had Minato as his hostage. If not for that, perhaps she would have shouted even louder, hoping Makoto would hear and come see for herself what kind of bastard her husband truly was. But that was only an if, and right now, she had no choice. Seeing Kushina fall silent, Kanzu gave a satisfied nod. "Good," he said, finally releasing his hand from her mouth. "Despicable, shameless, untrustworthy bastard," Kushina muttered, though unlike before, her voice was low. Kanzu chuckled. "Well, despicable and shameless, I won't deny. But untrustworthy? If I'm truly untrustworthy, then tell me. How exactly am I untrustworthy? What you're doing right now, trying to take advantage of me behind Makoto-chan's back, doesn't that count as untrustworthy?" Kushina shot back through gritted teeth. "That's called being unfaithful, not untrustworthy. Don't you even know that?" Kanzu replied lightly. "Don't play with semantics." Kushina snapped, feeling the urge to punch him as she realized he was mocking her. And she would have if not for the fact that both her hands were pinned on the wall by him. "All right, then, I won't play with semantics. He'll play with you instead," Kanzu said, using his free hand to grip her arm. "D-damn you," Kushina hissed, but Kanzu, ignoring her curse, continued provoking her and asked, simultaneously, "By the way, you called me untrustworthy earlier. Tell me, what promise did I break that makes you call me your daddy untrustworthy?" When Kanzu referred to himself as her daddy, Kushina flushed with shame. But she had plenty to say about promises. "Humph! Bastard, didn't you promise to release Minato-kun? Why is he still being held?" she demanded. "Have you forgotten my words, even after I explained them?" Kanzu snorted. "I only said I would consider releasing him if I was satisfied. Clearly, you haven't satisfied me yet." His tone hardened. "And you'd better watch your tone in front of me. Otherwise, Namake's Minato might end up losing an arm or a leg or his mini toe. Test me if you like. I promise you'll regret it." He paused, then added, "And if you think I make empty threats, think back to Sarutobi Hiruzen's condition last night. You saw it yourself, didn't you? That was your doing?" Kushina stammered. Horrified, she still remembered Hiruzen gasping and screaming in pain. She had never seen the Hokage in such a state. It had looked like he might die. Kanzu nodded, a proud smirk tugging at his lips. "Of course. Not only him, the two elder advisors are in even worse condition." Leaning closer, his tone dropped into something dark and threatening. "Yesterday, I made sure you saw Sarutobi's state for a reason, to show you what happens to those who ignore my warnings." Kushina trembled, her breath catching as one word stood out to her. "Arranged?" she repeated, then asked quickly, "Why you arranged for me to see that?" Then the information that reached the Hokage-sama through the ANBU ninjas was Kanzu chuckled softly, trailing his fingers along her lips. "Well, your guess is correct. Those ANBU who follow you under Hiruzen's command, they're under my control. What they see, I see. What they hear, I hear. And whatever they report about your movement to Hiruzen is exactly what I want him to know. Now do you understand what that means?" Kushina bit her lip. She had suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed still made her stomach drop. No wonder the ANBU had claimed Kanzu only stayed at her house for 2 or 3 minutes. No wonder they hadn't told the Hokage about her spending the night at the Uchiha compound. No wonder they didn't come to help her when he was taking advantage of her. Of course, they didn't do all that. It was because they're all under Kanzu's control, reporting only what he wanted them to, doing things only he wants them to. The realization hit her like a wave, leaving her feeling utterly powerless. "Well, why so quiet? Aren't you going to answer me, Kushina-chan?" Kanzu taunted. That Kushina stammered, unable to form a reply. Kanzu smiled, as if obliging her silence. "No matter. I'll answer for you. It simply means your fate is in my hands for the time being. If you don't want Namake's Minato to suffer the same fate as Sarutobi, you do well to watch how you speak to me. Understood?" The icy threat made Kushina's fury spike. But after anger came something far heavier, helplessness. because she knew this bastard wasn't just making threats. Kanza might actually do it. Having witnessed Hiruzen's condition, she was now certain that he really was not joking. If Minato were crippled, his ninja career would be over. If he lost his mini-toe, wouldn't that also be very bad? He won't be able to become a father. Seeing Kushina's distress, Kanzu smirked. He stepped back, then leaned in and spoke to her in a stern tone. "You've really pissed me off this time. I'm furious." "Yak now that." The tone of his voice made Kushina tremble again. Kanzu smirked at her reaction as he released her arms and legs, stepping back and freeing her body. For a moment, she was left confused. Is he not going to do anything to me? She had fully expected him to hurt her again and was taken aback by the sudden release. Just as confusion clouded her thoughts, Kanzu, having stepped back, spoke in a calm voice. "If I can't vent this anger, I might just take it out on Namikaze Minato." Sure enough, he won't let me go like this, Kushina realized, grasping both the warning and the unspoken suggestion in his words. He was clearly telling her to take the initiative to do something about his anger. She clenched her fists, nearly lunging to strike him, but she didn't. The truth sat heavy in her chest. There was nothing she could do. Kanzu had her completely cornered. Even if she wanted to kill him, she couldn't, not without risking Minato's safety or making an enemy of Mikoto. Besides, she didn't have the strength to pull it off. Hopelessly aware of her situation, she asked through gritted teeth, "What do you want?" With those words, Kushina once again chose to compromise. "Good you still know me well, Kushina-chan." "That makes me happy," Kanzu chuckled, patting her cheek as if praising her. Kushina almost wanted to bite that very hand. Of course, Kanzu noticed her reaction. A smirk tugged at his lips as he added, "As for what I want you to do, don't you love to bite like a beast? Well then, that means you're a kitsune. I guess he'll call you kitsune from now on. And since you're a kitsune, crawl to me like one on all fours." With that, he seated himself on the sofa across the guest room, resting his chin on one hand as he watched her intently. "See her crawl on all fours like a kitsune?" For a moment, Kushina thought she must have misheard. But that smug, punchable smile on his face told her otherwise. He really meant it. Her eyes blazed with fury. Don't push it too far. To crawl to him like a kitsune, it was nothing but pure humiliation. Kanzu wanted to degrade her, to treat her like an animal. How could she possibly accept such a thing? Kanzu only shrugged. "It's your choice. I won't force you." Then, with chilling indifference, he added, "But I can't say whether Namikaze Minato will keep both his legs if you don't do what I want." Even as he issued the threat, his expression didn't change, cold and detached. That icy indifference made Kushina tremble, forcing her to once again realize he was truly serious. He might actually chop off Minato's legs if she refused to crawl to him. While I am waiting, Kanzu reminded her to hurry up. Realizing she had no other choice, she grit her teeth and did what he asked. "I'm going to get my revenge on you for sure," she thought to herself, and slowly sank to her hands and knees. Humiliation and degradation burned through her as she crawled toward Kanzu step by step like an animal. And at last, the tears she had held back for so long began to fall. Hayek, it was the first time she had cried in front of him like this. The last two times, she had forced herself to stay strong, refusing to show any weakness in front of Kanzu, and only cried when she was alone. But now, being forced to crawl on all fours like an animal, her pride finally crumbled beneath the weight of humiliation. "Not bad. Really not bad," Kanzu drawled, a sick, sadistic grin curling across his face. Tears streamed down Kushina's cheeks, her mind consumed by anguish, and the sight only deepened his twisted pleasure. Watching her emotionally unravel, humiliated, degraded, and crying before him left his sadistic side deeply satisfied. Of course, even though somewhat satisfied, he still intended to keep pushing her further. But still, Kanzu continued, "The anger in my heart hasn't calmed down yet, and you'll have to help me extinguish it, lest it would become an outlet on Namikaze Minato." After delivering his warning, Kanzu leaned down and whispered into Kushina's ear, telling her exactly how she could extinguish his anger. "Kitsune-chan, hey, raise a suggestion. How about you give me what I want with that fierce spirit of yours?" Kushina's body trembled, and mouth, her tear-streaked face, already desperate, flared with fresh anger. "This bastard, he actually Kanzu," said smoothly, reminding her the life and death of Namikaze Minato. "My dear Kitsune-chan, rests entirely on you. Use it well to calm me down." Kushina fell silent at the threat. She obviously didn't want to comply. The demand repulsed her, but with Minato held hostage, she couldn't figure out how to refuse. Then an idea struck her, and she clung to it desperately, hoping it might scare him off. "Aren't you afraid Mikoto-chan might walk in?" "Yes, she might." Kanzu nodded lightly, his eyes flicking toward the door. Of course, Kanzu knew Mikoto wouldn't walk in or interrupt them. She was well aware of what was happening in here, and knew full well not to disturb his fun. At most, she might secretly peep while hiding herself. But Kushina didn't know this, and it didn't stop Kanzu from playing along. Hearing his response, Kushina's eyes lit up. Maybe he's actually afraid of Mikoto walking in, but her hope was crushed when he smirked. That's the fun part. It makes things exciting. The chance Mikoto could walk in on us. The risk of being caught heightens the excitement. His voice dropped low and taunting. "So don't worry about whether she walks in or not. Just hurry up before that happens." Then his tone sharpened as he said, "And if she does walk in, the blame will fall on you." "Why would it fall on me? Clearly, you're the one forcing me." Kushina shot back, her voice trembling with anger. "Who says I'm forcing you? I'm only threatening you." Kanzu replied with a smirk. "If you don't want to do it, you're free to walk away, but of course, we both know that you want. After all, you don't want anything to happen to Namikaze Minato, do you? Since that's the case, if Mikoto walks in and catches us, you'll take the blame. You'll say you seduced me." Shameless bastard. Kushina's fury boiled over once again. Not only was he threatening her into doing something sexual, he even wanted her to take the blame if they were caught. Kushina swore she had never seen anyone so utterly shameless in her life. "If you don't want to do it, then leave," Kanzu shrugged. But Kushina didn't move. "It's good that you understand your situation." Kanzu praised mockingly before continuing. "Since you know where you stand, and since you don't want to be caught by Mikoto, you'd better hurry up and finish this. The faster you get it done, the sooner this ordeal will end." Then his voice darkened. "And don't forget to ask for it properly. If Kitsune-chan doesn't show the right attitude, doesn't show enough eagerness, Kanzu might feel displeased and refuse to cooperate." At this point, Kushina didn't even bother arguing with him aloud, not even correcting him on calling her Kitsune-chan. What was the point? If she said anything to upset Kanzu, she would only face more trouble for it. "If I'm going to curse him, it'll do in my heart," she thought, and with tears staining her face, she begged him to stop. Chapter 67.2 Kushina-chan wants to please Daddy R. 18 Daddy. Let Kushina serve you. Her face twisted with humiliation as she forced out those degrading words. Yes, the sight of her begging made Kanzu smirk with satisfaction. He was already tense, and he stiffened even more. With a pleased grin, he stroked her head and gave her a nod. "Go ahead, Kitsune-chan. Do your best to please Daddy." Biting her lip, she reached toward him, and he shifted his position so they could be closer. Startled, Kushina quickly moved her head aside, taking a breath to steady herself. It stopped just before her, the warm scent of sweat reaching her nose. "Tea too much," Kushina exclaimed internally. She couldn't believe something of that size had already faced her more than once, and now, the thought of having to face it again made her gulp nervously. "Well, go on. Do as Daddy says," Kanzu said with a smirk, relishing her nervousness. Then in a taunting tone, he added, "Or could it be that Kitsune-chan's scared and doesn't want to? If that's the case, who knows what might happen in Namikaze Minato. Independent Illinois, do it," Kushina blurted hurriedly, even as she cursed him 1,000 times under her breath. Though reluctant, she had no choice. With trembling hands, she hesitated, her breath catching as she steeled herself for what was to come. As he stood before her, barely an inch away, she let out a shaky breath, the warmth of it brushing against him. "I can't believe I'm doing this, but if I refuse, Minato-kun will suffer." With that grim understanding, no matter how hesitant she felt, Kushina lowered her once proud head in quiet resignation, accepting what was being demanded of her. Even though she had already been intimate with Kanza twice, and even let him close to her mouth once while drunk, this was the first time she had been fully aware and present during such an encounter, and the experience made her stomach churn. She recoiled, overwhelmed, and pulled back in revulsion, turning away from him. Quickly, she wiped her mouth with her sleeve, trying to erase the lingering taste from her tongue. Her whole body trembled as she shook her head. I can't do something so disgusting for you, that's so," Kanza said, utterly unfazed. He stood up and began tucking himself back into his pants, adding casually, "Then I suppose Namake's Minato will suffer instead. Let's start with chopping off his mini-toe." Seeing Kanzu start a dress, Kushina panicked and reached out. Wait," she stammered. "What else?" "Hurry up, I still have to go to prison and chop off Namake's Minato's mini-toe," Kanzu said, as if he were extremely busy and didn't have time to hear her out. You really are an irredeemable scum." Kushina spat through gritted teeth. "Be careful what you say to me," he warned, face darkening. "Say the wrong thing and he'll get angrier. And along with his mini-toe, I might take his pouch too. But that'd be good for you, wouldn't it, Kitsune-chan? Then you wouldn't have to worry about him finding out about your private situation, since his approach would shift into something more intimate between them." Kanzu curled his lip into an evil grin. The thought of Namake's Minato and Kushina getting physically close in an intimate way made him laugh. Even if she didn't want to, such a scene flashed within Kushina's mind, and the thought made her so disgusted that she wanted to kill Kanzu for polluting her mind with such a scene. Humiliated, she nevertheless felt she had no choice. "He'll do it," she whispered. If she didn't, Minato would lose his mini-toe. "Oh, a change of heart? Quand vous finissez de surprise." But yak now, Kitsune-chan's earlier expression of disgust killed the mood. Of course, if Kitsune-chan apologizes to me like she did before, maybe Daddy will have a change of heart. "What do you think, Kitsune-chan? Are you willing to make up with Daddy?" Again? She had done it once already. She knew what he wanted. Furious and humiliated, she forced herself to comply. "Daddy, please give Kushina another chance." Kanzu stroked her cheek. But can Kitsune-chan really do it? What if she fails like the last time? ITLL hurt Daddy's feelings. "Yak now, you're using yak now in front of me intentionally, aren't you? Bastard." Tears welled in her eyes, but she nodded pleadingly. This time, Kushina will do it. Kushina will be sure to please Daddy without fail." She choked out. "I see. If Kitsune-chan is so devoted to pleasing Daddy, then Daddy will give her another chance. He's a kind man, after all. But Kitsune-chan must understand, if she fails again, Daddy won't be kind anymore," Kanzu said, struggling to hold back his laughter. "Kind?" Kushina wanted to scoff. If you are kind, then everyone in this world must be a saint. But she didn't dare say it aloud. Instead, she wiped away her tears and replied softly, "Kushina will make sure not to fail this time, all right? Then it's up to you, Kitsune-chan." Kanzu replied as he leaned back, leaving everything to her. He had, of course, read her internal thoughts, but he didn't comment on them. They didn't matter. "Why, yeah, Daddy, leave it to Kushina." Once again, with trembling hands, Kushina removed his lower clothing, exposing him to her. Though unlike last time, it was soft. It was up to Kushina to handle the situation, though she was reluctant and filled with disgust. Kushina reached out with her small, dainty hands, trying to take care of things as quickly as possible. "Damn it, get this done already," she shouted furiously in her mind, wanting to get it over with quickly. She didn't want to deal with it a moment more than needed. "Use a different approach? ITLL be faster," Kansas suggested. Of course, whether ITLL really be faster or not, that was debatable. Kushina froze at the words, but obeyed. As much as she loathed it, she had no choice. In doing this for Minato-kun, she reminded herself, mustering the courage. Suppressing her nausea, she parted her trembling lips and complied with the humiliating demand. At once a musky, a salty taste mixed with sweat invaded her tongue, making her stomach churn. He had clearly been training earlier, and without washing up, the bitterness of sweat lingered strongly on his skin, filling her mouth with its pungent taste and leaving her repulsed. But this time, She fought the urge to pull back as she had before, steadying herself as she held him close between her lips, letting the warmth and softness surround him as her shallow breaths brushed against his skin. She stayed like that, completely still, unsure what else to do. Meanwhile, Kanzo leaned back lazily on the sofa, a faintly bored look on his face. Kitsune-chan, you really don't know the first thing, do you? You can't just sit there with it in your mouth like a fish biting bait. That doesn't please Daddy at all. MMPH shoo up, she tried to speak, her words barely audible. Kanzu, of course, understood perfectly, but he didn't care. He let out a long sigh. At least keep going. Only that way can you finish the job. Reluctantly, she obeyed, her cheeks flushed with discomfort. Kanzu's expression darkened with faint displeasure. You're no good, he muttered. It's not my fault you're so difficult. Kushina thought bitterly, cheeks burning as she tried to keep her jaw from aching. And indeed, in this regard, she wasn't at fault at all. The real problem was the sheer size of the object. It was far too much for her inexperienced mouth to handle. Even the blunt and stretched her lips to their absolute limit, making her jaw ache as she tried to keep up. Moving was another matter entirely. Each attempt felt awkward, her concentration slipping with every shallow effort. More than once, she wondered if it was even possible to manage, let alone satisfy him with it. All right, enough, let's stop, Kanzu ordered. She obeyed at once, pulling back before breaking into a fit of coughs. Cough, hack-guck. Her chest heaved as she caught her breath, catching her breath as she steadied herself. Watching her struggle, Kanzu sighed, You really are a complete novice, aren't you? Kushina shot him a glare, cheeks burning with humiliation, the urge to protest bubbling inside her. I'm not like that. Until just days ago, she had been completely inexperienced. She hadn't even kissed a man, let alone done anything more. She had only ever heard whispers of such things, but no one had ever shared the details. So when it came to being intimate with a man, she truly had no idea what to do. Sigh, since you don't know what you're doing, they'll show you. Make sure you learn, Kanzu said, his tone heavy, as if this were going to be an exhausting chore. I don't want to learn. Kushina's stomach nodded. She really didn't, especially not from him. But did she have any choice? Obviously not. Kanzu knew it too. He didn't care what she wanted. She would obey, unless she was willing to risk something happening to Minato, without the slightest regard for her feelings. He caught her chin between his fingers and forced her to meet his gaze. Lesson 1. Pay attention to the details. You have the tools, so put them to use. The approach may be different, but the principle is the same. If the conditions are right, everything moves more smoothly. Don't just hold back, engage with it fully. Get comfortable with the process. Focus on every detail. Her lips pressed tight, breath catching at his words. After delivering his first lesson, Kanzu tilted his head. Do you understand? Yes, sir, she whispered through clenched teeth, humiliation burning her face. Good. If you understand, then put into practice, Kanzu said, finally releasing her chin. With trembling hands, Kushina reached for him once more and held on. She could feel the warmth of him pulsing against her palm as she moved closer. Disgusting. It's disgusting, she thought again, but still drew nearer to him, letting the swollen tip slip past them for the third time. MMPH SLRP. Don't take it all at once. First use your mouth carefully, Kanzu ordered. Her body stiffened, but she obeyed. Pulling back from her lips with a wet pop, she pressed on, running her tongue along the underside. She moved slowly along the length of it, her tongue sliding across the warm skin. Each pass left more moisture behind until her tongue began to tire, dragging faintly against the surface. Right on cue, Kanzu's voice came again. You can also just wet it directly, then use that to slick it. Wet it directly? She thought, narrowing her eyes. The idea almost made her smirk. It felt perfect, like the kind of contemptuous spit one would hurl at something filthy. He disgusted her to the core, and if she had to endure his presence, then at least this way she could stain it with her scorn. So, gathering as much saliva as she could, she leaned forward and spat on him with deliberate force. PCHD. Droplets slid down his arm, glistening, her spit marking him with defiance. But the moment after she spat, a flicker of nervousness crept in. What if Kanza got angry? When she glanced up, however, she found an amused grin spreading across his face. That was kind of cute. Yak now, he remarked with a chuckle. Bastard. Kushina cursed inwardly. He was clearly mocking her little act of rebellion, and the realization made her cheeks burn hotter as she quickly averted her gaze. Gritting her teeth, she chose to vent her frustration on him. Using the spit she had already let out, she began coating him with it, smearing it along the length. Of course, just one spat wasn't enough, so she spat twice more, repeating the motion until, before long, he was glistening, slick, and wet with her saliva. Kanzu gave her a patronizing pat on the head. That's it, just like that. I thought Kitsune-chan was completely talentless, but it seems I was wrong. You're starting to learn. Humph. Kushina snorted through her nose. You thought wrong. I am not talentless. But the moment the words left her mouth, shame stabbed her. She had basically admitted to having a sharp tongue. Her anger flared hotter. With no other outlet before her, she lashed out with her words, furiously venting her rage instead of holding back, her fury sharp with each cutting remark. If this is what you want, then choke on it, bastard. She cursed inwardly, forcing herself through the difficult task with more determination than care. Her jaw ached from the effort, but she refused to give up, pouring her frustration into every motion. Good girl, keep using that determination. I'm proud of you for putting an effort like that. Kanza chuckled darkly. Then he leaned closer. For your effort, hey race, a special tip. Take your time and pay close attention to the details. That's what matters most. The details? Kushina blinked in hesitation, then tentatively leaned in closer, studying the piece carefully before her. The moment she focused on it, he flinched as she drew close. Kanza's smirk widened. There it is, yes. It seems you can perform when properly guided. TCH. Kushina cursed silently, her cheeks burning as though her humiliation were written across her face. Still, she pressed on, doing exactly as she was told. Kanza smiled, looking pleased with her progress. MMHH, that's it. Better, much better, he praised, sighing with approval as he gestured for her to keep going, then added, Lesson 2. Keep a steady rhythm. Take your time. Deeper. The only thing you've got going for you right now is your presence, so make use of it. Kushina's eyes watered. She tried leaning in further, lips straining, but her jaw ached almost at once. She pulled back, breaking into a cough. Hack-guck! Gasping for air, she clutched the surface for support. Kanza chuckled darkly. Pathetic. Can't even handle that much, and you expect me to be satisfied? Her cheeks burned with shame, but before she could retreat, his hand tightened at the back of her head and pushed her down again. Her muffled whimper vibrated against him as he pushed deeper, ignoring her struggle. Don't stop until you can't take it anymore, he ordered coldly. If you can't handle it, then you'd better learn fast. Her body convulsed. She struggled to catch her breath as waves of panic washed over her, tears streaking down her flushed cheeks. His grip held her steady, and she forced herself to breathe shallowly through her nose, adjusting bit by bit. The sudden jolt of motion made her whole body tense in alarm. Yet slowly the raw discomfort dulled into something she could just bear. Kanzu smirked as he felt her easing. Good, you're learning. See? Even the stubborn, talentless Kitsune-chan can be trained. Humiliated, Kushina wanted to scream, but all she could do was groan. Each time she pulled back, she braced herself and tried again, lowering her gaze, pushing past her comfort zone. The initial shock faded, her jaw slowly relaxing from strain. MMFHH, she murmured weakly, her attention wandering despite herself. Bit by bit, her resolve wavered. The tension eased, replaced by unsteady breaths through her nose. She struggled with the task at hand, her frustration evident in every awkward movement. Kanzu felt her efforts and chuckled, guiding her along. That's it, finally getting the hang of it. Maybe you're really not a complete waste after all. Her heart burned with hatred at the mockery, but she kept at it, her jaw still throbbing, though the sharp pain had dulled into a tolerable ache. Muffled sounds slipped past her lips as she tried again, making him twitch. Kanzu grinned down at her. Lesson 3. Use your hands too. Hold the base. Kushina's fingers tightened around it, practicing slowly as her lips moved. MMFF, MMPH. Better. Kanzu praised, voice low with satisfaction. Now you're starting to get the hang of it. Keep going. Her cheeks burned hotter, eyes watering as she forced herself to match his pace, her whole body resisting even as it obeyed. Damn him, making me do this, she cursed inwardly. Yet she kept going, the messy, choked sounds of her reluctant compliance filling the room. SLRP, SLSHH gulp. Yes, better. That's it. Kanzu praised her, feeling the pleasure. His breathing deepened as he added, Lesson 4, look up. Meet my eyes. You should not feel ashamed to look Daddy in the eyes. Through blurred tears, she obeyed, shame burning as she lifted her gaze while still working. Kanzu smirked. Good. Keep going. Kushina's throat tightened at his words, frustration twisting inside her like a blade. Yet, she followed his instructions and continued her task with care. She could feel every movement, and with her eyes locked on his, she caught the faintest shifts of emotion crossing his face and adjusted accordingly. Ah, that's it. Kanzu's smirk grew sharper as he watched her tear-streaked face. See? You can already tell when it feels good. Don't stop. Keep adjusting when you see me react. Tighten your grip when I make a sound. Learn from Daddy's reactions. Her chest heaved with shame, but she forced herself to keep going, moving carefully in a steady rhythm, all while staring up at him with watery eyes. Every painful second branded itself deeper into her heart, and Kanzu's low chuckle told her he knew exactly how much it was breaking her. This bastard, he's enjoying this. Watching me suffer, she thought bitterly, hatred boiling inside her, fueling her movements with raw intensity as she channeled her fury into the task he demanded. Chapter 67.3. Kushina-chan is about to break? Who knew how much time passed? Eventually, she stood up and hurried to the bathroom, grabbed a toothbrush, and began brushing furiously to get rid of the lingering taste. Hot Kanzu let out a long, heavy breath. Thankfully, he now had the sage body. Its rapid recovery was the only reason his body wasn't overwhelmed. Ding! Forced Uzumaki Kushina to submit and obey a degrading command. Reward. For symbols, seal 30,000 evil points. 4 symbols, seal, and 30,000 evil points on top of that. Kanzu couldn't help but grin inwardly. Obtaining the Finjutsu itself wasn't a big deal. He had already planned to make Kushina hand it over one way or another, but getting it as a reward made the victory sweeter. Moreover, since the Finjutsu was obtained directly through the system, Kanzu instantly mastered it. And mastering a Finjutsu isn't as simple as just learning the said Finjutsu. It also requires a deep understanding of the theoretical knowledge behind it. In other words, this reward wasn't just the 4-symbol seal itself, it was far more than that. And then there were the 30,000 evil points. Fufu Uzumaki Kushina really is a treasure trove, he mused. As Kanzu was mentally counting his gains, he felt a gentle touch on his shoulder. Turning slightly, he found Mikoto standing behind him, her delicate hands beginning to massage his shoulders. She had seen everything. Once again, she felt jealous. How did Kushina-chan's service feel? Ken-sama? She asked quietly. She doesn't compare to you. Not even close, Kanzu replied, his gaze sincere. The service Mikoto gave last night, it was much, much better than the unskilled Kushina. Hearing him, Mikoto's face flushed bright red. I see she was very happy here that Kanzu liked her service more than Kushina's, and for a moment, she felt a strong urge toward him, but Kushina was still around, so she held back. She just stood behind him, carefully massaging his shoulders as they waited for Kushina to return. A few moments later, Kushina finally emerged from the bathroom. The moment she spotted Mikoto standing behind Kanzu, panic flickered across her face. "When did you get back, Mikoto-chan?" she asked, clearly shaken. Kushina was anxious, worried that Mikoto might have seen what happened earlier. If her most humiliating moment had been witnessed by Mikoto, she felt she'd rather be dead. Not to mention, she didn't know how to face Mikoto if she had learned the truth. Kanzu had already warned her that if Mikoto learned the truth, she'd have to take the blame and admit to her that it was she who seduced Kanzu, so now she felt very afraid. "I just got here, Kushina-chan." "Why? Is something wrong?" Mikoto asked gently. Then, noticing the faint streaks of tears on her face and the puffiness around her eyes, Mikoto put on a look of concern. Walking up beside Kushina, she tilted her head and asked, "Looking closely, I can see tear stains on your face. Were you crying earlier? Did something happen?" Though her tone remained soft and caring, it wouldn't be wrong to say that it was only a facade. Beneath the surface, a storm of emotions raged within her as she looked at Kushina. Indeed, Mikoto was consumed by a complicated mix of emotions. Part of her felt guilty for what Kushina was going through, even holding herself responsible for her suffering. Yet another part of her felt a twisted satisfaction in seeing Kushina in pain. Jealousy was gnawing at her, and a small, ugly part of her wanted to see Kushina suffer even more. Even though Kushina was her friend, the ugly, possessive part of Mikoto's heart even wanted her to disappear. She felt that Kushina was stealing Kanzu's attention away from her. If Kushina-chan didn't exist, then Kansama would only look at me, only use my body to satisfy himself. Mikoto thought darkly. If Kushina-chan didn't exist, for a fleeting moment, she even wished to be rid of Kushina, believing that only then would Kanzu's gaze remain solely on her. As those dark thoughts surfaced, a trace of killing intent threatened to escape her, but just then, Kanzu, who had stood up, placed his hand on her back and gently patted her. Kansama, Mikoto panicked, realizing her thoughts were turning in an ugly direction. She quickly forced herself to calm down, steadying her mind. "No, I can't think like that. Kansama seems to be fond of Kushina-chan. If I get rid of her, won't that only make him unhappy? He might even come to dislike me," she told herself. Terrified of being disliked by Kanzu, Mikoto resolved to push away the ugly idea of getting rid of Kushina. Unaware of the dark thoughts festering in Mikoto's heart, Kushina was moved by her show of concern, and at the same time, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. If Mikoto-chan really just arrived, she thought, then she couldn't have seen it. Kushina never suspected Mikoto of lying. After all, what wife would lie about such a thing? Yet the very fact that she felt relieved Mikoto hadn't discovered the truth only deepened Kushina's guilt. Mikoto was showing her such care and concern, and what was Kushina doing in return? Betraying her friend's trust. A hot shame flooded Kushina, and she felt like she wanted to disappear. Fortunately, she didn't know what was really going on in Mikoto's heart, who for a moment had even entertained the thought of killing her if she did. She might have exploded, but since she didn't, in the face of Mikoto's concern, feeling guilty, she could only apologize in her heart and shake her head. "No, nothing happened to me," then quickly turned to Kanzu. "Uchiha Kanzu-kun, about what we talked, Kushina-chan. The technique still requires more refinement before it could be used," Kanzu said plainly. A dismissal. Kushina opened her mouth and argued. But seeing Kanzu's cold, dismissive eyes, she knew it would be pointless. This visit was for nothing. She had been humiliated by Kanzu once again, and he still had no intention of letting Minato go. Her eyes turned red with frustration. Right now, she wanted to fight Kanzu. No, she had always wanted to fight him. But every time she thought of striking back, Kanzu's threat echoed in her mind. He would use Minato as a hostage. Her hatred for him grew stronger with every passing moment, so intense that she could no longer contain it even if she was in Mikoto's presence. Suddenly, her chakra erupted like a volcano, surging out of her in a violent burst that cracked the floor beneath her feet. "Kushina-chan, what are you?" Mikoto murmured, taken aback by the sudden eruption of chakra. Unaware of the true nature of the Nine-Tails chakra, and not knowing that Kanzu had already placed the beast under his control, she assumed Kushina was beginning to lose control of it. And That could only mean trouble. But in truth, it wasn't the Nine-Tails chakra at all. It was hers. Pure, blood red, and overflowing with rage. In fact, Kushina had indeed been trying to draw on a fox's power, even willing to surrender herself completely if it meant freeing the beast and killing Kanzu to vent her hatred and take her revenge. Yet, for reasons she couldn't comprehend, the Nine-Tails, who always sought to seize control, refused to respond. Nine-Tails, why won't you take over when I'm giving you the chance? She shouted inwardly, angry at the fox. Silence. No reply came, leaving her confused and helpless. Still, she stepped forward, intent on striking him down with her own chakra, even if it meant burning away her life force to do it. Yet before she could act, Kanzu, his Manjiki Sharingan already active, met her gaze. In the next instant, her body went still. The surge of chakra faded as her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground. "D-damn you, bastard," she muttered weakly, her voice fading as consciousness slipped away. "It looks like Kushina-chan's about to break," Kanza murmured, gazing down at her. There's a limit to how much a person can endure, and Kushina was standing right at that edge. Moments earlier, she had seemed ready to risk everything, even her own life, if it meant taking him down with her. Fortunately, Kanza had cast his Jinjutsu at just the right moment. Otherwise, things could have turned ugly. The cracks on the floor were still a nuisance, but nothing too serious to worry about. "Is she going to be all right?" Makoto asked, bending down to check on Kushina's condition. Worry flickered in her eyes as she added, "And the Nine-Tails, won't the beast try to break free?" "It won't," Kanzu replied calmly, crouching beside her. "After all, it's under my control." Makoto blinked, clearly taken aback. "Huh? The Nine-Tails is under your control? Gansama?" She hadn't expected to suddenly hear that he had completely subdued the tailed beast sealed within Kushina. Kanza nodded. "Yes. Won't that be too much of a burden for you?" she asked, concern lacing her tone. It wasn't the fact that he had tamed the Nine-Tails that troubled her. It was the strain such a feat must place on him. The thought of him bearing that kind of pressure unsettled her. Kanza shook his head slightly. "If it's the current me," he said evenly, "there's no problem." I see his words relieved Mikoto. "Yes," Kanzu said with a nod as he lifted Kushina and gently placed her on the sofa. Then, turning to Mikoto, he instructed, "Mikoto, return to the kitchen and continue preparing breakfast. They'll take care of things with Kushina in the meantime." Mikoto hesitated, her lips parting slightly. "Gansama?" She wanted to say that they had already gone too far, that they should stop tormenting the girl any further. But the fear of spoiling Kanza's fun and of earning his displeasure kept her silent. In the end, she looked at the unconscious Kushina, whose torment wouldn't end anytime soon, with pity and nodded quietly. "I understand." Following his instructions, she turned and left the room, returning to the kitchen. Still, she remained alert, ready to return the moment something went wrong. Chapter 68. How about Uzumaki clan's Finjutsu? Once Makoto had left, Kanzu sat down on the sofa opposite the one where Kushina lay unconscious. He watched her quietly, a faintly amused smile tugging at his lips as his thoughts drifted. She's right on the verge of breaking. If I don't give her something, she'll probably shatter completely. I suppose he'll give her what she wants." Having made up his mind, he flicked his fingers. Snap! Instantly, Kushina's eyes snapped open. She coughed, a short, choking gasp escaping her throat. Disoriented and confused, she tried to push herself up on trembling arms. "Careful!" Kanza's calm voice reached her. "Your boat is still soft." That voice, familiar, terrifyingly so, made her blood run cold. Her head whipped toward the sound, and there he was. Kanzu sat on the opposite sofa, watching her with that same amused look, somewhere between mockery and amusement. "You!" Kushina snapped, the realization hitting her like a thunderclap. What had happened earlier wasn't a dream. The cracks splintering across the floor were proof enough. It had all been real. Her loss of control, her outburst of chakra, her desperate attempt to attack him, and her failure. Rage flared in her chest, hot and immediate, as she tried to lunge at him again. "Are you sure you want to do this again?" Kanzu chuckled, his eyes locking onto hers. Immediately, her body froze mid-motion. "Damn it, move, attack him, kill him," she screamed inside her mind. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make her limbs obey. Kanzu rose leisurely from his seat and stepped behind her and grabbed her. One arm coiled around her waist, pinning her against him, while the other slid up toward her neck in a threatening grip. "Gee, get away from me." Kushina tried to scream, to wrench herself free, but not a single sound escaped her lips. Kanzu rested his chin on her shoulder, an amused smile curving his mouth. "That was very foolish of you earlier. Yak now," he murmured. After a pause, his voice dipped lower, smoother. "Losing control in front of Mikoto and trying to attack me if I hadn't cast a Jinjutsu on her, she might have realized everything that's been happening between us. Tell me, what were you planning to do if Shed found out?" "It would have been better if Shed found out everything." Kushina screamed inwardly, though no sound left her lips. "Oh, right," Kanzu said casually, as if remembering something trivial. "Let's give you your voice back." He flicked her throat lightly. A pulse of chakra spread through her body, and Kushina coughed, breath returning in a ragged gasp. The first words she forced out were raw with defiance. "It would have been better if Shed found out everything." "Oh," Kanzu arched an eyebrow, the faintest smirk playing at his lips. "You really want her to know everything? Don't you care what'll happen when she realizes her dear friend has betrayed her?" "I don't care anymore," she spat. "I don't care what she thinks. I just want to kill you. If I kill you, everything's solved. Minato-kun will be free. And even if Mikoto-chan hates me, even if she despises me, she'll be rid of you. She'll be saved. A man like you doesn't deserve her. She needs to be freed from you." "Fufu, such noble thoughts. A pity you're not capable of killing me. Don't you know that already?" Kanzu chuckled, squeezing her cheeks. Kushina's eyes dimmed. He was right. No matter how much she raged, she wasn't capable of killing him. If she could, she wouldn't be frozen like this, held in his arms, stripped of agency, unable to speak without his permission. That realization hit her like a blow again. Hatred welled up in her throat and spilled into the room like steam. She hated the way his gaze could stop her cold, hated him for stealing her strength, and hated herself for being nothing more than the sum of those weaknesses. Now, no need to spill all that hatred," Kanzu said, releasing his grip on her waist. He moved to stand in front of her, stopping only inches from her face, his voice lowered, suddenly intimate. "You know I'm not opposed to releasing Namikaze's Minato. I will release him, but I have a condition." "Bastard, you really think he'll still fall for that?" Kushina snapped, fury flaring in her eyes. Kanzu chuckled. "Haha, you don't have much choice, do you? Either you accept my terms, or you don't. Besides, this time, in not saying that he'll consider releasing him, I said I will release him. I keep my word." He shrugged, as if that settled everything. In truth, Kanzu was serious about releasing Minato. He knew that if he kept pushing Kushina any further, she'd eventually break, and that wouldn't serve his interests. So, this time, he had no intention of deceiving her. As long as Kushina gave him what he wanted, he was willing to let Namikaze's Minato go. After all, he had already reaped plenty of rewards. You don't shear a sheep all at once. You trim it slowly. Killing it outright only ruins the long-term profit. "This is the last time," Kushina said coldly. "The last time he'll ever trust you. What's your condition?" She had made up her mind. If Uchiha Kanzu betrayed her again, she would take him down with her no matter the cost. "Don't worry," Kanzu replied, calm and measured. "This condition is simple. It won't put you in a difficult position." Kushina sneered. "Simple?" She didn't believe a word of it. "I want the Uzumaki clan scrolls of Finjutsu," Kanzu said evenly. "If you're willing to hand them over to me, it'll release Namikaze's Minato immediately. How's that sound?" The sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan had long been coveted by the great Shinobi villages. In fact, the fall of the Land of Whirlpools was rumored to have been caused by that very mastery. Knowledge too dangerous for others to ignore. Kanzu certainly covets their Finjutsu more so now that he has suddenly obtained knowledge of Finjutsu naturally. He wants to learn all the said Finjutsu that Kushina has access to. You want the Finjutsu of my clan? Kushina's voice trembled with fury as she clenched her teeth, barely holding back the urge to strike him. That knowledge was the very core of her clan's legacy. Even though the Uzumaki no longer had a nation to call their own, those techniques remained sacred. Secrets she could never bear to surrender to the man she hates most. This condition is already quite simple, Kanzu said calmly. Don't overestimate the exclusivity of your clan's Finjutsu. Even if you refuse, I have other ways to obtain them. For instance, the Scroll of Seals in Konoha holds several of your clan's techniques. Of course, he knew acquiring the Scroll of Seals wouldn't be easy. It contains some of Konoha's most advanced and forbidden jutsu, guarded personally by the Hokage himself. Even if someone managed to steal it, reading its contents wouldn't be so simple. The scroll was heavily restricted. Mere possession wasn't enough. Without knowing the exact sequence of hand signs to unseal it, the text would remain locked. Forcing it open was equally futile. Any attempt to break the seal would destroy the jutsu within, making it nearly impossible to steal its knowledge intact. That was why Kushina became his best means of obtaining the Uzumaki Finjutsu. You release Minato-kun first, Kushina said at last, her voice cold but resigned. Then I'll give you my clan's Finjutsu. But this time, her resolve was unshakable. If he doesn't release Minato-kun, she swore to herself, then no matter what happens, he'll never hand over the Finjutsu. No problem. I'm sure you'll keep your word, Kanzu said confidently, his gaze fixed on her. I trust you so much, and yet you don't trust me at all. Truly it breaks my heart, Kushina-chan. Huh? Kushina sneered, her glare cutting through his false sincerity. Unbothered by her sneer, Kanzu snapped his fingers. The world around them shifted in an instant. Kushina suddenly found herself seated on the sofa, with Kanzu lounging opposite her. That was all Jinjutsu. She gasped, eyes widening. Yup. Kanzu chuckled, clearly amused. Didn't even notice, did you? Kushina's expression darkened. He was right. She hadn't realized it at all. Now it made sense why her body had frozen, why her voice had vanished and returned at his whim. It was all the effect of his Jinjutsu, one she hadn't even sensed. The weight of that realization hit her hard. Just how terrifyingly strong was Uchiha Kanzu? Come on, let's go release Namake's Minato, Kanzu said, completely unfazed by her reaction. At his words, a flicker of hesitation crossed Kushina's face. Damn it, this bastard took something I can never get back. How am I supposed to face Minato-kun now? I just want you to release him, she said quietly. I don't need to go with you for Minato-kun to be freed. Once he's home, he'll give you the Finjutsu. In the end, Kushina couldn't bring herself to face Minato yet. Kanzu studied her for a long moment, as if reading every thought behind her eyes. Then, without a word, he called over one of his zodiacs. A masked kunoichi stepped forward and knelt before him. Kushina blinked in surprise at the sight. This was the first time she had seen such a mask, or such a kunoichi. From her experience, she knew of the ANBU, and the kunoichi in front of her looked just like ANBU, but she appeared different from ANBU, which made her wonder, Uchiha clan special forces? She didn't know if the Uchiha clan also had special forces. She wouldn't be surprised, considering just how big and powerful the Uchiha clan is. Even if she was filled with doubts, she didn't question anything and watched as Kanzu gave the simple order, keyed, go to the Konoha police force office. Tell them to release Namake's Minato. Understood, Patriarch, nodded keyed as she disappeared from the room. You can go to the police force office and check you'll be released, said Kanzu as he sent Kushina away. After Kushina left with Kid, Kanzu made his way to the kitchen, where Makoto was preparing breakfast, her gaze slightly distant. He slipped his arms around her from behind, pulling her close. Makoto didn't resist. Instead, she leaned back against him and asked softly, Kushina-chan, did she leave? Yup, Kanzu said, burying his face in her smooth hair, to take in her scent. Kansama, how long are you going to keep toying with Kushina-chan? Makoto asked softly. I wonder, Kanzu replied, amusement in his voice. Maybe you'll stop after today, or maybe you'll keep at it forever. Makoto fell silent for a moment, then spoke, her voice darker. You know, part of me wants to kill her. Is that so? He asked, already aware of the desire suddenly taking root in her heart. Makoto nodded. Yes, just the thought of her touching you, of you touching her, of her serving you fills me with a jealousy I can barely control. Am I losing my mind? Kanzu turned her to face him, studying her closely. Those thoughts are normal, he said. You're not losing your mind. Their eyes met, and he could see a sliver of madness spinning behind her black irises. Yandere, he thought, smiling with a strange excitement. These thoughts are normal? Makoto asked, her pupils darkening. Yes, it's natural for a wife to be fiercely possessive of her Danasama, he replied, baiting her. And it's not unusual at all to fantasize about hurting the woman your husband is having an extramarital affair with. You're not wrong. I see these thoughts are normal, Makoto murmured, her breathing quickening as she asked with some darkness in her voice. Then, can I kill Kushina-chan? No, you can entertain those fantasies as much as you like. I allow you to do it, he whispered darkly in her ears, but don't ever do anything that would make me unhappy. Her entire body froze, and her breathing stopped for a moment. Do you understand? He asked, looking her in the eyes. She was silent for a moment, but then, with a bright smile curving her lips, she nodded. Hi, Kinsama, I'll never do anything that would make you unhappy. Fufu Yandere indeed, Kanza thought, watching her. Her lips smiled warmly, but her eyes were darker, glinting with something far less innocent. Well then, Kansama, let's have breakfast, Makoto said, changing the topic. Yup, let's, Kanzu replied, separating from her and taking his seat at the dining table. I prepared larger portions this time, considering your appetite's been increasing. Please, eat as much as you need, Makoto said as she served him. Kanza nodded with a hum of approval. Training ground, Kanzu made his way to the training ground with Makoto following him. After observing her complete a few techniques, Kanza nodded in satisfaction. Yes, you've improved a lot lately. Your fire style is far stronger than before. Makoto specialized in both fire and lightning style ninjutsu, and on top of that, she possessed exceptional skill in shuriken jutsu and jinjutsu. Hearing Kanza's praise, Makoto smiled softly. She didn't ask for much, just his approval was enough. When you master all the ninjutsu I've taught you and elevate your chakra further, Kanzu said, you'll be a proper Kage level powerhouse. Although Makoto's current strength was at a quasi-Kage level, that was without using her Manjiki Sharingan. If she activated it, she could definitely easily hold her own against a true Kage level opponent. Next, it'll teach you an S-rank space-time ninjutsu, Kanzu said. Try to learn it if you can. The technique he was referring to was none other than the legendary flying Raijin Jutsu. Thanks to the rewards provided by the system, Kanza hadn't needed to study it in depth. He had acquired all the knowledge, and all that he needed to do was make use of that knowledge. This is the flying Raijin, created by the second Hokage, he explained, giving her a series of notes. Makoto looked genuinely surprised. She couldn't imagine how Kanzu had acquired such a jutsu. A technique like that should have been sealed within Konoha's scroll of seals. Given the strained relations between the Uchiha and the Hokage, there was no chance it would have been willingly shared with Kanzu. Still, Makoto didn't press him on how had obtained the flying Raijin Jutsu. Instead, she turned her attention to the notes he had written and began studying them intently. Comprehending the material wasn't easy, especially without a strong foundation in Finjutsu. Fortunately, Kanzu had received the knowledge directly through the system, allowing him to grasp it as deeply as Kushina's mastery in Fuinjutsu allowed. Kushina's current mastery of Finjutsu was exceptionally high, definitely surpassing Minato's. That wasn't surprising, considering she was the one who had taught him the art in the first place. Because of that, Kanzu had no trouble understanding the knowledge he gained from the system. If not for Kushina's high level of comprehension and understanding, he might have struggled to grasp it as easily as he did. Of course, knowledge and comprehension alone weren't enough. If they were, Kushina herself would have mastered the flying Raijin. Another requirement was the need for a natural affinity for space-time ninjutsu, and that was the key. In the canon, only its creator, Senju Tobarama, and the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, had successfully mastered it since its creation. Others like the Hiruzen, Dans, Hamura, Koharu, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and so on probably couldn't. It's not that they never tried to master, it was probably that they couldn't as they lacked affinity for the time-space ninjutsu. Unlike them, Kanza had an affinity for the flying Raijin. His Aminoto Kotachi, which is a time-based jutsu, seems to suggest that Kanza definitely has an affinity for the space-time jutsu, which also played a factor in helping him learn it. Though, of course, he had only learned it, not exactly mastered it. Mastering flying Raijin would mean becoming extremely proficient in it. On the other hand, he hasn't even tried teleporting once. But of course, he is going to start doing that now, and murmured to himself, "Let's start mastering this jutsu." He took out a special kunai. Etched onto it was a unique seal. His personal flying Raijin jutsu mark. Every user's mark was different. Senju Tobarama's mark was a complex pattern related to the sigil of the Senju clan. Namikaze Minato's mark was composed of written kanji characters, and Kanza's mark took the form of the Uchiha clan emblem mixed with a few characters. Still, he mused it might be better to create two distinct marks, one for the flying Raijin technique, and another a personal mark. A signature mark. The standard flying Raijin mark would serve for ordinary teleportation. The other, his personal mark, would be reserved for his most trusted allies. Yes, he'll make another mark, Kanza decided, a faint smirk curving his lips. But not yet. First, he needed to refine the flying Raijin itself. With that in mind, he flicked his wrist and threw the kunai. Just as it neared a target 100 meters away, Kanzu vanished in a blur of light. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared, catching the kunai just before it hit the target. Space-time ninjutsu, the ultimate life-saving jutsu. If you can't win, just escape. And now, Kanzu had one more trump card in his arsenal. Chapter 69.1 Released Namikaze Minato inside the Konoha Police Force's prison, Uchiha Shin. Acting under Kanza's orders after receiving the message from Key to the Zodiacs. Released Namikaze Minato. Well, aren't you lucky, Namikaze Minato? You've been cleared of all charges. You're free to go, Shin said playfully as he unlocked the cell door. I can leave. Minato was stunned. He hadn't expected to be released so easily, not without paying some kind of price. Yet, suddenly, here he was being set free, and for a moment, he didn't know how to react. Could it be someone paid compensation for my release? Hokage-sama? Maybe Kushina? He wondered, trying to guess who might have intervened. And indeed, someone had Kushina. When Minato still didn't move, Shin raised an eyebrow. What? Don't tell me you'd rather stay here for the rest of your life. Inno Minato replied quickly. Whatever the reason for his release, he decided he could figure it out later. For now, he just needed to get out. Seeing Minato come out, Shin pointed at a tray on which Minato's stuff was kept, and said, "Hey, erase your stuff, be sure to take it with you." "Yes, thank you," nodded Minato out of politeness, and began to put them in his pockets. As he did that, he asked Shin about Jiraiya, Naoki, and Dakai with concern flickering in his eyes. "My sensei and squad mates, what about them?" "You can forget about P. Jiraiya-sama, he is a criminal with proper evidence, so he won't be released so easily. As for your squad mates, for the time being, they're still in prison," shrugged Shin, and said, "Investigation for them hasn't been finished." "Yet investigation?" Minato murmured, uncertainty flickering across his face. He doubted the Uchiha police force was conducting any real investigation. It was far more likely they simply had no intention of releasing Jiraiya or his two squad mates without proper compensation. I'll have to figure out how to get Jiraiya-sensei, Dakai, and Naoki out myself, Minato thought, scratching his head as he stepped outside. When he finally walked out of the prison, he couldn't help but think of Kushina, I hope she is safe and decided to first check up on Kushina to ensure her safety, then think about other things. As Minato left the prison and headed toward Kushina's home, an uneasy feeling crept over him. For a brief moment, it felt as though someone was watching him from the shadows, but the sensation vanished as quickly as it came. Strange, was that just my imagination? Or someone from the Uchiha clan? He muttered, shaking his head to dismiss the thought. The feeling had come from the direction of the police station, so he reasoned it was probably just one of the Uchiha police keeping an eye on him as he left. Right now, his only priority was ensuring Kushina's safety, and after that, finding a way to free Jiraiya and his two squad mates. After checking on Kushina, he'll have to speak with Hokage-sama. Maybe he can help, Minato resolved. Without even stopping by his own home, he hurried straight to Kushina's house. Once Minato had gone, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Kushina. That bastard actually kept his word this time, she muttered under her breath. She had been watching Minato all along, and when she noticed that he might have sensed her presence, she quickly suppressed her chakra, afraid he'd recognize her. Thankfully, he didn't, Kushina thought, exhaling a shaky sigh of relief. Right now, she didn't dare reveal herself. She didn't know how to face Minato, not after everything that had happened. But beyond the guilt and fear, another thought gnawed at her, the promise she had made to Kanzu. Am I really going to hand over my clan's Finjutsu to that damn bastard? The thought alone made her chest ache. After everything Kanzu had done to her, how could she possibly be willing to give him something so precious? Although Kushina wasn't the kind of person to break her word after making a promise, when it came to someone like Kanzu, she felt he didn't deserve her honesty. But her honest nature still made her unable to not follow through on her promise, and beneath that anger was fear, deep, gnawing fear. Fear that if she didn't keep her promise, had come for her again in the end. She made up her mind. I'll give it to him, but I'll alter a few things. Just enough to make sure he can't truly learn it. Then, they'll blame it on his lack of talent in Finjutsu. After all, Finjutsu was one of the most complex ninja arts in existence. Not everyone was capable of mastering it. If Kanzu failed to learn it, he would have no one to blame but himself. With that thought, Kushina left the police station. But instead of heading home, she went straight to the Barrier Division office where she normally worked. Although she had been promoted to Junin just the previous night and was slated for another promotion within the division, the news hadn't yet reached anyone. She wasn't wearing her new vest, and with Hiruzen's condition worsening the previous night, he hadn't had the time to officially assign her new duties. None of that mattered to her right now. Taking her usual seat at a corner desk, Kushina unrolled an empty scroll and began writing. Her clan's Finjutsu flowing from memory onto the parchment. Of course, she deliberately altered several key sections, just enough to make the seals appear faulty due to the user's supposed lack of talent in the art. What she created was incomplete, but cleverly disguised to look genuine. A faint glint of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. Let's see how that bastard handles this. It wasn't much, but for once, she would have the upper hand, and even that small victory filled her with quiet delight. I'd love to watch you struggle every day, try to learn these, and failing miserably, bastard, she thought with bitter satisfaction. While Kushina was busy writing the scrolls meant to be given to Kanzu, Minato had arrived outside her house. He knocked on the door and rang the bell several times, but no one answered. "Is she not home?" he murmured, a flicker of worry crossing his face. Still, he forced himself not to jump to conclusions. Just because she wasn't there didn't mean something had happened to her. Maybe she's at work, he said quietly, deciding to check the Barrier Division next. When Minato arrived at the Barrier Division, he ran into a familiar senior ninja who happened to be arriving for work at the same time. "Oh, isn't this Namikaze-san? So, you've been released from the Uchiha prison?" the man asked with a teasing grin. Minato said a bit awkwardly, "Yep, they finished their investigation and let me go afterward." "Oh, I see. So Namikaze-san turned out to be innocent, unlike his sensei, Jiraiya-sama," the man said with a snicker. Minato tried to keep his composure and simply scratched his cheek, forcing a small smile. Realizing he had gone too far, the ninja coughed, a bit embarrassed, before hastily changing the subject. Anyway, are you here to see Uzumaki Kushina? He asked, knowing that was probably the reason Namikaze Minato would visit the barrier division. Igriga Minato nodded quickly. Would you mind checking if Kushina's inside? He asked. After all, he wasn't part of the barrier division, so he wasn't allowed to enter without proper permission. Sure, I guess, the man replied with a shrug before heading inside, while Minato waited outside. He didn't have to wait for long, though, as the man soon returned and said, Uzumaki Kushina is indeed inside, but she says she's really busy right now and can't see you. She's busy? Minato murmured, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. It was strange. Kushina had never refused to see him before. Normally, the moment he arrived, she'd rush out to greet him with that same fiery enthusiasm. And if he didn't greet her or visit for a few days, she would usually be furious with him. Considering that this was the first time she hadn't come out to meet him at all, something completely unlike her, and it made him feel uneasy. Could it be she thinks I'm just like Jiraiya-sensei? The thought stung. But if that was truly what she believed, he couldn't blame her. After all, he had been imprisoned under that very suspicion. Still, he quickly pushed the thought aside. That's not important right now. What mattered was her safety. Is she all right? He asked just to be sure. The man tilted his head thoughtfully. She might be coming down with a cold or something, he said, recalling that Kushina had been wearing a scarf. She's probably not in the best mood either. She almost snapped at me when I interrupted her with what she was doing, but aside from that, she seems fine of cold. Huh? Minato muttered. If it were just that, then there was nothing to worry about. As long as she was safe, that was all that mattered. Maybe Jiraiya-sensei was really mistaken, Minato thought to himself. After all, Kushina seemed fine. As for her not wanting to see him, he tried to convince himself that she was simply busy, that she didn't have time to meet him right now. Still, a trace of doubt lingered. Maybe she feels awkward after everything that happened because of why I was imprisoned. We'll just have to find a way to prove to her that I didn't do any of that, he resolved, bowing politely to the man before leaving. There were still other matters to deal with, like freeing Jiraiya and his squad mates. Now that he knew Kushina was safe, he could focus on the rest. With that thought, he turned and headed straight for the Hokage's office. When Minato arrived at the Hokage building, he was stopped before he could reach the Hokage's office. This I can't meet Hokage-sama, but I'm Jinin Namikaze Minato, he explained quickly. I need to speak with Hokage-sama about something urgent, regarding Jiraiya-sama. The shinobi who stopped him frowned. Namikaze Minato? Didn't the Uchiha police imprison you? Minato nodded slightly. But they released me, he said, his tone firm but polite. I need to discuss Jiraiya-sensei and my 2 squad mates who are still being held. The guard looked apologetic, but shook his head. I understand your intentions, but I'm afraid you can't see Hokage-sama right now. He's occupied with something important. Seeing that he wasn't being allowed to meet the Hokage at all, Minato felt something wasn't right. This had never happened before. At most, had been asked to wait until the Hokage was free, but never outright denied an audience. Still, even as unease settled in his chest, he couldn't push the matter here. He could only accept the answer with a quiet, I see before asking, then, can I at least know when Hokage-sama will be free? The shinobi guarding the hall shrugged casually. Hard to say, but seeing Minato's disappointed look, he added, Tell you what, why don't you tell me what you wanted to discuss? He'll make sure Hokage-sama hears about it as soon as he's available. This I understand, Minato said, then briefly explained his concern about Jiraiya and his 2 squad mates still being held in custody. The ninja gave a helpless sigh. Oh well, actually, Hokage-sama is already working on that matter. This was of course a lie. They hadn't even tried to free Jiraiya. The truth was that Hiruzen's condition had worsened, leaving him unable to handle any official duties. He wasn't even meeting visitors. The Hokage building was being managed with difficulty in his absence, so matters like Jiraiya's imprisonment were the least of their concerns. Right now, Their top priority was to ensure that no other village received confirmation of the Hokage's current state. Everything else, including Jiraiya, was irrelevant for the time being. But naturally, they couldn't say any of that to Minato, admitting it would only raise doubts about the Hokage's authority. So instead, the shinobi smiled and said, "You were just released, right? You should take a bit of rest and recover first. In the meantime, we'll work on getting Jiraiya-sama and your squad mates released, too. Who knows, just like you, they might be freed before you know it." Minato thought about it for a moment before nodding. "I understand with that." He left the Hokage building and made his way home. After spending 2 days imprisoned at the police station, fatigue was finally catching up to him. Some rest was long overdue. While making his way to his home, he thought Kushina should be free by evening. He'll talk to her then. Until that time, I should freshen up and get some rest. Chapter 69.2 Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu. During the lunch break, Kushina left the barrier division, using the excuse that she wasn't feeling well and needed to rest. Upon returning home, she quickly compiled the list of Finjutsu she planned to hand over to Kanzu as he had demanded. Then with a bag in hand, she headed straight to the Uchiha compound to deliver the scrolls. Normally, outsiders weren't allowed to enter freely, but Kushina was an exception. Kanzu had already given instructions to let her in whenever she came. When Kushina arrived at Kanzu's residence, she found the place empty. Neither Kanzu nor Makoto was home. "What now?" she muttered with a frown. She couldn't just leave the scrolls at the doorstep and walk away. Just then, a voice called out from behind her. "Are you looking for Kanzu-sama?" Kushina jumped, spinning around in shock. "You." She hadn't even noticed the kunoichi's approach, and for a brief moment, she became tense. If the woman had harbored ill intent, Kushina realized she could have been dead before she even knew it. Fortunately, that wasn't the case, so she was still alive and took a closer look at the kunoichi. It was the same Yinbyu-like kunoichi from that morning, or so Kushina thought at first. But a moment later, she shook her head. No, she's a different one. The outfit was nearly identical, yet the mask bore a different pattern from the one Keed had worn. While Keed's mask had the pattern of the snake, this kunoichi's mask has the pattern of a dragon, and she looked a bit older, too, Kushina realized, studying her more closely. "Uzumaki Kushina," the woman said evenly, her tone calm but firm. "Are you here to meet Kanzu-sama?" Kushina snorted. "Who said I am here to meet him? I just came to deliver something," she replied curtly. She had no desire to see Kanzu at all. "He's at the training ground," the kunoichi responded in a neutral tone. If that's the case, Kushina began, wondering if she should just hand the scroll over to the woman to pass along. But before she could decide, the kunoichi flicked her fingers. A crow swooped down from a nearby tree and landed neatly on Kushina's shoulder. "ITLL, lead you to the training ground where Kanzu-sama usually trains." Kushina blinked at the bird perched on her shoulder, then glanced back, only to find the kunoichi had vanished without a trace. "TCH," she clicked her tongue. "Fine. Fine, lead the way," she muttered irritably. The crow let out a sharp caw, then flapped its wings and took off, with Kushina following close behind. When she arrived at the training ground, Kanzu had already noticed her. "Well, if it isn't Kushina-chan," he said with a faint smile. "Here, to keep your promise?" Without a moment's hesitation, she pulled out a bag filled with scrolls and tossed it toward him. "Here, take it," she said coldly. Kanzu caught the bag, and Kushina immediately turned to leave, but his voice stopped her. "Wait." She froze mid-step. "What?" she asked, trying to mask the flicker of nervousness in her tone. "I should at least check if these scrolls are genuine," Kanzu said calmly. "What? You think ID try to deceive you with fake scrolls?" Kushina shot back quickly. "Then why are you so eager to run off?" Kanzu asked, his tone calm but cutting. "Who's trying to run away?" Kushina retorted defensively. "I'm glad to hear that," Kanzu said with a faint nod. Keeping one hand on her shoulder, he reached into the bag, pulled out a scroll, unrolled it, and began to read. Kushina's heartbeat quickened instantly. "Don't notice anything, don't notice anything, don't notice anything," she repeated in her mind, forcing herself to stay calm. After briefly glancing at the content on the scroll, Kanzu looked up at her with a faint, knowing smirk. "Tell me, Kushina-chan," he said smoothly, "are you certain there's nothing wrong with this scroll?" Kushina's heart skipped a beat. Ichi noticed her earlier nervousness and that attempt to leave immediately after delivering the scrolls had already raised his suspicions, which was why he decided to check the scroll. If this had happened earlier, he might not have been able to tell whether the Finjutsu scrolls given by her were genuine or fake. After all, his knowledge of sealing techniques back then had been very limited, certainly not enough to detect subtle flaws. But now, having mastered the 4 symbols seal through system reward, his understanding of Finjutsu had deepened immensely. That new knowledge allowed him to notice irregularities at a glance. Of course, it was still possible that the differences were due to a variant or a personal modification on Kushina's part. The changes were too subtle, and without detailed reading or usage, it was hard to judge. But the instant she flinched at his question, Kanzu no longer needed confirmation. He knew. Kanzu's gaze sharpened. "Kushina-chan, I hope you realize, just as I was able to have Namikaze's Minato released, I can just as easily have him arrested again." His words drained the color from Kushina's face. "So Kushina-chan," Kanzu said, looking down at the red-haired Kunoichi, "what will it be? Give me the genuine scrolls, or should I have Namikaze's Minato thrown back into his cell? And this time, they'll make sure his mini-toe is the first thing taken, sent to you as a gift in a wrapped gift box." Kushina bit her lip, torn between fear, guilt, and furious anger. In the end, she relented. "I'll give you the correct scrolls," she stammered. "Wise choice," Kanzu said, spanking her in the buttocks, making her yelp and glare at him furiously. But Kanzu didn't care and formed a shadow clone. The clone immediately left to fetch a few empty scrolls, along with brushes and ink. While waiting, Kanzu remained standing, his gaze fixed on Kushina. Under that sharp, unreadable stare, she couldn't help but shift uncomfortably, her hands fidgeting. At the same time, she also kept cursing in her mind. Why did he have to realize this? She had hoped to score a small victory over Kanzu and watch him struggle with a smug, vicious smile, but instead, things had turned against her. Not only had she failed to win, she had been caught in her own trap. It really wasn't fair. While Kanzu waited for a shadow clone to return with the supplies, Mikoto, who had been training a short distance away, approached him with a puzzled look. "Kisame don't understand this pa." "Kushina-chan?" And Mikoto-chan, good evening." Kushina greeted her with a faint, uneasy smile. She didn't really have the heart to meet Mikoto's gaze. "Are you feeling better now?" Mikoto asked softly. Kushina tilted her head, confused by the question, then turned to Kanzu for an explanation. Kanzu lightly pressed his palm to Kushina's forehead, as if checking her temperature, then said, "Yeah, her fever seems to have gone down. I suppose she's feeling better after resting for half a day, isn't that right, Kushina-chan?" "Why, yeah," what he said. Kushina nodded quickly. She had no idea what he was talking about, but still played along with guilt gnawing at her chest. "Is that so?" murmured Mikoto, and added, "But you know, Kushina-chan, when someone has a fever, even if it starts to go down, they still need to rest. Otherwise, ITLL, just relapse. And yet here you are instead of resting. Why is that?" Her tone was gentle and caring, but her eyes weren't the same at all. They held a darkness that Kushina, too afraid to meet her gaze, completely missed. With each flicker of her gaze, Mikoto seemed to be silently imagining a dozen ways to kill Kushina. After all, even if she couldn't kill Kushina, as that would make Kanzu unhappy, she could still fantasize about it, right? And though Kushina avoided meeting her eyes, a cold shiver still crawled down her spine. For a fleeting moment, she wondered if she had actually caught a chill, but the next instant, her instinct screamed that it wasn't illness. It was dangerous. This bastard, he must be planning something, she thought bitterly, blaming Kanzu without even realizing that Mikoto's glare was the true source of her unease. It was Kanzu who finally broke the tension, answering in a calm tone. "It's about that barrier formation we discussed this morning. Since Kushina-chan was feeling a little better, and since it was very important, she came to assist. Isn't that right, Kushina-chan? Yes, Kushina nodded quickly, once again playing along. I see, murmured Makoto, not pressing further. Just then, Kansas shadow clone returned carrying a stack of blank scrolls, brushes, and ink. Here you go, it said before dispersing. Kushina accepted the materials with a bitter expression and silently sat down at the side to begin rewriting the correct versions of all the Fuinjutsu. Meanwhile, Makoto asked Kanzu about the doubt she had. Once he clarified her doubt, she quietly returned to practicing. A while later, Ding forced Uzumaki Kushina to hand over the Uzumaki clan's secret Finjutsu reward. 500 explosion tags, 15,000 evil points this time. It was genuine. Kanza finally had the real Finjutsu in his hands. Adamantine sealing chains, for symbol seal, 5 symbol seal, 8 trigram seal, summoning seal, reverse 4 symbol seal, and more. The scrolls Kushina had handed over earlier had been tampered with, but not these ones. This time, the techniques were authentic. These were not to be underestimated. These seals had the power to restrain even-tailed beasts. Among them, the adamantine sealing chains were especially formidable. Beyond suppressing tailed beasts, the adamantine chains could also be used offensively or to construct barrier formations. It was a signature technique of the Uzumaki clan, though it seemed only members of their bloodline could wield it, making it a unique and exclusive ability like a Kekii Genkai. Fortunately, Kanza now possessed the Uzumaki sage physique, meaning he could definitely learn to use the adamantine sealing chains. You got what you wanted him, leaving, said Kushina, as she turned around and began to leave. Just as Kushina was about to leave, Kanzu suddenly stopped her. Wait. She turned back with a frown, her expression cold. What is it now? She asked flatly. You tried to trick me earlier with an incorrect version of Finjutsu, Kanzu said. You don't think I'd just let that slide, do you? What do you mean? She snapped. Yes, it was true she had given him a falsified scroll, but it was directed at Kanzu, and in her eyes, that alone justified it. Still, the problem was that this bastard was too sharp, had seen right through her. Shouldn't you at least apologize? He said with a smirk. Before she could reply, Kanzu pulled her into his arms. You, let me go. Panicked, Kushina instinctively glanced over to where Makoto was training. Seeing that Makoto wasn't looking in their direction, she let out a small breath of relief. But they weren't far. If Makoto so much as turned her head, she would definitely see what was happening. Damn Uchiha Kanzu, how is he so bold? Isn't he afraid that if Makoto-chan finds out, she'll kill him? With how shameless this bastard is, Kushina thought bitterly. If Makoto-chan catches us, he'll definitely claim I was the one seducing him. And maybe she'll really believe him. She didn't want to be seen that way, but she felt hopeless because there is nothing she seemed to be able to do. But just then, a spark of an idea lit up in her mind. Wait, maybe this is my chance. Maybe I can let Makoto-chan see his bastard's true face for herself. A glimmer of resolve replaced the anger in Kushina's eyes. Back when Minato was still in Kanza's hands, Kushina hadn't dared to speak out. But now that he had been released, she felt that she could take a chance. Uchiha Kanza-kun, what are you doing? I'm Makoto-chan's friend, and you dare lay hands on me? You bastard. Kushina suddenly shouted, putting on the expression of a wronged victim. And in truth, she was a victim whom Kanzu was wronging. So it wasn't necessarily an act. In that moment, she looked at Kanzu with a glint of satisfaction in her eyes. She was finally getting the win she wanted over him. Just you wait. You bastard, it'll ruin your entire life to take my revenge on you. Kanzu raised an eyebrow, caught off guard by her sudden tactic. But then he smirked. Pointless attempts, Kushina-chan. After all, Kushina didn't know that Makoto was already on Kanzu's side. Kushina kept yelling for a while as his hands roamed over her body, and she tried to draw Makoto's attention. Yet there was no reaction from Makoto. Even if Makoto hears you, she'll pretend she didn't. So go ahead, shout all you want. It's pointless now, thought Kanzu, watching her make a fool of herself with an amused look, and his hands began to play with her breasts. After shouting for quite a while and seeing no reaction from Mikoto, Kushina grew frustrated. Did she really not hear me yelling that loudly? What's wrong? Why did you stop? Kanzu asked mockingly. Go on, keep shouting. This is your doing, isn't it? Kushina narrowed her eyes. You must use some jinjutsu or something to stop Mikoto-chan from hearing me. There was no other explanation. Mikoto couldn't have missed her voice. Oh, you've guessed it right, Kanzu smirked. It was indeed something like that, but not exactly what Kushina was imagining. Kanzu obviously wasn't going to reveal that, and simply said, well then, let's go. He grabbed her, and, in the next instant, they vanished from the training ground. Chapter 69.3 Bad Girls Get Punished. Yak now are 18 using the flying Raijin. Kanzu teleported them directly to his house, where he had previously placed a mark. Teleporting with someone else consumes more chakra than going alone, Kanzu remarked, as if making a casual observation. It was almost like he was experimenting with her as the test subject. That was flying Raijin Jutsu? Kushina's eyes widened in shock. Having seen Minato study the same jutsu, she immediately recognized the technique. The sensation, the movement, it was unmistakable. The training ground wasn't close to Kanzu's home. Apart from the flying Raijin, no body flicker jutsu could cover that distance instantly. Oh, you recognize this? Kanzu said. Well, seeing that you recognize flying Raijin, it must mean that Namikaze's Minato has made some progress already, right? You even know Minato-kun is learning that? Kushina stared at him in shock again. Jiraiya had been extremely cautious. Very few people knew Minato was training in the flying Raijin. Not even Minato's own squad mates know that he is learning the flying Raijin. Only she and Jiraiya, as well as the Hokage, know of this secret. Yet Kanzu knows. Don't be so surprised by the things I know, because I know a lot of things, Kanzu said narcissistically without a shred of shame, before changing the topic. Now then, it's time for your punishment, Kushina-chan. You wouldn't dare. If you try anything now, they'll fight you with everything I've got. Kushina shouted as she struggled. Fight me? How many times have you tried that already? Kanzu replied, cool and unconcerned. And how has it always ended? Kushina knew she was completely helpless against him, but still, she refused to give up. She began, struggling to find the resolve to fight back. Before she could act, Kanzu had already pressed his hand against her and activated a Finjutsu, sealing away her chakra entirely. My chakra! Kushina gasped as her access to the familiar flow vanished. Fufu, you really shouldn't have let her guard down, Kanzu chuckled. With her chakra sealed and her physical strength no match for his, she was now completely at his mercy. Release my chakra! Kushina shouted fiercely, straining to force it out through sheer will. But no matter how hard she tried, nothing happened. At the same time, Kanzu also refused coldly no. Then, without a hint of hesitation, he grabbed her by the hair and yanked her head back sharply. She winced in pain and tried to struggle, but he showed no mercy, pulling her backward until she lost her balance. In one fluid motion, he sat down on the sofa and dragged her over his lap. Kushina's eyes went wide with fear as she struggled against him, trying to push herself away. What are you doing? She cried, her voice shaking as she thrashed and tried to free herself. Giving a disobedient girl the punishment she deserved for trying to deceive daddy, because bad girls get punished. Yak now, Kanzu replied with a smirk, keeping her pinned in her place with his knees and an elbow, and with unhurried precision. He reached into his pocket and drew out a pair of handcuffs as its metallic click echoed through the room. What was that? Kushina flinched at the sharp click of metal. Panic surged through her as she twisted and kicked, struggling to break free, but Kanzu didn't give her the chance. He caught both her wrists and forced them behind her back despite her frantic resistance. No need to be so afraid, Kushina-chan. He sneered, laughter low and cruel. Or perhaps you should be, considering what you're about to go through. With that, he snapped the cuffs shut with a sharp clink, locking her hands tightly behind her back before she could even think to resist. Bastard, let go of me, Kushina stammered, still struggling against his grip. I will, after giving you the punishment you deserve, Kanzu said coldly. She yanked the girl's shorts down in one quick motion until they fell around her ankles. Please let go of me, Kushina pleaded, her struggles growing weaker as the tangled fabric trapped her legs, making it nearly impossible to move. Fufu, get ready, Kushina-chan, because it's coming, your punishment, he said, resting his hand on her. And no, I don't want this, Kushina cried at the contact, tears pricking in her eyes. You should have thought about that before trying to deceive me. Did you really think you'd succeed? Did you think that I am a fool? And did you really think you could walk away scot-free once caught? Every action has a consequence, and this, Kanzu snorted, raising his hand, is yours. Ja! A sharp, resounding sound followed, echoing through the room. It was the sharp crack of his palm against her that sent a jolt through her body, the sting blooming hot and immediate across her skin. She gasped, her face flushing crimson with a mix of fury and defiance, her captured hands twisting futilely behind her back. You bastard! How dare you let me go? She snarled through gritted teeth, her legs kicking wildly as she thrashed against his unyielding hold. Her hips bucked, trying to twist away from his lap, but Kanzu's elbow dug into her lower back, pinning her stomach firmly to his thighs like an iron vise. Ja! Ja! Two more strikes landed in quick succession, one on each ass cheek, each one harder than the last. The impacts rippled through her firm flesh, turning the pale skin beneath her panties a faint pink. I'll let go. Kushina's breath hitched, her body jerking forward with every hit, but her rage only burned hotter, fueling her desperate struggles. But her struggles were useless. Each attempt only earned her another sharp smack in the ass cheeks. Ja! NNGH. Stop this. You pervert, you freak, you asshole. I'll kill you for this, ah. She cried out, her voice raw and defiant, tears of anger pricking at the corners of her eyes as she strained against the handcuffs, the metal biting into her wrists. Fufu, kill me? How many times are you going to repeat that same threat? Kanzu chuckled mockingly. Don't you have anything new to say? Back when we were together, you said you'd kill me. When I took Minato hostage and threatened you, you said you'd kill me. When I forced myself on you again in your house on your bed, you said you'd kill me. When I made you submit like an animal, you said you'd kill me. When I made you do things against your will, you said you'd kill me. And now, again, you're saying the same thing. He leaned closer, smirking darkly. You've said it so many times, yet look at me. Still alive, still here holding you in my lap, discipling you. Do you only know how to make empty threats, Kushina-chan? Daddy's truly disappointed. Yak now, you Kushina stammered, completely at a loss for words. Yes, she had said it countless times, sworn she'd kill him again and again, yet here he was, alive and well, holding her down, disciplining her by spanking her ass, as if mocking every one of her empty threats. Just as she faltered, lost for words, a few more sharp smacks landed on her buttocks, snapping her back into the moment. The strikes came faster now, alternating between her cheeks with steady rhythm, each one echoing like a thunderclap in the quiet room. The impact built relentlessly, her skin flushing deeper red onto the thin fabric, the sting merging into a throbbing burn that made her thighs tremble and glisten with sweat. After being spanked so many times, Kushina's furious snarls fractured into whimpers, her kicks growing weaker as the pain sank deeper, cracking her resolve. Hot tears spilled down her cheeks, soaking the sofa cushions below her dangling head. Hick! Stop! It hurts. Please, she sobbed, her voice breaking, the fight draining from her limbs as fear coiled tight in her gut. But Kanzu paid her please no mind, his hand rising and falling without mercy. Ja! Did you stop to think before trying to deceive me? Huh? Did you? He taunted coldly, his hand grabbing the front of her clothing. Kushina could only whimper softly, her sobs breaking through between shallow breaths. Answer me when I ask you a question. Kanzu snapped coldly, giving a sharp yank as he pulled the fabric upward in a vicious wedgie. Immediately, the material dug in tightly and pulled painfully. Ah, and no, that hurts. Ah, stop it. Kushina wailed, her body jerking involuntarily as the sharp, burning friction tore a fresh sob from her throat. Her hips jerked, tried to escape the torment, but the wedgie only tightened under his pull, sending fresh waves of agony radiating through her core. Good, Kanza murmured, his voice laced with satisfaction as he held the fabric taut, watching her squirm in agony. It should hurt. I want it to hurt. Only through pain like this can disobedient and bad girls like you learn obedience and honesty. The next time a thought of deceiving daddy even crosses that pretty little head of yours, this exact burn, this agony you're feeling right now will follow. And you'll throw that useless idea right out of your mind before it forms. Ja! Ja! He didn't release the wedgie, keeping the panties pulled high and cruel as his free hand came down again and again, the slaps landing atop the reddened cheeks with even more force. Each impact made the fabric bite deeper into her, the dual torment turning her cries into broken, hiccuping sobs. Please, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I want to see you again. Forgive me. Please. Kushina babbled desperately, her voice muffled against the cushions as tears streamed freely down her face. She twisted her head, looking back at him with wide, pleading eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably over his lap. Kanzu snorted, a dismissive sound that cut through her apologies like a blade. Sorry? As if words fixed betrayal. He ignored her pleas and apologies entirely. After all, he had only just begun disciplining her. When disciplining someone, you can't stop halfway just because they apologize or admit their mistake. You have to follow through completely, drive the lesson deep into their soul. Only when that fear is carved into their very being will they truly remember it and never dare to repeat the same mistake again. After all, the body heals quickly, but the soul remembers. So instead of stopping, he gave the fabric a sharper tug, making it cruelly bite into her most sensitive areas as he drew a more pained cry from her before yanking it down her thighs. Even as he pulled it down, he made sure to make the fabric scrape harshly against the welted skin of her ass cheeks, giving her another dosage of burning pain, then pulling away until they were at her ankles alongside her shorts. Immediately, cool air brushed against the welted skin of her butt cheeks, meeting the throbbing heat of the Spanx, sending a sharp sting that made her whimper helplessly. But still with the wedgie finally released, Kushina could breathe a little easier. Although the sting and burn across her skin still lingered, it wasn't as unbearable as it had been just moments before. Is it over? She thought, clinging to the faint hope that the disciplining had ended. But she was wrong, painfully wrong. The moment she saw the strip of cloth in Kanza's hand move toward her face, dread flooded her chest. It wasn't over. Not even close. Come on, Kushina-chan, open up your mouth, said Kanzu, ordering her as he balled the damp cloth in his fist, forcing it toward her mouth. Kushina's breath hitched, and she shook her head frantically. And no, don't what a UMMPH, and clamped her jaw shut instinctively. But of course, that alone wasn't enough to stop him. If he wanted her to drink, he'd make her, and that's exactly what he did. His hand gripped the back of her head with bruising force, cutting off her air in an instant. Her lungs burned as panic set in, her body thrashing wildly for breath. Kushina-chan, stop struggling and tell me what I want to hear, he said, striking her sharply across the shoulder while still pinching her nose shut. Ja! Ja! And the slaps continued without pause, causing the bare skin to bloom vivid red under the assault. The pain exploded sharper now, without her panties buffer, forcing Kushina's mouth open in a desperate gasp for air. That's a good girl, said Kanzu, and seized that moment to shove the balled-up cloth past her lips and deep into her mouth. Immediately, the bitter taste flooded her senses, gagging her as he clamped his hand over her mouth, sealing it shut. Saliva began to pool around the fabric, her tongue pressing uselessly against it, but the flavor only intensified her humiliation, disgust, and fear. MMPH, MMGH. Her muffled cries also vibrated against his palm, her eyes widening in terror and disgust as she shook her head frantically, trying to spit out the intrusive cloth. Seeing her attempt, Kansas' fist tangled in her hair, then, yanking her head back with vicious strength until her neck arched painfully, tears spilling anew down her flushed cheeks. He leaned in close, his breath hot against her ear as he whispered in a tone dripping with cruelty, "If you dare spit that out without my permission, Kushina-chan, you'll deeply regret it." The words froze her solid, a chill of dread racing down her spine. "MFFF, MFFF," she whimpered, her voice muffled and trembling, leaving Kanzu unable to make them out. But when her struggles finally went still, Kanzu knew the threat had worked. Indeed, it had. She no longer tried to spit out the fabric in her mouth. Instead, her tear-streaked eyes lifted to his, wide and shimmering with desperate, silent pleas for mercy, even as faint, muffled whimpers slipped through her nose. And Kanzu understood that silent plea for mercy all too well, but did he care? Of course not. Not only did Kanzu ignore her pleas, but he doubled down. With a vicious growl, he shoved her face back into the cushions and barked, "Shut your mouth and take your punishment." The strikes rained down harder, each one drawing fresh sobs from her as the pain consumed her completely. Her body jolted with every merciless blow. The bare skin of her ass cheeks, now almost a fiery canvas of welts and hand-shaped bruises as each slap sent shockwave after shockwave of agony radiating up her spine. The heat pulsed relentlessly, merging with the deep ache in her core from the earlier wedgie, turning her into a trembling, sobbing mess over his lap. Ja, 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 MMPH, MMGHHH. Her muffled screams vibrated against the balled-up panties stuffing her mouth, saliva dribbling down her chin as she choked on her own taste, her bound hands clenching into futile fists behind her back. Hot tears continued to cascade, soaking the sofa and her flushed cheeks, while her legs kicked weakly in response to each slap. Perhaps it was a last-ditch effort to escape the onslaught. But Kansas' grip remained tight. His elbow kept pressing harder into the small of her back, keeping her anchored in place like a vice. "That's it, Kushina-chan, cry beg be afraid," he murmured, his voice laced with mockery and sadistic amusement. "Only when you remember this fear will you forget about deceit." His palm came down again, striking the tender undersides of her ass cheeks, where the skin was thinnest. Ja! The impact drew a particularly broken wail from her gagged throat as her body jerked involuntarily under the pain. She hated how her body betrayed her even now, twitching and trembling against the agony. But the humiliation only fueled her silent sobs, her mind fracturing under the relentless assault. Ja! 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 After what felt like an eternity, though it had barely been minutes, Kanzu finally paused, his hand hovering just above her throbbing buttocks, admiring the deep crimson glow head painted across her flesh. "I'm sure you'll cherish this pain I'm giving you," he murmured with a low laugh, tracing a finger along one of the raised welts. MFFF. The light touch made Kushina flinch, a sharp, muffled hiss escaping her lips as fresh tears welled in her eyes. "Fufu, look at that! A sore little behind, red as your hair," he cooed, his tone dripping with false affection. "But we're not done yet, Kushina-chan. Oh no, a troublesome girl like you still has some discipline coming. Since we've only been working on the surface up until now, it's time to shift to the insides with that." He shifted her slightly on his lap, drawing a panicked, wide-eyed whimper from her as dread knotted in her gut once more. Chapter 69.4. Hate. 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 Fear. Fear. Anger. R18. She trembled as Kansas' hand moved against her in the quiet room, her body responding to his touch as his fingers pressed and moved rhythmically. At the same time, Kanzu pressed his thumb against her sensitive spot. The figure pressed against her in slow, deliberate movements as she struggled. MMPH. MMGHHH. Kushina's muffled cries came through her gag, her mouth straining against the fabric as spit ran down her chin and onto the sofa. Her body trembled under his touch as a quiet gasp escaped her skin warm and flushed despite the sting lingering on her behind. "See how much you like this," he murmured softly. "Kushina-chan, could it be that you're enjoying this punishment from Daddy? Is that it? It really is like that, isn't it? You really are such a pathetic girl, aren't you, Kushina-chan?" Kanzu taunted, his voice rough with contempt. Kushina wanted to protest that it wasn't like that she wasn't enjoying any of it, that she hated every second of this, but the cloth stuffed in her mouth made it impossible to speak. Her body trembled over his lap, tears streamed down her flushed cheeks. With tension twisting through her nerves, her bound hands clenching into fists behind her back. The rhythm turned fierce as he gripped her tightly while his thumb moved in sharp bursts, making her shiver as her muffled sounds broke into whimpers, the tension rising faster than she expected. She cried out softly, teetering right on the brink. "Haha, are you about to lose it? Huh? Are you about to lose control from being scolded by me? Such a shameless girl you are, huh? Really, Kushina-chan? You are disappointing Daddy again and again, but fine, I'll allow it," snorted Kanzu, picking up the pace as she quickly lost her composure and broke down. Splurt! Splurt! Her back arched sharply as a powerful wave crashed through her like a storm, leaving her trembling and breathless. Splurt! Gush! Foo! Foo! Kushina exhaled heavily through her nose, her body finally settling after the intensity, her mind hazy and drifting. For a brief moment, she hoped he would stop, give her a chance to catch her breath, but Kanza didn't. Even after Shed had enough, his grip showed no sign of stopping. No. If anything, he pressed on relentless, ignoring her tremors as they curled against her. His thumb kept circling while his fingers pressed against her, moving in and out of her trembling, overstimulated body. Schlick! 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 Her body jerked uncontrollably, sensitive nerves firing in waves too sharp to bear. MMGHHH. NNNGH. Kushina's muffled cries rose sharply as her body jerked away on instinct, but his free hand caught her and held her still over his lap. The relentless rhythm of his movements left her no mercy. She was already overwhelmed by another intense wave. The rush of her first wave hadn't even faded before the second one hit, surging through her trembling body. "Fufu already again? You really can't help yourself. Can you, Kushina-chan?" he murmured, mockingly. His grip twisted wider, straining her through the aftershocks. Each movement of his hand brought a wet sound against her skin. Tears streamed down her cheeks as her hands strained helplessly against the restraints behind her back. The tension inside her coiled fast again, her legs pressing together, until he forced them apart with his knee. The second wave of intense feeling crashed through her even harder, her body tensing as warmth spilled through her and soaked the sofa beneath them. Her back arched off his lap, toes curling, breath breaking in ragged bursts through her nose. Fufu, then she slumped forward, mind hazy, body limp and trembling. But his fingers only paused for a heartbeat before resuming their pace, firm and unrelenting. "You really are pathetic, Kushina-chan," breaking again and again under punishment, he murmured, taunting her. "Huh, and I know exactly what to do with pathetic girls like you." With that, his fingers began to move more relentlessly, pressing deeper and shifting just right to push her past her limits. One wave of pleasure bled into the next, then another, and another 6, 7, 8, 9. She soon lost count. Her mind was too hazy to be able to keep count. All she felt was her body trembling with every rush of sensation. Yet Kanzu still didn't stop. His hand kept working her relentlessly, pressing without pause. After reaching her peak so many times, her body had become unbearably oversensitive and even swollen. Every new touch against her tender, trembling skin turned pleasure into overwhelming discomfort. Her body trembled and tensed in protest, every nerve raw beneath the pressure. Too much of anything becomes torment. And though relief can bring peace, not like this, not without a moment to breathe, not without a single second to recover. The way Kanzu overwhelmed her repeatedly without giving her a single moment to breathe, it was starting to take a toll. MMPH. Still, it's too much, it hurts. She cried through the covering over her mouth, her body moving weakly as fresh tears welled, caught between lingering intensity and sharp discomfort. Burning pain making her sob uncontrollably. Her legs kicked feebly, but his hold kept her pinned, forcing her to ride out the burning torment. Does it hurt? Good, he growled, his voice low and cruel. That's exactly what I want, to make you feel it. So shut up and take it. With that, he pressed harder, pressing relentlessly against her with each thrust, forcing her body to tense despite the burn. This is what attempting to deceive daddy earns you. And soon another wave of pleasure came. Kushina's entire body tensed, her thighs quivering as the pressure built again. Too sharp. Too fast. MMPH. NNNGH. Her muffled cry peaked, hips jerking against his hand. Then it hit. Her entire body seized, back arching off his lap, overcome by a sudden, overwhelming wave of sensation that left her trembling. Legs locking straight, toes curling tight. Every muscle locked in rigid spasms, her bound hands twisting against the cuffs, shoulders shaking. Tears poured down her face, mixing with drool as her vision blurred, the room spinning. Then darkness claimed her. But just when she was drifting to unconsciousness, she swore her mind, Uchiha, Kanzu, you bastard. I swear I will kill you, kill you, kill you, kill you. She went limp over his lap, breath shallow, body slack and trembling faintly. I passed out already. Kanzu scoffed, watching her limp body. He finally pulled his hand away with a sharp motion, then wiped it casually on her trembling thigh. But don't think that just because you've blacked out the punishment ends here, he muttered coldly. If you believe that you've got another thing coming. Hate, 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 fear, fear, anger. The emotions swelled inside her until they were all she could feel. Uchiha Kanzu, you bastard. I will kill you, kill you, kill you, the thought echoed relentlessly in her mind as Kushina forced herself to look up. Her gaze found the massive nine-tails bound to the boulder. While unconscious, her mind had slipped into her inner world. The plane of consciousness where the nine-tails was sealed. The reason she found herself there was clear. She had come to release it. The beast looked back at her and, as if answering the hunger at her chest, spoke a single word. Kushina. When Kushina looked at the nine-tails and met its gaze, she didn't see the Tomo-patterned Sharingan in its eyes. Only the beast's usual, primal gaze stared back at her. Nine-tails, you want to be free, don't you? Do something for me. Give me what I want, and I'll free you, Kushina said, hatred burning in her eyes. Normally, she would never have posed such an offer. The nine-tails was too dangerous. She was terrified of the beast. Even standing before the bound fox, she usually found it hard to meet its gaze. Her whole body would shake. But now none of that mattered. Her fury toward Uchiha Kanzu overwhelmed every other fear. She wanted him dead, no matter the cost. If freeing the fox was the price, she would pay it without hesitation. The nine-tails seemed to read the hatred in her mind. Its voice was low and deliberate. You want me to kill that boy, Uchiha Kanzu? It asked. You're the nine-tails, Kushina said, her voice tight. It shouldn't be difficult for you. You're the strongest of the tailed beasts, right? Can I kill him? Of course I can. What is mere Uchiha Kanzu before me? The nine-tails snorted. Hearing the fox's words, hope flickered in Kushina. She swallowed, then forced the words out. Then kill him. Kill him by any means, even if it costs me my life. Just kill him. Once he's dead, they'll free you. I won't stop you. It was a pity. She knew she might die too, but that no longer mattered. If Kanzu died, nothing else seemed to matter to her at this moment. Living had become meaningless. Not after everything had taken from her, not when she knew she could never be with Minato, not when the memories of Kanzu's violations would haunt her for the rest of her life. Rather than continue existing like that, she would rather die. At this point, only revenge mattered. Revenge against the man who had destroyed her world. Uchiha Kanzu, you bastard. You're finally going to die for good. Kushina thought, the promise like a blade in her mind. They'll make sure it hurts. They'll make sure it is painful you'll regret ever messing with me. But just as Kushina thought revenge was within reach, the Ninetales laughed a low, mocking sound. Ha ha ha, you've grown pathetic, Kushina. To think you'd free me just to kill that man. She narrowed her eyes and spat back. You don't need to care about anything else. Just kill him and you'll be free. Do you want your freedom or not? The fox replied slowly, amusement curling its voice. Suddenly I don't feel like being freed. Kushina was stunned. For a long moment, she couldn't react. Then, realizing what the beast meant, anger flared. What do you mean you don't want to be freed? She demanded. Rather than freedom, the Ninetales said, voice cold and amused, I want to watch you suffer. It's entertaining. Entertaining. To Kushina, those words weren't the utterance of a trap-tailed beast, but the whisper of something cruel and infernal. You've kept me bound for nearly a decade, the fox growled. No matter how much I struggled, no matter how many times I demanded freedom, you refused. You didn't even leave me room to breathe. Even now, I'm trapped here, tied to this seal, because you kept stopping me again and again. It paused, its voice dropping to a cold sneer. When I wanted release, you denied me. And now that you're the one suffering, you expect me to help? It snorted, contempt thick in its tone. It's not for nothing. It'll free you. Kushina pleaded desperately. I already told you. The Ninetales rumbled with a dark laugh. I don't want to be freed anymore. Its voice dripped with cruel amusement. My appetite has changed. I no longer crave freedom. I crave the sight of your suffering. Consider it my revenge for being chained here all these years. Go on, girl, suffer. They'll be watching and laughing at you. The reason the Ninetales spoke those words was twofold. Partly out of its own hatred for Kushina, and partly because it was now under Kansas control. If not for being under Kansas control, the Ninetales might have certainly mocked Kushina, but it would also have seized the chance to free itself. But now, bound by Kansas control, its only purpose was to drag her into despair. And its cruel words did exactly that. Kushina's mind seemed to fracture under the weight of them. Revenge, she whispered, her voice trembling. She grew more desperate. And no, help me, Ninetales. I'll give you everything you want. I'll even lift the seal if you don't trust me. Please, please, I beg you, just kill that bastard. The Ninetales ignored her plea and instead laughed, a cold, mocking sound that drove her deeper into despair. Ha ha, good. Cry like that. Taste the despair. Another voice joined the laughter, this one not the fox's but Kansas, coming from outside. Fufufu wakey wakey, Kushina-chan, he called, amusement in his tone. It's time for us to continue your punishment. Hearing those words, Kushina suddenly understood. Both the Ninetales and Uchiha Kanzu were the same kind of demons in her life. Both existed only to bring her pain and suffering. I see, of course, the Ninetales won't help me. I was a fool to even ask, wasn't I? Tears streamed down her cheeks as the bitter truth sank in. In this cruel world, the only person who might have saved her probably didn't even know she was here. Trapped, broken, and suffering inside the Uchiha compound. Lost in despair, Kushina's thoughts shattered as a sharp slap struck her cheek, as her consciousness was ripped away from the Ninetales seal, dragging her back to reality, forcing her eyes to snap open. She found herself once again in Kansas' living room. He loomed over her, laughing in amusement while casually stretching. Had a good nap, Kushina-chan? He mocked. Since you've rested, we can continue your lesson, right? Chapter 69.5. I may have overdone it, fufufu. Wakey wakey, Kushina-chan, it's time for us to continue your lesson. Hearing those words, her eyes snapped open, her vision swimming in a haze of tears and lingering darkness. Hurts, she thought, her body aching everywhere. The fiery burn on her spanked backside and the raw throb between her legs from the painful ordeal. The rough gag still stuffed deep in her mouth, muffling every ragged breath. Despair surged as awareness crashed back. She had been stripped while Shed blacked out, her sweaty skin prickling in the cool air. The plush sofa loomed just behind her, Pile driver Kanzu had arranged her body in a compromising way while she was still unconscious, with her arms handcuffed behind her back in a distorted and uncomfortable position. One whose name, the innocent Kushina, didn't know how to good nap. Kushina-chan? He mocked, his gaze predatory and cruel, clearly intending to assault her. Of course, he knew that in desperation, she had tried to beg the Nine Tails for help earlier, but that was pointless. The tailed beast was already under his control. It would only do what he wants it to do, and it would not do what he doesn't want it to do. Unfazed by her desperate attempt, he didn't give her a chance to reply. "Since you've rested enough," he said, voice calm and cold, "we can't continue your punishment. Can't we?" And then, once again without giving her a chance to respond, he gripped her ankles, spreading her legs wide, and knelt between them, forcing her thighs open like a book beneath his hands. As her legs were spread, her most private area was put on full display to his eyes. Explicit content removed passage describes barato, visible barato, sexual arousal, an explicit reference to anal intercourse, cannot be safely rewritten without inventing narrative facts, and was probably not clean either. Otherwise, Kanzu would have wanted to drive the lesson of honesty with Daddy into her. But forget it for now, he was just going to take her by force. So brutally that she'd forever feel the pain as Kushina attempted to fight back, muscles straining in futile protest. But his hold was unyielding, his fingers digging into her flesh with bruising force. "What do you think you're doing, Kushina-chan?" scolded Kanzu, breaking out of his thought and looking down on her. "MMPH. MMGHH." Kushina whimpered through the gag, her voice a garbled, desperate plea as she shook her head, violet eyes wide with terror and silent begging. And when she recalled her earlier conversation with the Nine Tails, hot tears welled anew, spilling down her temples and her tangled red hair splayed across the rug. She felt desperate, hopeless, and could still hear the laughter of that fox from within her. Kansas' laughter seemed to mix in with the fox's as it echoed through the dimly lit room, making her more afraid. He drank in the sight of her fear and exposed vulnerability. Fufu, trying to hide that pretty. Punished by Daddy? After all the mess you made on my fingers? Not only did he not let her hide herself, but he even forced her to open up wider, causing her to tremble under the strain. The cool air brushed against her sensitive skin, making her flinch as a fresh wave of humiliation burned through her. Meanwhile, Kanzu said to her with a smirk, mocking her vulnerable, trembling state, "MFFF, piase, no piase." She begged in mangled words as she thrashed her head side to side repeatedly. "Begging with those big, teary eyes again? How adorable of you to think that would work on me," Kanza murmured mockingly, his tone laced with false sympathy as he leaned closer on his knees, the heat of his body radiating against her trembling form. "But how could I let you go without giving you the punishment you deserve? You try to deceive me with those fake scrolls. Girls like you need to be taught a lesson until they understand." "NLL, BB, Jim MPH, IPRMMPH, so PLMMPH," she said, pleading, her gaze locked onto his, shimmering with raw desperation, as if repeating the words like "forgive me," "spare me," in this, but he only smirked wider, his abyss-black eyes gleaming with sadistic delight. "Ha!" Kanzu exhaled softly, his tone calm, yet cutting. "Do you know what trust is, Kushina-chan? It's something very precious, something built through one's actions. When someone is honest and truthful, it's easy to trust them, to believe their words. But when someone lies, deceives, and tries to fool others, that trust is shattered." As he spoke, he pulled her close, his body pressing hot and heavy against hers as he slid along her slick skin in slow, teasing movements that made her hips jerk involuntarily. The friction drew a choked sound from her throat, pleasure pain sparking through her core despite the ache. "MMGH, NNNGH, Stop." But Kanzu paid her no attention, continuing his advance and leaning closer with his eyes glinting with amusement. "You, my dear Kushina-chan, did something dishonest. You tried to deceive me. So of course my trust in you is gone. In my eyes, You're nothing more than a dishonest person, and dishonest people must be held accountable. While saying that, he firmly gripped her shoulder and pushed her down into a deep stretch. Ayak! She wheezed, her spanked ash cheeks grinding against each other as pain lanced through her, and watching her in pain, he licked his lips. Fufu time to really drive the lesson home. He murmured coldly as he aligned himself with her entrance before gripping her hips tightly. She clenched emptily in dread, still trembling from the aftershocks of her ordeal as she begged again to let her go. But Kanzu simply said, "Take it like a good girl, Kushina-chan. This is what lying girls like you deserve." And then, without warning, with a savage downward strike, he pressed into her with brutal force, burying himself deeply in one brutal motion. The stretch was excruciating, yielding painfully as he pressed forward, the angle of her hips allowing him impossibly deep. A visible bulge swelled low on her stomach from the intrusion, her body jolting as if split in two. MMPHHH. Aya, too deep. Be breaking, hurch. Kushina's muffled scream fractured into more painful sobs, tears cascading freely as the burning pain tore through her. Yet traitorously, sparks of pleasure licked at the edges as she gasped through the agony, her body trembling against him in shuddering flutters. "Ah, this is it, so hot," said Kanzu, feeling the heat enveloping him, and without pausing or giving her time to adjust, he began to move as his hips snapped down in a punishing rhythm, each motion pressing deeper, overwhelming her entirely with relentless force. The impact pulsed with every movement. Dang, still so intense. Even after being tormented, he growled as he looked at her desperate and aching expression, laughing cruelly. He shifted his weight slightly and planted a foot on her heaving, jiggling breasts. The sole of his foot pressed down cruelly. He pressed his weight against her, pinning her down as she struggled beneath him. "MMGH. Jigetuf, can't be breathe on." She gasped through the gag, her cries blending into unwilling gasps as the pressure squeezed the air from her lungs, and inhaling became difficult, causing pain to bloom hot in her chest while the assault continued relentlessly. The mix of burning agony and disorienting impact made her body tremble. His brutal assault continued even as she sobbed. But watching her in pain and struggling to breathe, Kanzu only laughed mockingly and decided to push her further. He lifted the front of his foot to hook his toes around her nipple, pinching and tugging the sensitive bud with sharp twists while the heel kept digging in her other side. The sudden tugs and digs made her gasp sharply, drawing a low sound from his throat. "Take it, you deceitful little fox," Kanzu taunted, shifting his foot to press down on her slender neck now, the weight choking her gasps into desperate wheezes. Her face flushed deep red, eyes bulging as oxygen starved her, and her body began convulsing wildly, hips bucking up involuntarily as she struggled against the brutal assault. "This is your punishment for lying to Daddy. Restrained until you remember your place." "MMPH, please stop. It hurts so much. No more." "See, can't breathe." Kushina's muffled pleas spilled out in broken, garbled sobs, her voice a ragged wheeze under his foot. Tears and drool mingled on her chin as she thrashed her head. Pain coiled in her gut amidst the fire, the burning ache relentless with every drag, her breasts aching under the crush. Kanzu's foot eased just enough for her to gulp ragged breaths, only for his free hand to crack down on her inner thigh, hard enough to leave a blooming red handprint on the tender skin. "Ja!" The sting ripped a yelp from her gagged mouth, her leg jerking in his grip as he pinched the flesh viciously, twisting until bruises formed. Pathetic, crying like this, he rasped, his hand slapping her taut stomach next, the impacts jolting her body. "Feel all this pain. It will keep you honest, Kushina-chan. Deceive me again, and it'll choke the lies right out of you." Schlap, schlap, ja. She felt torn apart, her deepest walls yielding to his invasions, each merciless strike driving her further into submission. The force swelled relentlessly, a constant, a pulsing echo of her suffering, while her cries melted into breathless whimpers. MMGH. Eslo ah. Effergiev. NGHHHNN please. No. But he ignored every muffled word, his pace quickening without mercy. Clack, 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 clack. The torment dragged on, her body a canvas of welts and bruises, face red from the lack of oxygen, buttocks raw from slaps, thighs stinging from pinches, body aching from rough handling. Coiling tighter despite her sobs, as overwhelming waves of emotion and sensation crashed over her and stars burst behind her eyes, which made her body quiver and tremble more, but, not paying any attention to that, he continued to hold her closely and unrelentingly, squatting each time with brutal intensity. After several minutes, his rhythm faltered and a feral snarl ripped from his throat. Grara, as he slammed down one last time, he drove forward with all his strength. He trembled and tensed, releasing in forceful bursts that spurted again and again. Thick streams overflowed in creamy rivulets that trickled down to pool on the wood beneath her arched hips. A lot of it also slid down her skin and went toward her stomach, pooling in her navel and on her chest. Ha, he breathed while holding her close, his arms wrapped firmly around her. By now, Kushina was a sobbing mess with her eyes red, and all she could hope for was that now, expecting it would finally be over. But much to her despair, Kanzu didn't even slow, and he certainly didn't pull away. He continued moving against her, still rigid and pulsing with heat, beginning again, slower at first, his body stirring against hers with persistent intensity. Don't you already know that once is never enough for me? So if you thought this was going to be over so easily, stop dreaming, he sneered, releasing her legs only to pull her up roughly and pin her against the arm of the sofa with her cheek pressed to the cushions. Then he pressed in from behind and struck again without mercy. No, H hurts, please. Kushina wailed, fresh sobs racking her as the new angle once again allowed him to press deeper, the overwhelming sensation making her vision blur. But Kanz's laugh echoed cruelly, his hand gripping her hair to pull her head back, forcing her to arch as he continued his relentless assault. The punishment far from over, her body his to dominate until she broke completely. For the next hour, Kanzu relentlessly overpowered her through a series of harsh, humiliating holds. He held her close, again and again, in a passionate embrace. "God, I'm there," he exclaimed, reaching his peak with her. It was the 7th round, and only now did he finally feel truly satisfied. He panted heavily, his gaze lingering on her disheveled, sweat-slicked form. By the 4th time, Kushina had stopped pleading. Now, she simply lay there in silence, tears slipping down from her vacant eyes. Seeing that lost look, Kanzu finally decided to end her punishment and pulled away from her as the fluid inside her began to leak out. Well, look at this, he said with a smirk. "We can't just let it spill out like this, can we?" he said, reaching toward her and pulling away the damp cloth he had pressed against her mouth. Kushina didn't react when the cloth was finally removed, and even with her mouth free, not a single word escaped her lips. "Disgusting," he muttered, staring at the droplets of saliva trickling from the cloth. With a shake of his head, he stuffed it between her legs. "This should make sure nothing leaks out," he said with satisfaction. After that, he slapped Kushina in the face to wake her up out of her daze and said coldly, "Get up, clean this mess, and return home." Hearing his words, she blinked, stunned for a moment. Though she gave no verbal reply, she quietly rose to her feet with her trembling body and began doing exactly as he ordered. Ding! Forced Uzumaki Kushina to endure humiliation punishment reward. 5,000 explosion tags. Adamantine ceiling chains 50,000 evil points. Several minutes later, Kushina left Kansas house, her expression hollow and her body aching, and her buttocks very painful from all the brutal spankings and physical punishment she received before being brutalized by him. Despite all her defiance, despite swearing she would resist and fight Kanzu to the bitter end, She had once again been unable to escape his clutches. After everything she had been through these past few days and not being able to resist at all, hopelessness and despair had started to settle in. I may have overdone it, Kanza thought, watching her leave through the window. This time, he earned another whopping 50,000 evil points, which is another significant gain. So far, the total evil points extracted from Kushina have amounted to 365,000, which is highly impressive. And that wasn't all. Thanks to her, he had also gained the Uzumaki Sage Body, Flying Raijin for Symbol Seal, and Adamantine Sealing Chains, along with the scroll of the Uzumaki clan's Fuinjutsu. In the system store, Flying Raijin was valued at 300,000 evil points, while the Uzumaki Sage Body was worth another 250,000. And let's not forget the value of each Fuinjutsu he had managed to obtain altogether. Kanza had extracted more than 1,000,000 evil points worth of benefits from Kushina. She was a true treasure trove, and Kanza planned to let her rest for a while before continuing to draw more from her. With over 765,000 evil points accumulated, I'm getting closer and closer to awakening the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Kanza thought, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Once his Mangeki evolved into the eternal Mangeki, his power would reach the peak of Super Kage level. Even Uchiha Madara, old and long since removed from the battlefield, wouldn't be able to stop him. Despite Madara hiding in the shadows of the ninja world and not yet meeting his end, Kanzu still held a degree of caution toward him. Madara might not be watching him directly, but there was no denying it. Uchiha Madara's strength remained a real threat, so Kanza has to be careful about that. Not long after Kushina left, Mikoto returned to the mansion. When she stepped into the living room, her eyes fell on Kanzu, a faint trace of resentment flickering within them. He had left her alone at the training grounds, only to come home, satisfying himself with Kushina. The thought twisted bitterly inside her. Though she had already accepted it, that didn't make the feeling any easier to bear. Intense jealousy throbbed in her chest, and she wanted to complain. Kanzu, thick-skinned as ever, met her silent reproach with shameless ease. Without a hint of guilt, he simply pulled her into his arms. Still, that was enough for Mikoto. She sighed softly, letting herself melt into his warmth, forcing her thoughts of Kushina away. Chapter 69.6. The Scroll of Shikifujin Kushina's House. Kanahagakure, she pushed the door open with her shoulder, the wood creaking faintly before it closed behind her with a soft click. The house was dark, silent, empty, hopeless, a reflection of what her world had become. She didn't bother with the lights. There was no point. Light couldn't change anything. It couldn't reach where she had fallen. At the entrance, she slipped off her Shinobi sandals and walked in. Each step echoed faintly against the wooden floorboards. Tap, tap, tap. Steady, but lifeless. Her feet carried her straight to the bathroom. It was not the desire wanting to clean herself that carried her there. It was just something she didn't know. Perhaps she was just being drawn by some futile ritual. Inside, the faint rustle filled the air as she peeled her clothes off one by one, wordlessly, without a hum or sigh. Before long, she stood exposed. Had anyone been watching her, they might have seen the bruises on her back and shoulders, the marks scattered across her skin. All of them were the lingering traces of what she had gone through. Proof of her suffering, her pain, not merely physical but emotional. But there was no one to see her. Only she, and perhaps the fox sealed within her, let out a laugh upon seeing her pain, but that laughter didn't reach her ears. Even as her gaze fell over her own wounds, it was without focus, neither shame nor anger, only numb awareness. Soon, she lowered herself onto the wooden stool by the basin. The contact stung, sharp, needling pain against the tender flesh, but she didn't flinch, didn't even twitch. Her expression stayed blank, eyes distant. As she turned the faucet and let the cold water fill the bucket before pouring it over herself, shoulders, back, chest. Splash. The chill should have made her flinch. The water was really cold, but it wasn't cold enough to reach what was already numb. Her hands, her feet, Her whole body felt distant, detached. So she stayed still as the water struck her skin, ran over the red marks, down her arms, and gathered in shallow pools by her feet. She dipped the cloth and began to scrub, slow, deliberate strokes across her arms, breast, stomach, shoulders, sides, thighs washing the sweat, saliva, stickiness, and a strange sensation lingering there until she paused. Something caught her eye, the faint white fabric peeking out from her clothing. Apparently, she had forgotten about the garment Kanzu had placed inside her earlier. She hadn't even felt it lodged there. Her body was too numb, too wrecked to notice until now. When she finally did, she reached down and tugged them free with a slow, trembling pull. Pain shot through her core as the movement scraped across tender, bruised skin. Every nerve felt raw and overwrought, screaming beneath the surface. Her body jerked involuntarily as the last bit slid out, followed by a last tremor that rippled up her spine. She watched blankly as the water pooled on the floor shifted around her feet, her empty gaze fixed on the rippling puddle. Droplet after droplet fell, her mind drifting into that white as she felt lost while watching it, until the sharp sound of water overflowing from the bucket and splashing to the ground jolted her faintly back to awareness. She tore her gaze away from the pool of liquid and reached for the faucet, twisting it off with a soft click. When she looked down again, the overflowing water had already washed everything away, the evidence of it at least. The stickiness still clung faintly to her skin and the floor, but the rest was gone, dissolved and carried off. So, she simply went back to moving her hands, continuing to wash herself slowly, methodically, each motion detached and hollow, as if she were scrubbing the skin of a stranger, not her own. After cleaning herself, she stood with water dripping from her skin and slowly stepped into the tub, turning on the faucet. Steam rose, curling in soft tendrils as hot water filled around her. She sank down, drawing her knees to her chest, and leaned back. Her eyes lifted to the ceiling tiles, not counting them as she once might have, not imagining doodles or graffiti to fill their emptiness, just staring. Blankly, the white tiles loomed above her, cold and unfeeling, reflecting her hollow gaze back at her. Time lost all meaning. Seconds bled into minutes, minutes into an hour, perhaps even longer. She didn't know how long she had sat there, motionless, eyes locked on the white ceiling as the water's heat crept over her skin, turning it pink, then red. It scalded, but she didn't move. Her mind didn't even feel it. Her gaze stayed hollow, unfocused, fixed somewhere far beyond the tiles above. Nearly 2 hours passed before she finally stirred and exhaled a sigh. The water rippled as she rose, her skin flushed and wrinkled from the heat. She reached for the towel and began to dry herself, dragging the coarse fabric over tender, reddened skin. No flinch, no sound. Her face remained blank as she left the bathroom and walked toward her bedroom in silence. She took clean clothes from the cupboard, a turtleneck first, then a pair of shorts, nothing more, nothing underneath. After dressing, she stood motionless in the center of the dark bedroom, arms limp at her sides, eyes fixed on the Shinobi bag resting on the table. The zipper hung half open, straps loose, a few tools spilling slightly from within. Her expression hardly changed, but faint flickers crossed her face. Small, fleeting shifts born of the thoughts circling her mind. Or rather, one thought that refused to leave, or perhaps one she couldn't let go of, and before long crossed the room. She reached into the bag, rummaging until her fingers brushed cold metal. A moment later, she pulled out a black kunai. She held it up and turned it slowly in her hand. The steel gleamed coldly under the dim light. A single tear slipped from one puffy eye as the memory of a bright, sunny smile, Minato's smile, flashed in her mind. Kushina, but that warmth was quickly devoured by the image of a black-haired demon's cruel grin. Fufufu Kushina-chan, the tear, clung to her jaw for a moment before falling. "I'm sorry, Minato-kun," she whispered, pressing the kunai's tip to her chest. With a trembling breath, she pushed. The blade tore through fabric, pierced the flesh, and sank deep. As the tear struck the floor, red bloomed across her turtleneck, spreading quickly. "With this'll be free, he won't be able to touch me again," she breathed, her fingers loosening around the hilt. Darkness crept in from the edges of her vision as her body went limp and collapsed to the floor with a dull thud. But within that darkness, a pair of eyes glimmered, and from her still form, an orange chakra began to bubble out. "I can't let you escape this easily now. Can I?" Girl outside the barrier division, since it was nearly the end of Kushina's shift, Minato, rested and refreshed after the afternoon, headed over, hoping to see her, talk to her, and check in. But Kushina never came out. "Is she too busy or something?" he murmured, scratching his cheek. He waited a little longer, but she still didn't appear. Growing uneasy, he stopped one of the shinobi leaving the building and asked about her. The response left him stunned. "Uzumaki Kushina? She left before midday. Said she wasn't feeling well, she did look a bit out of it." I see Minato nodded and thanked the shinobi before heading toward Kushina's house. On the way, he stopped to buy some simple food, something light that a sick person could eat, figuring she probably hadn't cooked anything for herself. As he walked, a frown creased his brow. Could she be seriously ill or something? He murmured, worry flickering in his voice. But then he shook his head, forcing a small smile. "No, it's probably nothing that's serious, right?" Still, his pace quickened. When Minato reached her house, an AMBU operative stepped in front of him before he could even knock. "Namikaze Minato, you are not permitted to meet Uzumaki Kushina-sama at the moment," the masked shinobi said flatly. "I can't meet her? I heard she isn't feeling well. I just wanted to check on her," Minato explained, his tone calm but concerned. "She appears fine," the AMBU replied evenly. "She's currently resting. If you were to meet her now, you'd only be disturbing her." Hearing the AMBU's response, Minato could only sigh helplessly. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Every few months, Kushina would suddenly fall ill, or at least that's what he was told, and during those days, he wouldn't be allowed to see her at all. Then, just as abruptly, she'd recover, acting as if nothing had happened. Whenever he asked about it, she'd brush it off with a smile, saying it was nothing serious and that a bit of rest had done the trick. Minato wondered if that was the case again this time yet. For reasons he couldn't quite understand, a strange heaviness settled in his chest, and he really felt that he had to check up on Kushina and try to say, "It wouldn't take too long. I just hope to give her this soup. ITLL, definitely make her feel better." The ANBU operative let out a quiet sigh before speaking. "You meeting her right now would only make things harder for her. It wouldn't be good for her health." Minato frowned. "What do you mean by that?" The masked shinobi's tone cooled. "Your reputation isn't exactly in good standing at the moment, and frankly, I don't think it's appropriate for you to see her. Her safety is a concern." There was a faint edge of contempt in his voice, and it didn't go unnoticed. Minato froze, stunned by the implication. An uneasy silence followed as he stood there, unsure of how to respond. Should he try to insist that he wasn't that kind of person? Even if he did, it would be useless. The evidence against Jiraiya was undeniable, and by association, so was the shadow it cast over him. Even if he was freed from the prison, that didn't mean the stigma didn't remain. Even if he wanted to defend himself, he didn't know how. Tell you what the ANBU said, his gaze flicking briefly to the pot of soup in Minato's hands. "Well, deliver this to her and pass along your concern. You can leave that to us. But meeting her, I'm afraid, that's not possible." Minato's shoulders slumped helplessly. If this had been Uzumaki Naruto instead of Namikaze Minato, perhaps he would have fought his way through just to see Kushina to make sure she was all right. But Minato couldn't do that. For one, the guards were ANBU. Fighting them would be tantamount to treason. Well, unless you were Uchiha Kanzu. Still, the ANBU were sworn to the Hokage's command. If they were forbidding him from seeing her, then it must have been under the Hokage's orders. The thought that something might be wrong with the ANBU didn't even cross his mind. After all, these were elite shinobi, loyal, disciplined, and trusted implicitly. So, despite his unease, Minato could only accept their decision. With a quiet sigh, he held out the pot. Please take care of Kushina, he said softly. The AMBU operative took the pot from him and nodded. Don't worry, we'll take care of her. Just as we were ordered to. Minato gave a faint nod, the weight in his chest tightening. I understand with that. He turned away, leaving quietly despite the heaviness pressing down on his heart. After Namikaze Minato left, the AMBU operative turned toward Kushina's house, quietly opening the door and stepping inside. The interior was dim, shadows clinging to the walls, but he moved with the ease of someone already familiar with the layout. His footsteps made almost no sound as he approached the bedroom. He knocked once lightly. Knock. No response. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside, by the window, sat Kushina, knees drawn tight to her chest, arms wrapped around them as though she were trying to make herself smaller or perhaps disappear entirely. Kushina-sama, the AMBU operative called softly, but she didn't respond. She didn't even look at him, only sat there in silence. He stepped closer. Namikaze Minato came by to check on you, he said. At that, Kushina's shoulders trembled, and she slowly turned her head toward him. I turned him away, of course, the ENBU said, stepping closer. He crouched and placed a pot of soup gently before her. But he did leave this behind. You should eat it. You haven't had anything since morning. Kushina stared at the pot on the floor for a long moment, her gaze empty and unmoving. After setting it down, the AMBU operative straightened and said evenly, "You'll be outside if you need anything." With that, he turned and left the room, the quiet click of the door leaving Kushina alone, with only herself and the untouched pot of soup. She kept staring at the pot of soup for a long time, her gaze empty and unfocused. Then, slowly, her lips began to tremble, just slightly at first, and before she knew it, tears were spilling down her cheeks in an unending stream. I don't deserve your kindness, Minato-kun, she whimpered, her voice trembling. I'm too dirty, too violated, too shameful to deserve your kindness, burying her face in her knees. She began to shake uncontrollably. Ninetales, why won't you let me die? Kushina choked out, her voice raw and trembling as she spoke to the fox sealed within her. Earlier, she had plunged the kunai through her own heart, desperate to end her suffering, the only escape she could see. But the bastard-tailed beast inside her had refused to let her die, healing the wound before death could claim her. But no answer came. When the silence stretched too long, she tried again, louder this time. Ninetales. Only her own ragged breathing answered, uneven, trembling, catching her throat. Then came the voice she hated. A low, rumbling laugh echoed through her mind. Didn't I tell you, girl? The beast growled. I'm going to enjoy watching you suffer. That's my revenge. Why would I let you die so easily? Wouldn't that be far too kind? You are the one who's kept me imprisoned, after all. So it's only natural that I make sure you continue to suffer. No matter how many times you try to kill yourself, they'll keep you alive. Hearing those cruel words, Kushina's despair only deepened. The realization struck her like ice. She didn't even have the autonomy to die. No matter what she did, no matter how much she wanted to escape, she couldn't. Her tears flowed harder, shoulders trembling, nails dug in her knees, blood rising beneath her skin as she cried out, why, what did I ever do to deserve this? It wasn't me who sealed you inside me. It was the adults. If you want revenge, take it out on them. Why won't you just let me die? I'm even willing to release you. Just go. You're free, please. Just let me die already. I can't take it anymore. I just wanted to end all of it. And she kept pleading, her voice breaking with every word, but the fox gave no reply this time. Its silence only made her despair twist into rage, her tears burning hot as they streamed down her face. Talk to me, Ninetales. Answer me, she screamed, voice cracking as her throat burned. Say something, anything. Don't just stay silent, damn fox. The fox stayed silent, completely unmoved. Kushina bit her lip hard, so hard that blood welled up, streaking down her chin, but she didn't care. Ninetales. She screamed more, voice breaking as it echoed through the small house. Her cries were loud enough for the AMBU outside to hear, but none of them moved. Even as she kept shouting, pleading for some kind of answer from the fox. The silence persisted, heavy, merciless, and absolute. At last, her voice cracked into hoarse whispers. Her strength gave out. "And I, in e-tails, why just let me," she sobbed, tears spilling down her face again. She stayed like that for a long while, crying until the tears gave way to anger, raw, unrestrained rage. Her fists slammed against the floor. Bang! Again! Bang! And again. Each strike echoed through the quiet bedroom, shaking the small bowl beside her until droplets of soup spilled over the rim. Finally, she paused, breathing ragged. Haha, she pushed herself up. Her foot hit the bowl, sending it tumbling across the floor. The soup spilled everywhere, spreading in a steaming puddle. Kushina stared at it for a long moment. Minato's kindness, now splattered and wasted by her own leg. Guilt flickered briefly in her chest, but it was swallowed by rage. She tore her gaze away, crossing the room with heavy steps that splashed through the spilled soup. Reaching a shelf, she pulled out a particular scroll. Kneeling, she placed it on the floor, formed the hand signs, and released the seal before unfolding it. "Haha, this is it," she whispered, eyes burning. It was the scroll of Shikif Jin. Her breath quickened, coming in short, uneven gasps as she read it. The technique demanded a terrible price, yet Kushina, who already wanted to die, hardly cared. She welcomed the cost. If it meant ending the two demons in her life and herself, it was worth it. "This will end it all. It'll take you both down with me, bastard Uchiha, Kanzu, damn nine tails. It'll seal you away and make you suffer." Chapter 70.1 The Isolation Chamber Uchiha Compound. Konohagakure, are all the zodiacs in position? Kanzu asked Hazuki. Hazuki quickly confirmed with the others and nodded. "Yes, Kanzu-sama, all of them are in position." Kanzu gave a nod. "Good. Then let's begin setting up the perception-blocking barrier formation. Makoto, Hazuki, work with me." "Hi, Gansama," Makoto replied, taking her place at one vertex of the triangular formation. "Understood, Kanzu-sama," Hazuki echoed, moving to the second vertex. Kanzu himself stood at the third. The three began weaving hand signs in perfect synchrony. With each completed sign, glowing script stretched from their positions toward the compound's edges. By the time the final seal was formed, the markings across the Uchiha compound lit up, and a transparent, shimmering dome began to materialize, transparent yet immense, wrapping the entire compound in a protective veil. Its base wasn't a perfect circle. The compound's layout made that impossible, but the barrier still arched elegantly into a dome, an invisible yet tangible layer enveloping every inch of Uchiha territory. When the formation was complete, the three lowered their hands and activated their Sharingan to inspect the chakra field. A faint outline of energy rippled around them, and Kanzu gave a satisfied nod. "Good, this should block all external perception," he said calmly. The barrier's purpose was simple yet absolute: to conceal everything that happened within the compound from the outside world. For that reason, it was solid in essence, but not opaque. It wasn't like the four purple flame formation, the red yang formation, or the Uchiha flame formation. It didn't act like a wall that would prevent intruders from entering the compound. It was just like the barriers surrounding Konoha. One could pass through it, but the moment they did, they would feel that they had crossed into the Uchiha compound. At the same time, it would also alert the barrier maintenance teams the moment someone attempted to enter the Uchiha compound. As for how Kanzu was able to use this barrier, naturally, it came from the scrolls of Finjutsu he had extracted from Kushina. Before that, he had only been speculating on how to create such a formation. But with those scrolls in his possession, everything became much easier. With this, Kanzu murmured, "Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescope jutsu will fail, and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan won't pierce it. Our privacy is secured." Satisfied, he turned to Makoto. "Ninjas will be needed to maintain the barrier continuously." He instructed, "It requires a steady flow of chakra. Without it, the formation will collapse." While the chakra demand wasn't as large as it merely blocked perception rather than physical intrusion, it still needed constant upkeep. Kanzu, Mikoto, Hazuki, or the other high-ranking officers couldn't be tied to such a task indefinitely. Others would have to handle it. Mikoto understood immediately and nodded. He'll assign a few squads from the clan to handle it. They'll work in shifts to keep the barrier stable and functioning. That's good, Kanzu replied, watching as she left to carry out the order. Once it was just him and Hazuki, he turned to her. Hazuki, are the isolation chambers ready? Hazuki bowed slightly. Yes, Kanzu-sama. I had the Zodiacs prepare them. They're ready. Excellent. Then let's go inspect them, Kanzu said, creating a shadow clone to temporarily oversee the barrier formation until Mikoto finished assigning the teams. For someone like him, a shadow clone was more than enough to maintain the barrier, but only for a limited time. Sustaining it indefinitely required dedicated squads to handle the chakra supply. While Mikoto and the shadow clone managed their tasks, Kanzu and Hazuki descended into an underground bunker-like chamber built under his orders. Rows of reinforced prison cells stretched before them, each one completely sealed and isolated. Anyone confined within would be cut off from the world outside, unable to see, hear, or sense anything beyond their cell. Even the passage of time would become meaningless. It was pure, absolute solitude, just as Kanzu intended. Its location is known only to you and us Zodiacs, Hazuki said, opening the gate of one of the cells to show him. Indeed, it's good enough. Kanzu replied with a satisfied nod. Well then, let's bring in the first few who deserve some solitary confinement. With that, he vanished from sight in a flash, disappearing before Hazuki's eyes using the flying Raijin. She wasn't surprised. Hazuki already knew he could use the flying Raijin. What she did wonder, however, was how he had managed to acquire it in the first place. Uchiha Police Station, well, Jiraiya-sama, Kanzu said as he strolled in front of the prison cell, his tone mockingly polite. I trust you're living comfortably here? Living comfortably was far from the truth. Jiraiya looked haggard and sleepless, his hair a tangled mess, his face swollen and bruised, with multiple untreated wounds marring his body. He hadn't received any medical attention since the parade, and even in confinement, the guards had shown him no mercy, leaving new injuries on top of the old. Uchiha, Kanzu, you bastard! Jiraiya snarled through clenched teeth as he watched Kanzu unlock the cell door and step inside. If not for the chains binding him, he would have lunged at Kanzu and beaten him senseless. But restrained as he was, all he could do was glare and shout the question that burned inside him. What did you do to Minato and Kushina? Kanzu raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. What do you mean? Did I do something to them? He asked innocently. Of course, he had done plenty, especially to Kushina, whose mind had driven to the brink of wanting to commit suicide, but Jiraiya didn't need to know that. With a casual shrug, Kanzu continued, Aren't they both at home right now? Or maybe at work? I wouldn't really know, I don't keep tabs on them. This was also not true since Kanzu was keeping a very close watch on Kushina, though not on Minato as much. Jiraiya's glare faltered, his expression twisting with disbelief and suspicion. Both at home, even Minato? But didn't you? Oh, right, Kanzu interrupted smoothly. You wouldn't know. Namake's Minato was released just yesterday. See? I'm a good guy. He wasn't guilty, so I'll let him go. You really misunderstand me. Jiraiya's jaw tightened, fury rising to his throat. Uchiha, Kanzu a good guy? The very thought made him sick. Those words didn't belong in the same sentence. Hell, not even in the same world. Still, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a small measure of relief upon hearing that Minato had been released. But he also knew there had to be a price. There was always a price when dealing with the Uchiha police force. What did you take from the old man for Minato's release? Jiraiya demanded. Of course, there was a chance Minato himself had offered something. But Jiraiya doubted it, since Minato probably didn't have anything that he could offer to Kanzu, which Kanzu would find attractive. In fact, Jiraiya knew that Minato possessed both the flying Raijin technique and the summoning scroll of Mount Maiboku. But he also knew Minato well enough to be certain. He'd never hand over either without Jiraiya's or the Hokage's permission. He'd sooner die than betray that trust. In Jiraiya's mind, Uchiha Kanzu shouldn't even know that Minato possessed such things, especially the flying Raijin. Otherwise, he would have tried to take them already. That left only one plausible explanation. Hiruzen must have made a deal. Given Hiruzen's critical situation and the urgent need to bring Tsunade back, it wasn't hard to imagine him making a sacrifice. He knew Minato had mastered the flying Raijin, so he might have turned to him for help. Kanzu merely shook his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give me anything. Or rather, he hasn't had the chance to give me anything, he said smoothly. Come to think of it, he hasn't been seen in public much lately. I've even heard he hasn't set foot in the Hokage building for quite some time. A faint smirk curved his lips as he added, I wonder why. Could it be that his condition is rather poor at the moment? Hearing those words, Jiraiya's expression tightened with worry. He didn't doubt Kanzu, not about this. If Hiruzen's condition truly was that bad, it could mean disaster. Uchiha Kanzu, why are you doing this? Jiraiya demanded, his voice sharp with anger and concern. If something happens to the old man, don't you realize a war could break out? Without the Hokage, Konoha's situation will fall apart. War will erupt? Isn't that exactly what I want? Kanzu mused silently, his expression unreadable. It was only disappointing that war hadn't erupted yet. Perhaps it wasn't so simple. Perhaps something more was needed to provoke the other nations into making the first move. Then again, he thought, it hasn't even been a week, maybe ITLL happens soon. He was still trying to be optimistic. As for Jiraiya's warning about Konoha's instability, Kanzu merely shrugged. Not really. Sarutobi Hiruzen's existence is irrelevant. Even if he dies, it won't affect Konoha's situation. After all, Konoha's strength and survival rested solely on him. As long as Kanzu remained, who would dare threaten the village? Even if Madara himself returned with the intention of destroying Konoha, he'd have to answer to him first. Hearing Kanzu's words, Jiraiya felt his anger flare. It was clear Kanzu didn't care about Konoha at all. Still, beneath that fury, concern for both Hiruzen and the village pushed him to ask, what would it take to release me? He didn't believe Kanzu would keep him imprisoned forever. Surely there was a price, a cost. And if he paid it, perhaps Kanzu would let him go. Under normal circumstances, he would never agree to give this man anything. But with the situation as dire as it was, he had no other choice. Release you? Kanzu repeated, raising an eyebrow. What are you talking about? A criminal like you, someone who peeps at little girls in bathhouses, can't just be released. You need time to reflect on your actions. In fact, I came here to move you to a different place for solitary confinement. You'll spend a few days there and think about what you've done. Release him? Of course, Kanzu had no intention of doing that. Jiraiya was far too valuable, a convenient hostage to control Minato. Besides, if Jiraiya were released, it might hasten Tsunade's return, and that was something Kanzu absolutely didn't want. Jiraiya would remain a prisoner for the foreseeable future. Not that the man had anything worth offering, anyway. As for the Mount Maiboku's summoning scroll, Kanzu couldn't care less about it. In his opinion, the only good toad was a boiled one. Hearing Kanzu's refusal, Jiraiya's anger flared, and he opened his mouth to shout, but Kanzu merely shrugged and swung a fist into his face. The blow was brutal. Jiraiya slumped unconscious, possibly suffering brain trauma that would dull his wits and emotions. Kanzu didn't care. He produced a key from his pocket, unlocked Jiraiya's chains, touched the man's shoulder, and vanished with a black flash using the flying Raijin, reappearing in the isolation chamber before Hazuki. Well, put him inside and take care of him, Kanzu ordered as they secured Jiraiya in one of the cells. Yes, Hazuki replied, bowing. In truth, there was a far more important reason why Kanzu chose to imprison Jiraiya in the isolation chamber. Namake's Minato had recently been released from prison. Kanzu had no doubts about Minato's abilities. He was an exceptionally skilled shinobi, and on top of that, he had mastered the flying Raijin. With that technique, it wouldn't be difficult for Minato to find and reach Jiraiya inside the Uchiha police station. allowing the two to escape from the police stations holding cells. To prevent that possibility entirely, Kanza decided to relocate the Toad Sannin to the isolation chamber. In this sealed and hidden place, Minato would never be able to locate him. But let's make sure Jiraiya doesn't have a flying Raijin mark on him, Kanzu thought as he began inspecting the unconscious man's body. If Minato had marked Jiraiya, the location of his imprisonment would be meaningless. Minato could appear beside him at any time. Though the likelihood of that was low, Kanzu decided to verify it anyway. As he carefully examined Jiraiya, another thought crossed his mind, whether to transfer Minato's 2 squad mates to the isolation chamber as well. Yeah, why not? I guess he shrugged and decided to bring them here as well. Somewhere deep beneath Konoha, in a hidden underground place, Dan sat in one of his underground chambers, listening to his subordinates report on the latest developments in the village. It was a routine he followed diligently, gathering intelligence not only on Konoha's internal affairs, but also on external matters, ensuring that everything remained under his watchful eye, or at least allowing him to feel as though it did. Everything proceeded as usual until one of his operatives, assigned to observe the Uchiha compound from afar, reported an unusual event that had occurred earlier that day. As Dan's listened, his brow furrowed. The Uchiha clan has surrounded themselves with a barrier formation, he muttered, irritation and suspicion lacing his tone. The subordinate nodded and explained, it doesn't appear to be the kind that blocks entry. It's more like the formation surrounding the village and the one protecting this base. It's designed to block perception. With this barrier in place, it would be impossible to see or sense what's happening inside the Uchiha compound. Dan's was visibly displeased by their audacity. Setting up a barrier around their compound was as good as declaring to the entire village that they knew they were being watched. And while that was true, they were constantly under surveillance by both his operatives and Hiruzans. Dan saw that as perfectly normal. After all, the Uchiha were the cancer of Konoha. Keeping an eye on them was nothing more than a necessary precaution. Never before had they dared to erect such a barrier, and now, suddenly, they had. The message was clear. They no longer wished to be spied upon. Of course, their wishes meant nothing to Dan's. But the fact that the barrier now blocked his operatives from observing them infuriated him. Scowling, he muttered under his breath, the Uchiha clan, are they planning to go to war with the village? He really had to consider this possibility, considering the current dire state of the village and the lawlessness of the Uchiha clansmen, but that doesn't seem to take anyone into consideration. As he weighed the possibility of conflict, Dan swiftly asked for an update on Hiruzan's condition and the situation of the village's leadership. Exact status of Hokage-sama isn't known, but our man in the Hokage building says that he hasn't been seen in his office for the past 2 days, the rude operative reported. Elder Koharu and Elder Udatane are both in the hospital. Their conditions are stable, they'll survive, but recovery will take time. The operative hesitated before continuing. Elder Midokado has lost his sight, both eyes are injured beyond recovery. And as for Elder Udatane, she suffered a miscarriage. The child in her womb didn't survive, and she's no longer capable of bearing children. When it came to Elder Koharu's injuries, Dan's merely snorted. There wasn't a trace of sympathy in him. The woman had already borne enough children. Her suffering was of no concern to him. What troubled him more was Midokado's blindness, and above all, Hiruzan's uncertain condition. Honestly, he hadn't expected all 3 of them to end up injured like this. Once again, he found himself begrudgingly impressed, not only by Uchiha Kansas' audacity, but also by his sheer strength. To have hospitalized Konoha's top leadership was no small feat at the same time. Dan's felt an odd sense of relief that he hadn't attended that meeting himself. Otherwise, he suspected his fate might have been the same. Despite having great ambitions, Dan's is still quite well aware of his own limits. He isn't stronger than Hiruzan. In fact, he is weaker, and that meant he would have stood no chance against Uchiha Kanzu. And considering Kanzu had already dared to attack Hayashi, Koharu, Midokado, and even Sarutobi himself, Dan's had no illusions that the man would hesitate to strike him, too. Thankfully, he hadn't gone, and now it was up to him to handle the situation. Pressing his lips into a thin line, he had to admit the situation was dire. With Hiruzen incapacitated, Mito Kato blinded, and Koharu recovering, Konoha's leadership was in shambles. Adding to that, Jiraiya was still imprisoned in the Uchiha police station. The village's top echelon of power had been effectively neutralized, and the ones responsible were obvious: the Uchiha clan, or more precisely, Uchiha Kanzu. Uchiha clan, I always knew they'd become a problem, Dan's thought grimly. He had warned Hiruzen countless times to deal with the Uchiha clan, but the old fool had refused every single time. Dan's had told him again and again that he would regret it, but Hiruzen never listened. And now, these were the consequences. Forget it, now's not the time to dwell on that, he thought. First, I need to focus on the problem at hand. Chapter 70.2. Shimura Dan's regret, but what should I do? Even he didn't have an answer. In the current situation, Dan's found himself at a loss. If the Uchiha were truly preparing to go to war with the village, the consequences would be catastrophic, and he knew he didn't have the power to protect Konoha on his own. If only I were Hokage, he thought bitterly, frustration simmering within him. If he had been Hokage, such a situation would never have arisen. He would have crushed the problem at its roots before it ever had the chance to grow. Even now, he believed that if he held the Hokage's seat, he could still manage the crisis. After all, as Hokage, he could have ordered the entire village to unite against the Uchiha clan and wipe them out in one decisive strike. Yes, the village would suffer casualties, and the outside nations would likely take advantage of the chaos to launch their own attacks. But at least the internal threat would be eliminated. Right now, Konoha was facing danger on both fronts, inside and out, and it was entirely Hiruzen's fault. His incompetence and indecisiveness had allowed things to deteriorate this far. Even after losing his own son, Hiruzen still hadn't learned. He remained the same weak, hesitant fool. Tobirama-sensei, you truly made a mistake by choosing Hiruzen as Hokage, Dan's thought grimly. How could someone so indecisive and ineffectual ever lead this village to its true greatness? He seemed to have completely forgotten that the reason Senju Tobirama chose Hiruzen as a successor was that Hiruzen had been the first to step forward, willing to sacrifice himself so the others could escape. Had it been Dan's who made that choice, Tobirama might have named him Hokage instead. But Dan's didn't see it that way. In his mind, Tobirama had made a grave mistake, choosing Hiruzen, a man he now considered weak, incompetent, and indecisive. While it was true that Hiruzen was unworthy of being Hokage, the same could be said for Dan's himself, though he would never admit it. In his mind, no one in the village was more deserving of the title than he. Once again, the same bitter thought echoed in his heart. You should have appointed me as Hokage. As those thoughts swirled in his mind, Dan's eyes suddenly lit up. Becoming Hokage, isn't this the perfect opportunity? After all, the current Hokage, Hiruzen, was clearly unfit for the role. With his injuries, he couldn't even manage the village's basic day-to-day affairs, let alone defend it from internal or external threats. Because of the Uchiha clan's recent actions, unrest was spreading among all the clans in the village. The Hokage himself seemed powerless to keep the Uchiha under control, and as a result, frustration and dissatisfaction toward Hiruzen were undoubtedly running high. This was the perfect moment for Dan's to push Hiruzen aside and claim the title of Yondaime Hokage for himself. The only obstacle was the looming threat of war with the Uchiha clan, and even Dan's had to admit the thought of confronting them head-on filled him with unease. No, with the entire village united. What is the Uchiha clan to me? He reassured himself. If he became Hokage, he could command all of Konoha to rally together and crush the Uchiha swiftly and decisively. If Kanza knew the kind of delusions Dan's was entertaining, he would have laughed outright, and probably even encouraged him to try to see for himself the consequences. But unaware of the reality, Dan's continued to indulge in his fantasies, even daring to covet Kanza's Manjiki Sharingan. Once the Uchiha clan is eliminated, Uchiha, Kansas, Mangeki, Sharingan, the thought alone stirred a dangerous excitement within him, a burning desire for that kind of power. The ability to subdue someone as strong as Hiruzen with nothing but a glance. If he could obtain such strength, wouldn't he finally be able to fulfill his dream of uniting the entire Shinobi world? There was also Uchiha Mikoto's Mangeki Sharingan. Though he didn't know what kind of abilities she had awakened, Dan still felt it would be worthwhile to claim her eyes as well. After all, the Mangeki Sharingan was known to lose its light with repeated use. So if Kansas' eyes ever went blind, Mikoto's could serve as a replacement. They'll also need to find a way to resolve the blindness issue once I acquire them, he thought. He didn't yet know how to achieve that, but he was confident he could figure it out once those eyes were in his possession. Once I have the Mangeki Sharingan, I'll also be able to control the Nine Tails myself, Dan thought. After all, to achieve his ambitions, he would need that power. He had always wanted authority over the Nine Tails, to oversee the Jinchuriki, to train her, and to control her power. But time and again, Hiruzen had denied him that right, restricting his involvement completely. Because of that, even after nearly a decade as the Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina had never managed to tap into the immense power sealed within her. Dan firmly believed that if Hiruzen had entrusted the task to him just like he had desired, he would have molded Kushina into an effective weapon, one capable of mastering the tailed beast inside her. Of course, once again, he was just deluding himself. The Nine Tails was not a creature that someone like him could control. Under his supervision, things would likely have worsened. Kushina might even have lost control of the beast entirely, resulting in it breaking out of the seal restricting it. Still, he no longer dwelled on the past or on Hiruzen's repeated refusals. Now that Hiruzen and the two elders were incapacitated and Jiraiya remained imprisoned, the safety of the village rested entirely on his shoulders. It was time to take control, to change how things were run, and to finally place the matter of the Nine Tails at the top of his priorities. It was unfortunate that he didn't have the time to master the Nine Tails power properly, but Dan reassured himself that once he obtained Uchiha Kansas Mangeki Sharingan, he would be able to control the beast, just as Madara once had. Then another realization struck him. The Nine Tails the Jinchuriki know. Her safety must be ensured. Uzumaki Kushina's situation was far from secure. If the Uchiha clan really did begin their rebellion, Dan was certain that Uchiha Kansas' first move would be to target the Nine Tails, and he had no doubt whatsoever about Kansas' ability to control it. With Hiruzen incapacitated, the responsibility fell on him to secure the Jinchuriki and use her strength against the Uchiha if necessary. She needs to be brought to the root base effective immediately. Dan murmured aloud before issuing orders to his men. You, and you come with me. The safety of Uzumaki Kushina must be ensured. For a task this critical, he would handle it personally, bringing along only his most trusted operatives in case a confrontation arose, whether with the Uchiha clan or Hiruzen's Zanbyu. Dan's subordinates nodded at his orders and immediately set out, intending to bring Kushina to the root base to ensure her safety and, if possible, find a way to control her. She would serve as a weapon against the Uchiha clan should they really decide to rebel. Only after securing Kushina did Dan's plan to head to the Hokage building and convene a high-level meeting regarding action against the Uchiha. However, before he could even leave the root base, someone appeared, intercepting him in one of the dimly lit passageways of the root base. From the shadows emerged a figure with golden, snake-like eyes. Dan frowned, looking at the person walking in step by step. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? Indeed, it was the snake Sannin himself. Orochimaru blinked languidly, his lips curling into a faint smile as his gaze swept over Dan's and his men. Sarutobi-sensei has issued a mission for you and your root ninjas, he said smoothly. He'll be cooperating with you on it. Hiruzen has issued a mission? Dan asked, his expression tightening. Has he regained consciousness? That's right, Sarutobi-sensei has regained consciousness, Orochimaru said with a light nod. Not only had Hiruzen regained consciousness, but he had also, like Dan's, received reports that the Uchiha clan had erected a barrier formation around their compound. Of course, that much was obvious to nearly everyone in the village by now. As for Hiruzen's conclusion, he didn't immediately assume that the Uchiha were rebelling, but he certainly hadn't dismissed the possibility either. Naturally, Hiruzen also anticipated what Dan's might be thinking and how he would act, and he took precautions accordingly, one of which was assigning him a mission through Orochimaru. Dan's was seething inside. Why? Why did it have to be now? He cursed inwardly. He had hoped Hiruzen would remain unconscious, or at least too weak to act, but it seemed he had recovered enough to start giving orders again. Catching the clear signs of irritation that flickered across Dan's face, Orochimaru smirked before handing him the scroll bearing the Hokage's seal. He erased the details of the mission scowling. Dan's unrolled the scroll and quickly scanned its contents before becoming angrier. He's just keeping me busy with matters outside the village, he thought grimly. The mission assigned to him was very frustrating, to ensure that no shinobi from foreign villages discovered the truth about Hiruzen's injuries. In Dan's view, with Hiruzen not in a state for combat, he should have been the one handling the Uchiha situation and securing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But instead, he was being sent outside the village to manage external affairs. While he acknowledged that the mission was important, as they needed to avoid the eruption of war given their current situation, it didn't need to be entrusted to him specifically. The meaning was obvious. Hiruzen was deliberately sidelining him. This infuriated him. Hiruzen, just moments ago, he had been indulging in the thought that the Hokage's seat was finally within his grasp. Yet now, all of a sudden, it was slipping away again. His anger boiled so fiercely that, for a brief moment, the idea of rebelling against Hiruzen, of killing him outright, flashed through his mind. If Hiruzen were gone, then the Hokage's position would naturally fall to me. He thought darkly as killing intent appeared in his heart. In fact, the timing couldn't have been more perfect. With Hiruzen so weakened, Dan felt he could actually do it, strike swiftly, kill Hiruzen before the man could react or fight back, seize control of the village, crush the Uchiha clan's rebellion by annihilating them completely, and then turn his attention to the other shinobi nations. It all seemed so simple, deceptively simple. But deep down, he knew it wasn't. Reality was far more complicated, and he forced himself to restrain the murderous impulse rising within him. After all, if he truly went through with killing Sarutobi Hiruzen, that would mean assassinating the Hokage, an act equivalent to treason against the entire village. No clan or family would ever support a man who killed the Hokage to take the Hokage's seat for himself. The moment he attacked Hiruzen, he'd be branded a traitor. And once that happened, becoming Hokage would be impossible. He wouldn't even be able to stay in Konoha. He'd have to flee, and everything he had worked for, everything he desired, would crumble to nothing. For now, he had no choice but to suppress his killing intent. Still, he couldn't stop himself from cursing Uchiha Kanzu. If you're going to attack Hiruzen, why didn't you just kill him? If Kanzu had finished the job, he would have been branded the traitor, leaving Dan free to claim the Hokage's seat without resistance. In truth, Dan should count himself lucky that Kanzu wasn't aware of the thoughts swirling in his mind. If Kanzu ever discovered that Dan was coveting his and Mikoto's Manjiki Sharingan, or plotting to seize control of Kushina and the Nine-Tails, then forget becoming Hokage. Dan wouldn't live to see another day. Pushing those thoughts aside, Dan forced himself to focus. He turned to Orochimaru, his expression dark and cold. What is Hiruzen doing about the Uchiha clan? Orochimaru gave a lazy shrug. How should I know? I was only given this mission. Nothing more. Then, with a faint smirk, he added, though if I had to guess, knowing Sarutobi-sensei's usual approach, he's probably planning to negotiate. Dan clicked his tongue in irritation. Knowing Hiruzen, he found the guess all too believable. In his current weakened state, Hiruzen would undoubtedly try to talk his way out of conflict with the Uchiha clan, hoping to avoid internal strife rather than face it head-on. Is Uchiha Kanzu the kind of man you can reason with? Hiruzen's only shooting himself in the foot, Dan snorted. Not for a second did he believe that negotiating with the Uchiha clan was a viable option. The only solution was elimination. If the decision were his, he would have already done it. Unfortunately, that authority rested with the Hokage. If only I were Hokage, he thought bitterly once again, before turning and heading back into the base alongside Orochimaru. Together, they began discussing strategies to ensure that no foreign village learned the truth about the Hokage's condition and that another war didn't break out. Meanwhile, at the Hokage's residence, Minato walked through the corridors of the Hokage residence, guided by the deputy commander of the ANBU, an officer wearing an eagle mask. At last, he had been granted an audience with the Hokage, who had personally summoned him for a conversation. As he made his way down the passage, Minato couldn't help but notice the unusually heavy security. NBU operatives stood at every corner, their presence far denser than usual. Why is the security this tight? He wondered. Even the Hokage building didn't usually have this level of protection, yet here, the Hokage residence was swarming with guards. The atmosphere felt tense, almost suffocating, as if ready for war, and noting this, an uneasy feeling settled in his chest. Something wasn't right. Before he could think further on it, the masked ANBU leading him stopped before a door and knocked twice. Knock, knock. A voice from inside granted permission to enter, and Minato was ushered in. The sight that greeted him made him freeze. He had expected to find Hiruzen at his desk, surrounded by scrolls and paperwork, calmly overseeing village affairs. Instead, the Sandaime Hokage lay in bed, frail and pale, with several pieces of medical equipment attached to him. Only then did Minato understand why he hadn't been allowed to meet the Hokage in recent days, despite his repeated requests, and why the security of the Hokage residence had been too strict. It was because Hiruzen's condition was not good. "This Hokage-sama," Minato said softly, his expression tightening with concern. Are you all right?" Hearing the concern in Minato's voice, Hiruzen let out a weary sigh. He did feel a little better, well enough to talk and handle light tasks, but he was still far from recovery. Fighting or dealing with anything demanding was out of the question. Even so, he managed a faint smile and said, "I'm all right." Minato could clearly see that Hiruzen was forcing himself to appear composed, and concern filled his voice as he asked, "Hokage-sama, what happened? How did you end up like this?" The Hokage is the very symbol of power. It's pinnacle of strength that a ninja can have, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is the strongest shinobi in Konoha. But seeing the strongest shinobi of Konoha in such a frail state struck him deeply, filling him with a heavy sense of sorrow and unease. "Let's not talk about that, just an old man's injury. Nothing worth worrying about," Hiruzen said faintly, clearly unwilling to discuss the matter. In truth, it was far too humiliating to admit that his current condition had been caused by Uchiha Kanzu. He was supposed to be the strongest shinobi in Konoha, the god of shinobi, the most powerful Hokage. To confess that a mere gaze from Kanzu had reduced him to this state would shatter his image and dignity. So, rather than dwell on it, he chose to steer the conversation elsewhere. Turning his tired eyes toward Minato, he said, "I was told you wished to speak with me. You've been trying to see me quite persistently, haven't you?" "About that, I wanted to speak with you about how to get Jiraiya-sensei and my 2 squad mates released from prison," Minato said honestly. Hiruzen wasn't surprised by the request. He had already been informed, but even he felt powerless to do anything about it. He truly wanted to free Jiraiya. Yet would Uchiha Kanzu ever agree to it? Especially now, when the Uchiha clan seemed to be on the verge of rebellion. But then how was Minato released? Hiruzen wondered, his brow furrowing. "Minato, how did you manage to get released so easily?" he asked, then added cautiously, "Did you give the Uchiha police something in return?" By something, he clearly meant the flying Raijin, and the concern in his voice was unmistakable. Uchiha Kanzu was a serious problem as it is. If he somehow obtained the flying Raijin and managed to master it, it would become a complete nightmare. True, that technique wasn't something just anyone could use, but even so, Hiruzen couldn't shake his worry. Minato quickly shook his head. No, nothing like that, and added they just told me the investigation was over and that I wasn't found guilty, so they released me. Hearing that Minato hadn't given them anything in exchange, Hiruzen let out a quiet breath of relief. Thankfully, if he knew that Kanzu had already obtained and mastered the flying Raijin, Hiruzen would have been utterly devastated. Still, the ease of Minato's release weighed heavily on his mind. His expression darkened slightly as he asked, "They released you just like that?" Minato scratched his cheek awkwardly. Although the outcome made sense, he hadn't been guilty in the first place. He still couldn't shake the feeling that the Uchiha clan had let him go far too easily. That wasn't how they usually operated. In fact, he added, glancing at Hiruzen, "I was wondering if you were the one who arranged my release, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen pursed his lips and sighed softly. "Unfortunately, that's not the case," he admitted. "I haven't been in any condition to handle such matters these past few days. I'm sorry, Minato. If only I weren't in this state, I would have tried to get you out sooner." Minato quickly shook his head. "Hokage-sama, you don't need to apologize. You're already doing everything you can to lead the village, even in your current condition. Compared to that, this isn't important." He meant only to reassure Hiruzen that he took no offense over being overlooked. But Hiruzen shook his head. "No, Minato. Every shinobi of Konoha is important, and that includes you. As Hokage, failing to secure your release from the Uchiha prison is a failure on my part. I owe you an apology." Minato's eyes softened, deeply moved by Hiruzen's words. Despite having every excuse not to blame himself, the Hokage still took responsibility. To Minato, it only deepened his respect, making Hiruzen seem even more dignified, even more worthy of admiration. Catching that look, a faint glint passed through Hiruzen's eyes. He knew the value of loyalty, and shaping the hearts of the next generation was just as crucial as guiding their strength. A shinobi like Minato had to be devoted to the Hokage completely. Resentment could never be allowed to take root. Naturally, Minato didn't sense what Hiruzen was doing, but the older man could see the effect clearly, and that left him quietly satisfied. At the same time, Hiruzen couldn't help but grow uneasy. Minato didn't give the Uchiha clan anything for his release, and I certainly didn't arrange it. Then how did it happen? He certainly didn't believe that Uchiha Kanzu would release Minato out of a sense of justice or honesty. Kanzu wasn't the type to act simply because someone was innocent. He must have gained something from it. The only question was what that benefit was, and who had given it to him. There were only two possible explanations. Either Jiraiya, who was still imprisoned and unable to act, or Kushina. Between the two, Hiruzen found the latter far more likely. Did Kushina arrange for Minato's release? He wondered, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face.